Chapter 1999. To kill to the last man, young Master Yongo. Pyro looked down at the base of his thigh. With such an injury, it would be impossible to reconstruct a leg without at least a few decades. Even if his leg was reconstructed, it would be impossible to reach his previous level, which was equivalent to having an additional flaw in his body. You didn't tell me that this person is so powerful. Pyro looked at the sheep hook with a serious expression. Brother Piluo, this kid's cultivation is indeed not at the human devil stage. Yongo said calmly. Normally, he would be afraid that the other party would take revenge on him because of this injury, but now it was different. His senior brother, young Master Yuji, was on the sea dragon. Even if the other party had 10 guts, the other party would not dare to touch him. How could you cut off my leg before reaching the human devil stage? Do you think I'm not in the middle stage of human devil? Pyro's expression sank. This, Yongo found it hard to explain. He originally thought that Ning-Chi's battle prowess was at most at the early stage of human demon, but he did not expect that Ning-Chi would be able to take away one of Pai Luo's legs. This kind of strength had already exceeded his understanding, and he could not explain it at all. What happened? An indifferent voice rang out behind everyone. Yongo's expression shook. He hurriedly turned around and bowed. Junior brother greets eldest senior brother. I am Pai Luo. Greetings, young Master Yuji. Pai Luo bowed with one leg, attracting many curious gazes. Beside young Master Yuji stood Fairy Bai Chong and Divine Lord Huang Huang. Apart from these two, there was a large group of demon race geniuses following behind them. These geniuses didn't have weak backgrounds. This time they had traveled with young Master Yuji and the others to participate in the demon race's Heaven's Chosen Battle. At this moment, seeing Pai Luo, whose cultivation was similar to theirs, having his leg chopped off, they were secretly shocked and their expressions turned solemn. I've met your master. Young Master Yuji looked at Pai Luo and nodded lightly. What happened to your leg? Eldest senior brother, Brother Piluo's leg was cut off by Zun Shan Demon King Pain's direct disciple, Beixian. He just wanted to change to another cabin. But the other party used the fact that he was Master Pain's direct disciple to do such a thing. Yongo spoke first. The direct disciple of Zunshin Demon King Pain? The expressions of Fairy Bai Chong, God Lord Huang Huang, and the others changed slightly. They were a little surprised. They didn't expect there to be such an existence on the sea dragon. Pai Luo's complexion became even more unsightly. A trace of killing intent towards Yongo arose in his heart. If he had known Ning-Chi's identity, he would definitely not have tried to please Yongo and stood up for him. But Yongo did not tell him Ning-Chi's identity immediately. It was clear that he was deliberately trapping him. However, with young Master Yuji present, Pai Luo could not do anything. Oh, Pain's direct disciple? I only know that he has 3 disciples. They are Wanli, Zhufeng, and Spider Pattern. Speaking of which, Spider Pattern is somewhat related to my Lucifer tribe. I have seen her a few times. She is a very arrogant woman. Young Master Yuji said calmly. Chi! Fairy Bai Chong could not help but let out a sneer. Her laughter was filled with obvious disdain. Many of the demons present knew that Fairy Bai Chong had a few conflicts with Spider Pattern in the past. The two of them had fought several times, and Fairy Bai Chong had always lost by a small margin. Let's go. Since Pain's direct disciple is here, we should go over and greet him no matter what. Young Master Yuji smiled faintly. That's right. I'd like to see just how strong this 4th junior brother of Spider Pattern is. He must be a late demon human if he can sever Pai Luo's leg, right? Fairy Bai Chong sneered. Pai Luo's face darkened. He said nothing. Demon chi surged out from his thigh and condensed into a leg. It seemed no different from a real leg, but it was still fake. On the other side of the cabin, the demons immediately became respectful when they saw young Master Yuji and the others walk over. North Moon Myung, just happened to walk out of the cabin and was slightly surprised by this. When he discovered that Yang Go was staring at him coldly from within the crowd, he suddenly felt an ill omen. In the next moment, North Moon, Lingqiu, and Lan Ruo walked out one after another. It's him? He's trying to use young Master Yu Ji to harm young Master Beixian? North Moon Lingqiu was immediately alarmed when he saw Yang Go. Dwayne and the others stood on the other side of the ship, watching this with strange expressions. They had already guessed that Yang Go was probably trying to provoke them, wanting to teach Ning Qi a lesson on the sea dragon. Sir, you must be a remnant of the venerated mountain army? Young Master Yu Ji glanced past North Moon Muyang and Beixian before looking at Lan Ruo in the end. He knew the rules of the Demon King's estate. Every single direct disciple had a remnant of the venerated mountain army as a guard, with the exception of Spider Pattern. I am Lan Ruo of the venerated mountain army. Lan Ruo clasped his hands rather sternly. At this moment, the door behind Lan Ruo opened, and Ning Qi walked out slowly. He glanced past everyone and smiled. How lively. May I ask why you've all come? He hasn't even reached demon human. Is he really Sir Payne's direct disciple? How rare! The group of demonic prides behind young Master Ji looked at Ning Qi with a strange expression. Previously, they were still a little fearful, thinking that Ning Qi might be the dark horse of the demonic race's heaven's pride battle. However, after seeing Ning Qi with their own eyes, the fear disappeared. Even if he was a disciple of a sky demon, they would not take him seriously. In this world, strength was everything. Goddess Bai Chong revealed a strange expression. Before young Master Yu Ji could speak, she asked first, Are you really Sir Payne's direct disciple? Spider Pattern is your senior sister? Yes. Ning Qi nodded with a smile. Young Master Yu Ji smiled. He originally wanted to see what Payne's new disciple was capable of, but there was no need for that now. Although they were both direct disciples of Earth demon existences, his Master Davis's status was much higher than Payne's. Moreover, he was a late demon human, while his opponent was not even a demon human. They were not in the same circle at all. Thinking of this, young Master Yu Ji glanced at Pai Luo indifferently and smiled at Ning Qi. Did you cut off Pai Luo's leg? He didn't want his leg anymore, so I took it away. Is there a problem? Ning Qi smiled. Pai Luo clenched his fists and gritted his teeth in hatred. Suddenly, a surge of expectation surged in his heart. He looked at young Master Yu Ji, hoping that he could stand up for him and get back at him. Nonsense. Brother Pai Luo is a mid-stage demon human. How could he not want his own leg? You clearly saw him talking to me, so you killed him. You've already taken my woman away. Do you really want to kill me? Yang Go suddenly looked at Ning Qi with grief and indignation. A trace of fierceness flashed in the depths of his eyes. Take a woman away? Chapter 2000. Forced marriage. Northman Lingqiu's expression became very ugly. Since when did she become Yang Go's woman? Yang Go's throwing caution to the wind. Dwayne and the others sighed inside. Wasn't he willing to reveal his humiliation in front of everyone so that young Master Yu Ji could stand up for him? Although he was only an honorary disciple, this still had to do with Davis's dignity. Young Master Yu Ji had no choice but to stand up for him today. Sure enough, just as everyone had guessed, young Master Yu Ji's expression changed slightly, and his smile gradually vanished. He glanced at Yang Go coldly before looking at Ning Qi in the end. Sir, did you really steal my junior brother's woman? Does your junior brother have a woman? Who is it? Why don't I know? Ning Qi said with a strange expression. Lingqiu was originally my fiancé. If it weren't for you, why would she have left me? Yang Go said furiously. Yang Go, don't you dare say that. What happened between us has nothing to do with young Master Beixian. Back then, you just watched as I was about to be killed by the demon. Yet you didn't turn back to save me. Now you're even accusing me? North Moon Lingqiu was utterly furious. How could there be such a shameless person in the world? Lingqiu, you've misunderstood. I came back to save you back then, Yungo said sorrowfully. How shameless! Duane and the others looked at one another and could not help but sigh inside. They were all present back then, so they obviously knew whether Yungo planned on saving North Moon Lingqiu or not. They never thought Yungo would actually distort the truth like this on the Sea Dragon today. No matter what, lady, you should return to being my junior brother's fiancé. After all, the Lucifer tribe cannot be humiliated. Young Master Yuji looked at North Moon Lingqiu with a smile. North Moon Muyang's expression changed, and he felt rather regretful. If he had known earlier, he would have chosen another ship back then. Now that young Master Yuji had brought up the Lucifer tribe, the matter was indeed rather difficult to handle. If North Moon Lingqiu became Yungo's fiancé again, let alone whether Yungo would treat her sincerely in the future, it would be a form of torture for her. Impossible. I won't become his fiancé again. A sliver of fear flashed through North Moon Lingqiu's eyes, and he took a step back. Seeing this, Yungo could not help but laugh madly inside. At this moment, Ning Qi took a slight step forward and blocked North Moon Lingqiu's way. Seeing this, North Moon Lingqiu looked at Ning Qi's sturdy back and was slightly touched. She really had not misjudged him. Even under these circumstances, young Master Beixian was still willing to stand up for her. Young Master Yuji, your Lucifer tribe is indeed strong, but it's not strong enough to the extent that you can decide someone's marriage at will, right? Who Miss Lingqiu wants to marry, that's her own business. What has it got to do with you? Ning Qi smiled. What does it have to do with you? Everyone looked at Ning Qi, dumbfounded. This guy actually dared to speak to Mr. Yuji like this? As for the demons from Yen Mountain City, they could not help but sigh in amazement inside. It was rumored that the young master of the North Mystic Demon King's estate had an extremely violent temper and would not give face to anyone. They had finally witnessed it today. Even if North Moon Chongxiu or North Moon Lingqiu's father came in person today, they would not be bold enough to speak to young Master Yuji like that, right? Ha ha ha. He was done for. He's dead for sure this time. Yongo laughed instead of becoming angry. He looked at Ning Qi with great joy inside, as if he was looking at a dead man. On the Sea Dragon, Ning Qi was alone and without help. Now that he had angered his first senior brother, only death awaited him. Even if Payne found out about this in the future, they still had Davis to support them. There was no need to fear Payne at all. Why does this guy's temper resemble Spider Pattern's so much? Fairy Baichong could not help but ask Divine Lord Huang Huang secretly, as expected of a senior sister and junior brother relationship. However, Spider Pattern has the strength to be arrogant, but what gives him the right? Just because he's Payne's direct disciple? He's fine with scaring regular demons. A sliver of disdain appeared in Divine Lord Huang Huang's eyes. Young Master North Mystic! Lan Rua let out a long sigh inside and took a step forward. He was already prepared to fight. Seeing that, North Moon Myung hesitated before taking a step forward in the end. The atmosphere immediately became rather tense, as if a great battle was about to break out. There's no need to discuss this anymore. You're an elder of the North Moon clan, North Moon Myung, right? Mr. Yu Ji glanced at Ning Qi indifferently, as if he did not take Ning Qi's words to heart. Afterwards, he looked at North Moon Myung. That's me. North Moon Myung nodded. He never thought Mr. Yuji would actually recognize him. By the looks of it, the disciplinary hall of the Lucifer tribe put quite a lot of effort into gathering information. Once we reach the ancestral Demon Mountains, this lady will marry my junior brother. Do you have any objections? Young Master Yuji looked at North Moon Myung and said indifferently, Young Master Yuji, the engagement between my young lady and young Master Yungo has already been cancelled. Why don't you wait for me to return and contact the patriarch so that he can make a decision?" North Moon Muyang smiled bitterly. "There's no need. My decision will be the same. It's decided. Once we reach the ancestral demon mountains, they'll get married. If your patriarch has any objections, he can come to the disciplinary hall of the Lucifer tribe to find me," young Master Yu Ji said indifferently. Young Master Yu Ji said faintly. Then he turned around and left. However, before he left, he suddenly stopped and glanced at Ning Qi. "No one will show you mercy in the Devil Race's Heaven's chosen battle because of your identity. If you want to participate in the battle, you have to think twice." With that, young Master Yu Ji left slowly as if he was very confident in his decision earlier. He did not believe the North Moon family could disobey him. He did not even have any intentions of asking North Moon Lingqiu, the person in question. "Lingqiu, when the time comes, I'll treat you well," Yongo said to North Moon Lingqiu secretly. His voice was extremely icy cold. Afterwards, he glanced at Ning Qi complacently before chasing after young Master Yu Ji. North Moon Lingqiu's expression became extremely ugly. She could not help but tremble. When she thought of the Lucifer tribe's tyranny, she believed she was doomed this time. "When you see Spider Pattern, tell her that I'll be waiting for her in the battle of demon prodigies." Fairy Bai Chong glanced past Ning Qi indifferently. Before Ning Qi could reply, she turned around and left. Arrogance without strength is foolishness. Divine Lord Huang Huang smiled indifferently. Not long after, the cabin quieted down. Many demons who had been saved by Ning Qi wanted to say something to comfort him, but they did not know what to say. They could only shut their mouths and sigh inwardly. In their opinion, Ning Qi, who had saved them from the nether snake, was easier to get along with than young Master Yu Ji and the others. "Elder Muyang, I'd rather die than marry that bastard Yongo," North Moon Lingqiu said sadly. "There's no need to panic, young lady. There's still room for negotiation." Mu Yang comforted her. "Don't worry, he can't marry you. I have people in the Lucifer tribe too." Chapter 2001. The bet? Young Master Baixian has people in the Lucifer tribe? North Moon Muyang was slightly surprised. He looked at Lan Rua as if he wanted to verify this. Lan Rua laughed dryly when she saw this. "Don't look at me. Young Master Baixian has indeed gone to the Lucifer Colossal City last time. I really don't know if there's anyone there, but perhaps he can find young Mistress Spidermark and get her to speak up for him. I'm sure young Master Solitary Silence will give her some face. Really?" A sliver of hope immediately surged through North Moon Lingqiu's eyes. "If we can really get young Mistress Spidermark to speak up for him, that's indeed a good idea," North Moon Muyang nodded. He was rather pessimistic inside, but he did not show it. He was afraid that North Moon Lingqiu would not be able to handle it and do something stupid. In the following days, basically all the demons knew that Ning Qi had some grievances with young Master Solitary Silence. They no longer dared to approach Ning Qi, afraid that they would be targeted by young Master Solitary Silence. Yongo, on the other hand, made many friends on the Sea Dragon. Every single one of them was a demonic human. He found his identity as Davis's nominal disciple to be super useful. In the past, those demonic humans might not have given him face. Although his father was a late demonic human, he was only a local tyrant. All those who could reach the demonic human realm had some sort of background. Compared to Yongo, who often swaggered through the streets on the Sea Dragon, Ning Qi's side was much more deserted. Even when they walked past the entrance of the cabin, many demons would maintain a certain distance. The nether snake did not appear again, and the Sea Dragon did not encounter any more strange beasts. After about 3 months, the speed of the Sea Dragon gradually slowed down. Many demons walked out of the cabin and onto the deck. Not far away, there was a huge port where many huge ships were docked, some of them even bigger than the Sea Dragon. Young Master Baixian We'll reach the ancestral Demon Mountains in around 10 days from here. Lan Ruo stood behind Ning Chi and whispered, "Yeah." Ning Chi nodded. Ning Chi's side was completely empty. No demons approached. On the other side, young Master Solitary Silence had gathered several thousand demons. These prodigies were all going to the ancestral Demon Mountains to participate in the Battle of Prodigies. There were also several tens of thousands of demons planning to watch the battle. They all had to disembark at this port. Without waiting for the sea dragon to reach the shore, young Master Yuji and the others had already soared into the sky and landed directly on the port. The rest of the devil race followed suit. Soon, the number of devil race on the deck was reduced by 30%. However, there were still tens of thousands of devil race left on the sea dragon. They still had to wait until the next destination before disembarking. After all the demons disembarked, the sea dragon did not stop for long before it left the port and continued its voyage. Young Master Yuji and the others did not leave. After Ning Chi and the others disembarked, they slowly walked over. North Moon Lingqiu was rather afraid, hiding behind Ning Chi. "We will reach the ancestral Demon Mountain Range in a few days. When the time comes, I will be the witness for my junior brother's wedding." Young Master Yu Ji smiled at North Moon Lingqiu before glancing at Ning Chi. When the demons nearby saw this, a hint of schadenfreude appeared in their eyes. Even Sir Payne's direct disciple would lose face if he offended young Master Yuji. "Thank you, senior brother." Yang Go cupped his hands respectfully. Young Master Yuji looked at him indifferently and did not say anything. How could he not know what Yang Go was thinking? If it wasn't for the fact that Ning Chi was an in-name disciple, young Master Yuji might not have offended the revered mountain demon kingpin. However, the key point was that he didn't have a good impression of Ning Chi. What he did this time could be considered as a small lesson. Do you think we'll get married just because you say so? If you can't get married, where will you put your face? Ning Chi smiled and said. Everyone was mildly surprised. Afterwards, they looked at Ning Chi rather pitifully. Even now, he still cared about his pride. With young Master Yuji's identity, and for the sake of his junior brother's marriage, would a mere North Moon clan of Yenshan City dare to turn him down? They probably wouldn't even dare to offend a regular Lucifer demon, right? Not to mention that young Master Yuji's master, Davis, was the second elder of the Lucifer tribe's disciplinary hall. It was very likely for him to enter the elder's cabinet in the future and become an existence that truly wielded great power in the Lucifer tribe. If I say they'll get married, then they'll definitely get married. If you don't believe me, let's make a bet. Young Master Yuji smiled indifferently. A bet? Sure. What are we betting on? Ning Chi smiled. How about this? If you lose, you'll become my disciple. What do you think? Young Master Yuji smiled indifferently. Yang Go was mildly surprised. His expression was rather ugly, but thinking about it, the corner of his lips curled up slightly. Clearly, his first senior brother did not actually want to take him as a disciple. He just wanted to humiliate him. Thinking up to there, Yang Go became rather eager. If Ning Chi really became a disciple of young Master Yuji, wouldn't that mean he would become his junior nephew? At that time, he. TSK tisk, that's a nice bet. Many demons praised inside. They thought very highly of young Master Yuji's bet. Young Master Bei Xian, don't bet. North Moon Lingqiu hurriedly transmitted his voice to Ning Chi. This bet could not be made. Oh, then if you lose, you'll become my disciple? That's not very nice. I personally don't like taking in disciples. How about this? If you lose, you'll... Ning Chi looked around and suddenly saw Dwayne. A faint smile appeared in his eyes, and he pointed at Dwayne. If you lose, you'll become his disciple. Dwayne looked at Ning Chi with a dumbfounded look on his face. Why did the fire suddenly spread to him? Dwayne hurriedly looked at young Master Yuji, wanting to explain. However, Young Master Yu merely glanced at him coldly, before looking at Ning Chi. "All right, it's a deal." With that, he turned around and left without giving Dwayne the opportunity to explain. Dwayne and the others stood in the distance, blankly. Only when young Master Yu had left did he look at Ning Chi with a bitter smile. "Young Master Beixian, why must you make things difficult for me?" Ping Tian and Kong Yen secretly rejoiced that they had not spoken too much to Ning Chi in the past. Dao and had clearly unintentionally offended Ning Chi, which was why he had ended up like this. Even if Ning Chi lost the bet, he would still be remembered by Mr. Yu. As for winning the bet, that was impossible. Make things difficult for you? You don't want a late human demon disciple I'm giving you? Ning Chi smiled and made his way towards the ancestral Demon Mountains. North Moon Muyang, North Moon Lingqiu, and Lan Ruo all had rather ugly expressions. But seeing how composed Ning Chi was, they could not say anything. All they could do was follow him quickly. "Dwayne, my condolences." Ping Tian and Kong Yen patted Dwayne's shoulder and comforted him. "Condolences, my ass. Condolences." Chapter 2002. Entering the ancestral Demon Mountain, Range A. Few days later, Ning Chi and the others saw more and more devils gathering from all directions. Some of these devils were just here to join in the fun, and some were here to participate in the devil race's chosen battle. Almost every 3 or 4 zhang apart, there would be a group of devils. It was conceivable that this devil race's chosen battle had attracted at least millions of devil geniuses. Many devils looked travel-worn, and it was possible that they had spent several years or even 10 years on the road. 10 days later, everyone could see an endless mountain range in front of them. The demonic chi inside seemed to be much more abundant than the outside world. From afar, they could see that the black demonic chi was like a landscape painting staining the sky. In this mountain range, there were many giant trees. Some were hundreds of feet tall, while the shorter ones were hundreds of feet tall. Compared to them, those trees that were more than 100 feet tall were like small saplings. Young Master Beixian, there are many demonic beasts in the ancestral Demon Mountain Range. Only a few of them have some intelligence. Most of them have no intelligence at all. As long as they are awake, they will keep eating. Therefore, they will not rest until they are dead. Among them, there are powerful demonic beasts whose cultivation is not weaker than the demonic full circle. I heard that some of them have already developed some intelligence. Even those at the Earth Demon stage do not dare to provoke them. Lan Ruo replied telepathically, "A monster comparable to the Earth Devil stage?" Ning Chi's eyes turned solemn. If he were to encounter such an existence, he probably wouldn't be able to escape, right? Setting the battlefield of the demon race's Heaven's Pride battle in the ancestral Demon Mountain Range meant that the experts of the 3 major tribes were already paying close attention to this place. When the time came, would they lend a hand? I reckon that only those with connections will be able to get help. As for the other demons, if they die, then so be it. No one will even give them a second glance. Ning Chi glanced at young Master Yu. Only existences like them were qualified to be saved by Earth Devil stage beings. As for the other devils, he believed that the 3 major tribes would not be so kind as to fight against Earth Devil stage beings for them. At this moment, a huge ship flew over from the horizon and landed in front of everyone. There was a demon standing at the front of the ship, looking down at everyone indifferently. When you arrive at the ancestral Demon Mountain Range, participants can enter on their own. Those who accompany them will board my giant warship and head directly to the battlefield of the demon race's prodigy battle. His voice was transmitted into the ears of every demon under the surging demonic chi. Lan Ruo, Elder Muyang, now that we're here, only Miss Lung Qiu and I can leave together. Ning Chi smiled. Young Master Beixian, I'll leave the young lady to you. A sliver of worry flashed through North Moon Muyang's eyes. Afterwards, he flew onto the huge ship with Lan Ruo. The other demon guards could only fly onto the ship as well. Let's go. Ningqi smiled at North Moon Lingqiu and led the way towards the ancestral demon mountain range. Young Master Yuji and the others were staring at them from nearby, as if they wanted to see if they would enter the ancestral demon mountain range or choose to flee. North Moon Lingqiu glanced at Yang Go and just happened to meet his cold gaze. He shuddered slightly and quickly caught up to Ningqi. When Yang Go saw this scene, the coldness in his eyes intensified. Senior brother, don't worry. Since you are my junior brother, I naturally can't get married like this. When we arrive at the battlefield of the demon clan's genius battle, I will find a few demons from the Lucifer tribe as witnesses. Young Master Yuji chuckled. Thank you, senior brother. A sliver of joy appeared in Yang Go's eyes. With that, even that old bastard North Moon Chongshu would not dare to say anything. Sai, Dwayne, and the others saw that Ningqi and the others had already entered the ancestral demon mountain range, so they set off as well. They chased after Ningqi. Yang Go was under young Master Yuji's protection, so there definitely would not be any danger along the way. However, they were different. Right now, all they could do was see whether Ningqi could help them out or not, because they were both from Yen Mountain City. As soon as they entered the ancestral demon mountain range, North Moon Lingqiu discovered that Ningqi had grabbed her arm. Before she could react, Ningqi had already shot off like a cannonball. Wind and demon qi gushed into Ningqi's mouth. Ningqi moved extremely quickly, so quickly that North Moon Lingqiu struggled to react. The surrounding scenery changed at a visible rate. Dwayne and the others gazed at the empty ancestral demon mountain range. They did not see Ningqi at all, so they immediately felt dejected. Several days later, Ningqi gradually slowed down. During this time, they encountered many demonic creatures that launched sneak attacks, but Ningqi killed them all with a single punch. A few of the demonic creatures were even at mid-demon human. North Moon Lingqiu saw how Ningqi dealt with them casually and never threw a second punch. She was shocked by Ningqi's strength once again. However, the deeper they went into the mountain range, the more Ningqi sensed how terrifying the ancestral demon mountain range was. He could already sense a few weak auras. They were equivalent to Zhu Feng 10,000 miles, and the others at the very least. These auras all seemed to be asleep, so Ningqi obviously would not wake them up. With his current strength, it would probably take him a lot of effort to suppress late human demons. Let's walk slowly. In the end, Ningqi completely slowed down. At this point, young Master Yuji and the others probably would not be able to catch up so quickly. Although he had always said that he would marry North Moon Lingqiu and Yang Go after they arrived at the battlefield of the Demon Prodigy battle, Ningqi could not help but be cautious about whether he would suddenly kill them in the ancestral demon mountain range. A few more days passed. When the two of them passed by a valley, over a dozen figures suddenly appeared in the surroundings, slowly surrounding them. It's two little guys who haven't even reached demon human. TSK, they're participating in the battle with that kind of strength? Looks like they come from an extraordinary background. This girl is quite pretty. I'll keep her. Don't fight with me over her. Boss, you can have the girl, but I'll have the boy. Haha. There was a roar of laughter. Afterwards, one of the demons glanced at Ningqi and North Moon Lingqiu with a chuckle. He said, "Little guys hand over all the demonic crystals, demonic artifacts, pills, and cultivation methods you've brought this time." North Moon Lingqiu looked at the group indifferently. He was not nervous at all, because the group's auras were only at early demon human. There was not even a single mid-demon human. The guy referred to as boss was probably at the peak of early demon human. His aura was the thickest, but compared to the demonic beings Ningqi had killed recently, this group's strength was nothing. She had heard long ago that many demons would hide in the ancestral demon mountain range during the demon prodigy battle. They were not there to participate in the battle, nor were they there to spectate. Instead, they were there to rob the passing demonic prodigies and set up various traps. It was very easy for the inexperienced prodigies to fall for the traps, losing everything in the end and having their corpses destroyed. Many prodigies would disappear like this every time the demon prodigy battle took place. But this time, the other party had jumped out directly. Clearly, they saw that their cultivation was too low, so they did not want to trigger the traps they had set up before. Demonic crystals, demonic artifacts, pills, cultivation methods, clothes. Hand them all over, and I'll let you die a quick death. Chapter 2003. Killing by throwing stones. What did he say? He wants us to hand over demonic crystals and pills? Ha ha ha. Little guy, are you crazy? A devil stepped forward and slapped Ning Chi's head. Ning Chi smiled and reached out to grab the devil's hand. With a light twist, the devil's arm suddenly made a cracking sound. The devil's arm, which had been tempered by devil chi for countless years, was twisted like a fried dough twist. Ning Chi smiled, stretched out his hand, and with a shake of his hand, the devil was suddenly lifted high into the air by Ning Chi and smashed into the ground with a bang. Blood continuously flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his body twitched a few times. It looked like he was about to die. Walala! The group of demon bandits retreated a few steps when they saw this. They looked at Ning Chi in disbelief with a hint of fear on their faces. Seventh brother? The leader of the bandits called out tentatively. However, seventh brother no longer had the strength to answer him. He desperately tried to open his eyes. Puff! Ning Chi stepped on the demon lightly, and he died completely. May I know who you are? Seeing their companion die, the group of demons looked at Ning Chi with a trace of fear in their eyes. The leader was unable to advance or retreat. A trace of anger flashed in his eyes as he growled. Do you need to see who you're robbing? Is there any use asking me who I am? Ning Chi said with a faint smile. He's indeed a genius who came to participate in the war. He must have an amazing demonic weapon to be able to kill an early-stage human demon. Let's work together to suppress him. Don't let seventh brother die in vain. The leader of the bandits roared. His subordinates came to a sudden realization. A trace of greed appeared in their eyes. Then they all attacked Ning Chi together. Bang, bang, bang. Ning Chi punched one demon at a time. The demons who were punched stiffened as if they were electrocuted. They lay on the ground stiffly. Soon, only one of the dozen demons was left standing. He looked around in fear and found that their leader was not here. Where was their leader? The demon turned his head and saw a black dot in his vision. From the movement of that figure, it was undoubtedly their leader. Our leader ran away alone. That devil looked at this scene dumbfounded. He still couldn't believe it. He was the one who wanted everyone to attack together, so why did he run away alone? Your boss ran away. Ning Chi walked to the side of the devil and stood shoulder to shoulder. Looking at the black dot in the distance, the devil trembled in fear. Trembling, he wanted to say something, but found that there was a stone in Ning Chi's hand. Rocks? What does he want to do? Is he going to use this stone to kill me? A pleading expression appeared on the devil's face. Young master, I-hoo! Swoosh! Ning Chi had already thrown the stone. It was so fast that it almost tore through the void. Then that devil saw his boss, who had already become a black, suddenly fly up and then heavily fall to the ground. There was no reaction for a long time. He was either dead or had fainted from his injuries. He had used a stone to smash his boss to the point that he was either dead or seriously injured. The fear on the face of the devil became more and more intense. What kind of abnormal person was this in front of him? He was clearly not even in the human devil stage, but his means were so terrifying. Young master, I was wrong. I shouldn't have done such a despicable thing here. If you let me live, I am willing to give everything to you. That devil knelt on the ground with a thud. Go and take all the magic crystals from their bodies. Also, bring your boss's body here. Ning Chi said lightly. Hearing this, the devil showed a trace of surprise in his eyes. Since Ning Chi said so, it was very likely that he would be spared this time. Immediately, he began to search every corpse. When he ran in the direction of his boss's body, a trace of hesitation appeared in his heart. Should I just run away like this? He subconsciously looked back and found that Ning Chi was throwing a stone up and down in his right hand. He was so scared that he almost staggered. In the end, he obediently moved the body of the robber boss over. There was a bull-sized wound on the back of his head, and the brain inside had been smashed into mush. He could not be more dead than he was. Just these few magic crystals. Ning Chi looked at the more than 200 mid-grade magic crystals in his hand and showed a trace of disappointment in his eyes. That devil was shocked. He thought that Ning Chi suspected that he had hidden some magic crystals. He quickly emptied his body to show his innocence. All right, remember, don't do such despicable things in the future. Today I will let you go. Ning Chi waved his hand lightly. Thank you, young master, thank you. I will never do such things again. That devil was so touched that he almost burst into tears. Today was really a close call. Tens of thousands of years of hard work was almost destroyed. He decided that from now on, he would never rob anyone again. The risk was too great. Although money could come quickly sometimes, if he met an iron plate, he could end up like his companions. Tens of thousands of years of hard work, but all he got in return was their corpses in the wilderness. It was truly a desolate scene. In the depths of the ancestral Demon Mountain range, there was a huge city. This huge city had only recently been established. To be able to establish such a city in such a dangerous place was extremely difficult. However, there were no reports of any casualties this time. At most, some of the demons in the periphery were silently taken away by demonic beasts. As for those powerful demonic beasts, not a single one of them showed themselves. Although they did not have intelligence, they knew to seek luck and avoid danger. The three major tribes had joined forces with several top cities to establish the battlefield for the demon race's Heaven's Pride Battle. Which demonic beast would dare to come out and die? Many of the demon race's geniuses who had set off earlier had already appeared in this huge city. Because the demon race's Heaven's Pride Battle had not started, they were either looking for a place to cultivate in seclusion or strolling around the city's market, buying and exchanging cultivation resources. Every devil walking on the road had a trace of arrogance on their faces. In the center of this huge city, there was a building. The demons passing by looked at this building with a hint of respect in their eyes. This was because the devils who lived in this building were from the three major tribes and other top cities. Being able to live in this building was a symbol of status. At the city gate, Yang Go followed closely behind young Master Yuji. He looked around as if he was searching for Ning Chi and North Moon Lingqiu. He basically did not come across any danger on this trip to the ancestral Demon Mountain Range. The demonic beasts he encountered along the way were basically dealt with easily by young Master Yuji, Fairy Bai Chong, and Divine Lord Huang Huang. Yang Go did not even have the chance to attack before he arrived at the battlefield of the demon race's Heaven's Pride Battle safely. There! Chapter 2004. Arriving, Ning Chi and North Moon Lingqiu walked over slowly. The two of them had already noticed young Master Yuji, Yang Go, and the others. North Moon Lingqiu seemed rather frightened and hesitated to speak. She really wanted to know just how confident Ning Chi was. Young Master Yuji and the others studied Ning Chi indifferently, and a sliver of surprise flashed through their eyes, as Ning Chi and North Moon Lingqiu seemed far too clean. Apart from their group, the other demons nearby all seemed rather haggard. After all, the ancestral demon mountains were filled with danger. It was very easy for them to come across demons that were difficult to deal with, so they were all more or less injured. Young Miss, North Moon Muyang, and Lan Ro both rushed over from the city gates. Seeing how North Moon Lingqiu and Ning Chi had arrived safely, The two of them let out a long sigh of relief inside. Let's go. It's time for your wedding to begin. Young Master Yu Ji smiled faintly. Afterwards, several demons stepped forward and surrounded Ning Qi and the others. Young Master Bei Xian, North Moon Lingqiu looked at Ning Qi. Let's go. I've said it before. You can't get married. Ning Qi smiled. Young Master Yu Ji smiled faintly. He did not say anything, but everyone could sense that his laughter was filled with endless mockery. You damn thing. You'll know how powerful you are soon. You can't get married? Humph. Yang Go stared at the two of them coldly. He was already imagining how he would trample on North Moon Lingqiu after they were married. Women who betrayed him did not deserve a good outcome. North Moon Miang wanted to say something, but when he saw how indifferent Ning Qi was, he could only exchange glances with Lan Ruo. Together with Ning Qi, they made their way into the huge city under the many enthusiastic demons' encirclement. That's young Master Yu Ji. There's Fairy Bai Chong and Divine Lord Huang Huang too. More and more true prodigies have arrived. Looks like the demon prodigy battle this time will be extraordinarily fascinating. Along the way, when the demons nearby saw young Master Yu Ji and the others, they all had different expressions. Some were in awe, some were envious, and some were jealous. Many of the demonic geniuses had a hint of fighting spirit in their eyes. These geniuses were basically from tribes that were not too powerful. Relying on their talents and countless cultivation resources, they had reached the late stage of the demonic human demon realm. However, compared to young Master Yu Ji and the others, whether it was in terms of status or cultivation, they were a notch lower. Now, the demonic geniuses' battle was a good opportunity for them to make a name for themselves. As long as they displayed their strengths, they believed that they would be able to obtain a satisfactory master in this geniuses tournament. Their future path would be much easier. Isn't that our fourth junior brother? Standing at the corner of the street, Wan Li and Zhu Feng gawked at Ning Qi, young Master Yu Ji, and the others walking into the building that only the demon clan members in the top cities of the three tribes could live in. The two of them were relatively ordinary demonic geniuses. Although Pain was at the early stage of the Earth demon realm, which was already considered an extremely powerful backer in the eyes of many demons, compared to the three tribes and the top cities, he was still a far cry. And under these powers, there were still many tribes and powers that were much stronger than the Devil King's manor. They had perfect inheritances, and there were old ancestors who had lived for countless years. And in the Devil King's manor, the strongest was only Pain. Why is fourth junior brother with young Master Yu Ji and the others? Zhu Feng frowned. When he saw that even Ning Qi was allowed to enter the building, but he and Wan Li were not, he felt very upset. I don't know, but I think he might not have a choice. Wan Li smiled. What do you mean? Zhu Feng's eyes flickered slightly. Didn't you notice that those demons in the middle stage of the human demon realm seemed to be afraid that fourth junior brother would escape? So they blocked his path of action from all angles? Wan Li smiled. When Zhu Feng heard that, the scene from before immediately surfaced in his mind. Afterwards, a faint smile appeared on his face. It was just as Wan Li had said. His fourth junior brother did seem like he was being held hostage. Then what about us? Zhu Feng looked at Wan Li. Let's pretend we didn't see anything. Wan Li patted Zhu Feng's shoulder. The Demon King's mansion shouldn't have a fourth junior brother in the first place. If he really did offend Yu Ji and the others this time, then so be it. Zhu Feng smiled when he heard that. Senior brother Yu Ji. As soon as they entered the building, many demons greeted Yu Ji. These demons were all prodigies of the Lucifer tribe. Seeing that he was the direct disciple of the second elder of the disciplinary hall, they were obviously more enthusiastic. From this, it could be seen that Davis had a rather high status in the Lucifer tribe. Seeing this, Yongo felt even more delighted. It was indeed the right decision to become Davis's disciple. Thinking up to there, He could not help but sneer and look at North Moon Lingqiu and Ning Qi. Hearing Yang Go's sneer, North Moon Lingqiu could not help but shudder. First senior brother, you finally arrived. Suddenly, a group of demons walked over from the opposite side. Among them, there was no lack of late-stage demons. The weakest was also at the middle stage. Yang Go subconsciously straightened his back. These demons must be the personal disciples under Davis. Where's Master? Has he returned? Young Master Yuji smiled. Master hasn't returned yet. Oh, that's fine. Let me introduce you. This is Master's newly accepted disciple, Yang Go. Young Master Yuji pointed at Yang Go. Yang Go hurriedly bowed. I'm Yang Go. Greetings, senior brothers and sisters. Disciple? Oh. The group of demons glanced at Yang Go indifferently. They seemed rather cold. Yang Go was slightly unhappy when he saw this, but he still forced a smile on his face. He dared not show it. There's still a few more years before the demon prodigy battle starts, right? Junior brother Yang Go's fiancée is here today as well. I plan on being her witness. Junior brothers and sisters, please do me a favor and invite a few elders over to be witnesses. Let's hold it in the reception hall of our Lucifer tribe. If you have any good friends, please invite them over. Let's have some fun together. Young Master Yuji smiled. Oh, all right, that's a good idea. I'll go invite the elders. One of the demons laughed aloud and turned around to leave. Seeing this, the other demons all expressed that they would invite a few good friends over as well. At the same time, they felt rather curious. How could a mere disciple earn so much attention from their first senior brother? North Moon Muyang and North Moon Lingqiu's faces immediately darkened. Lan Ruo subconsciously glanced at Ning Qi and discovered that the young master of the North Mystic sect was still very calm. He could not help but feel a sliver of admiration. If he were in their shoes, he probably would have lost his composure a long time ago. Shall we go? Young Master Yuji looked at Ning Qi with a sliver of mockery. In his eyes, he had already won the bet this time. Young Master North Mystic, don't worry, you won't get married. Chapter 2005. What a coincidence! Perhaps because Ning Qi had angered Yuji, the news did not just spread through the three great tribes and the peak cities. Even many prodigies of the demon race outside received invitations to attend Yang Go and North Moon Lingqiu's wedding. I see. Wan Li and Zhu Feng looked at the invitations in their hands and finally came to a realization. Senior brother, are we going or not? Zhu Feng smiled. Of course we're going. I heard that the little girl from the North Moon family likes our fourth junior brother. This time, fourth junior brother definitely won't just watch her marry Yang Go so easily. TSK, the Yang family sure is generous. Who knows how much they've paid to become Elder Davis's honorary disciple? No matter what, there'll be a good show to watch this time. Wanli smiled. But if fourth junior brother becomes impulsive and offends the Lucifer tribe, isn't it a little inappropriate for us to be present? Zhu Feng was rather hesitant. Would he dare? Wanli sneered. What a coward. If you're not going, I'll go myself. With that, he directly made his way towards the building. Seeing that, Zhu Feng frowned before quickly following him. The reception hall. This was a colossal hall. Even if 5,000 or 6,000 people stood in it, it would not seem crowded. The various demons had arrived one after another, and there were already 2,000 or 3,000 people. Yang Go constantly stared at North Moon Lingqiu coldly. He did not disguise the threat in his eyes at all. At the same time, his gaze towards Ning Qi was filled with killing intent. His identity was completely different now. So what if Ning Qi was Pain's disciple? Even Pain was not bold enough to provoke the Lucifer tribe. In the immortal prisons, 3 great tribes and 4 great cities, apart from the Lucifer tribe, the Qiyu tribe and the Xingtian tribe also had quite a number of demons. There was no lack of late-stage demons among them, and their statuses were similar to young Master Yuji and the others, although they were not the most powerful demons in their tribes. They were at the peak of the middle ranks. Their masters were the various great elders of their tribes. Wan Li and young Master Zhu Feng have come as well. Lan Rua noticed the two of them as soon as they entered the hall and contacted Ning Qi secretly. Ning Qi glanced at the two of them and found that they were looking at him with a smile that was not a smile. They then found a seat in an inconspicuous corner and sat down. Obviously, they did not intend to get involved in this matter and were here to watch the fun and see the joke. Ignore them. Ning Qi faintly transmitted his voice. Not long after, a demon suddenly walked in with a group of people with ugly expressions. This group of people had very low cultivation levels. Compared to the demons present, there was a huge gap. They looked battered and battered. They should have just come out of the ancestral demon mountain range. Senior brother, I've brought the person you wanted. Yes. Young Master Yuji nodded indifferently. He glanced at Dao En and the rest and said with a faint smile, "Find your own seats." Yes, yes. Dwayne and the others hurriedly cupped their hands, then looked around the hall with bitter expressions. They could only find a suitable seat in the corner closest to the door and sit down. It's over. Young Master Yuji really hates me. It's all that guy's fault. Damn it. Dwayne looked at Ning Qi angrily, but he found that Ning Qi was calm and collected, as if he would definitely win the next bet. This discovery made Dwayne feel a little shocked. Before Dwayne could think about it, another group of demons arrived. Yuji, it's your junior brother who's getting married? Congratulations, congratulations. Young Master Shui is too polite. You're giving me face by coming today. Please take a seat. When everyone saw young Master Chiyu, many demons revealed a trace of surprise. They did not expect the direct bloodline of the Chiyu tribe's Deacon's Hall Grand Elder to come. Not only that, there was also a young demon with a cold expression and slightly black lips standing beside young Master Chiyu. He was rather famous in the three major tribes. He was the personal disciple of the Xingtian tribe's Law Enforcement Hall Grand Elder, Xing Tianhao. In terms of status, he was even higher than Yuji. The demons of these two tribes basically followed the two of them here. After the two of them sat down, Yuji glanced around the hall. Almost everyone had arrived. Next, they only needed to wait for the few elders of the Lucifer tribe to come out and be witnesses. Then they could start the wedding. There were no other rules for a demon's wedding. As long as the demons who came had enough weight, the wedding would be of a high standard. The Yang family's descendants were a little excited. They did not expect their young master to receive such a high standard wedding. Many demons from the three major tribes and 4 major cities had come. If it was before, they would not even dare to think about it. They felt that Yang Demon's decision this time was very correct. Although the Yang family had paid a huge price and their cultivation resources would be much lesser for a long time in the future, they were still a little dissatisfied at the beginning. Now that they saw everything, the trace of dissatisfaction had already vanished. After today, who in Yen Mountain City would dare to offend the Yang family? Yang Ingwei had a smile on his face, but his heart was extremely painful. In the depths of his eyes, there was a trace of deep jealousy. How good would it be if he was the main character today? Not long after, a figure surrounded by a few demons walked into the hall. When everyone saw that figure, a trace of surprise flashed across their faces. The left and right enforcers of the Lucifer tribe's Saint Lady Temple. Yuji actually managed to invite the left and right enforcers of the Saint Lady Temple. This is quite the big deal. It's probably because of his master. After all, Lord Davis is the second elder of the Law Enforcement Hall. He still has a certain amount of face in the Lucifer tribe. The left and right enforcers of the Saint Lady Temple often followed the saint on trips, so the demons here could basically recognize them. At this moment, even Fairy Baichong, Lord God Huang Huang, and the others showed a trace of surprise in their eyes. Qi, you little blood. Xing Tianhao's eyes narrowed slightly, and a trace of fear flashed across his eyes. The cultivation of the left and right enforcers of the Saint Lady Temple was similar to theirs. They were both in the late stage of human demons. Moreover, they were quite famous among the elites. Ordinary elites were not qualified to serve as the left and right enforcers. Today, Yu Ji was able to invite enforcer. This already showed that his face in the Lucifer tribe was definitely big enough. Senior brother, the elders are not free, so I can invite them. However, this right enforcer has some relationship with me. I invited him for you. Is it okay? The demon who invited the left protector of the Saint Lady Temple asked. Fifth junior brother, you have done well today. A trace of joy flashed in Yu Ji's eyes. The elders they could invite were nothing more than those who had reached the peak of human demons and had no possibility of advancing to the earth demon stage. Their status was far inferior to that of the left and right enforcers of the Saint Lady Temple. Originally, he only planned to teach Ningqi a lesson, but he did not expect to have such a surprise today. He believed that it would not be long before his name would rise to the next level through the propaganda of the demons present. Thinking of this, Yu Ji greeted them with enthusiasm. Yang Go was trembling with excitement. What a coincidence! There is no need to trouble yourself anymore. Chapter 2006. Isn't this a great honor? Brother Zhaoqing, your presence here truly brings light to our humble dwelling. Yu Ji went up and clasped his hands. Zhao Qing nodded indifferently. He had only come for the sake of his distant relative. The saintess happened to be in secluded cultivation too, so he had nothing better to do. Qiyu, Xing Tianhao, and the others all stood up and greeted Zhao Qing. Zhao Qing did not just have one identity. Apart from being a protector of the Saintess Hall, his bloodline was also linked to a certain elder of the Lucifer tribe's pavilion of elders. Coupled with the fact that he was a prodigy himself, there were obviously many demons who wanted to use this opportunity to befriend him. A protector of the Saintess Hall as a witness, North Moon Miang glanced at North Moon Lingqiu subconsciously. He discovered that her face was already filled with despair. His heart jerked violently, and he said to Ningqi secretly, Young Master Beixian, can you ask young Master Spider Pattern to come forward? I don't know where Senior Sister Spider Pattern is either. Ningqi replied with a smile. This, North Moon Muyang felt regret inside. If he had known this earlier, he would have done everything he could to send the news to Yen Mountain City so that North Moon Chongshu could hurry over and deal with this. He's going to get married? Your junior brother? Zhao Qing looked at Yang Go indifferently. Yang Go was overjoyed. He knew that this person's status was even higher than Yu Ji's. I am Yang Go of Yen Mountain City. Greetings, senior brother Zhao Qing. The elders and descendants of the Yang family who had come this time were in high spirits. They ravished with joy inside. With a protector of the Saintess Hall as a witness, they believed that the other 6 clans would definitely be shocked out of their wits once the news reached Yen Mountain City. When they thought of that, they were overwhelmed with excitement. They could not help but tremble. Where's the girl? Which clan is she from? Zhao Qing smiled. That's her, the young lady of the North Moon clan of Yen Mountain City, North Moon Lingqiu. Young Master Yu Ji pointed at North Moon Lingqiu with a smile. Zhao Qing glanced at North Moon Lingqiu and thought to himself that she was indeed beautiful. Afterwards, his gaze landed on a figure beside North Moon Lingqiu, and he was immediately stunned. Then, the 2 of you can start getting married. Young Master Yu Ji laughed faintly and glanced at Ning Qi mockingly. You have already lost the bet. Why don't you become my disciple before my junior brother gets married? Bet. Wan Li and Zhu Feng stared at Ning Qi, dumbfounded. Their 4th junior brother had a bet with young Master Yu Ji? Moreover, It seemed that the stakes were not small. If he lost, he would have to become young Master Yuji's disciple? Wouldn't that be equivalent to betraying the Demon King's mansion? Interesting. Wan Li revealed a faint smile. A hint of a smile flashed in Zhu Feng's eyes. As expected, I still lost. It's a pity that I was implicated by him this time. Mr. Yuji will definitely bear a grudge against me. Duane's face was pale. A hint of pity appeared in the eyes of Ping Tian, Kong Yan, and the rest. If Ning Qi became Mr. Yuji's disciple, his future would probably be extremely miserable. They could already imagine that scene. A sliver of despair appeared in North Moon Lingqiu's eyes. He transmitted his voice to Ning Qi. Young Master Beixian, this time, I've dragged you into this. I've said it before. You can't get married. Don't you trust me? Ning Qi chuckled. His voice spread throughout the hall with the surging demonic qi. How dare you? Young Master Yuji's junior brothers and sisters immediately yelled. Only then did the demons present notice Ning Qi's existence. Their expressions were rather strange. A guy who had not even reached the human demon stage actually dared to say something like that? Did he not want to live anymore? Isn't our fourth junior brother a little too bold? Wan Li and Zhu Feng looked at each other. Are you still unwilling to admit it even now? Young Master Yuji looked at Ning Qi indifferently. Eldest senior brother, this kid wishes for nothing more than to tear me into pieces. I hope senior brother can seek justice for junior brother. Yang Go cupped his hands angrily. Ning Qi smiled and ignored the two of them. Instead, he looked at Zhao Shu. Is the saintess here? Zhao Shu immediately reacted. He looked at Ning Qi with a complicated expression and cupped his hands. The saintess is in seclusion. This scene caused everyone to be a little stunned. Young Master Yuji looked at Zhao Shu in disbelief. When he went up to greet him earlier, Zhao Shu did not even clasp his hands. Yet Zhao Shu was clasping his hands at a mere direct disciple of the Demon King's estate in Yen Mountain City. Do they know each other? What's going on? Yang Go stared at Zhao Ming and Ning Qi dumbfoundedly. Suddenly, an ill omen rose up in his heart. As for North Moon Lingqiu and the others, after recovering from their daze, they looked at Ning Qi in utter shock. Was Ning Qi's acquaintance Zhao Ming? If that was the case, there was indeed room for negotiation today. North Moon Miang could not help but show a sliver of excitement in his eyes. He sighed inside. Young Master Beixian really didn't lie to me. Fairy Bai Chong, Divine Lord Huang Huang, Chiyu Shui Xiao, Xing Tianhao, and the others all had strange expressions. Clearly, they could tell from what they had just said that Ning Qi and young Master Yuji were not on good terms. He did not approve of the marriage, and now that he knew Zhao Shu, it was very likely that the marriage would fall through. Fourth junior brother, since when do you know someone like that? Wan Li and Zhu Feng were in disbelief. Even they could not speak to Zhao Shu Daoen, who had already fallen into deep despair and annoyance. Suddenly raised his head and looked at this scene in disbelief. At this moment, the prodigies of the demon race who came from Yen Shan City beside him were also somewhat dumbfounded by this scene. Brother Zhao Shu, you and this kid, young Master Yuji's expression became rather ugly. Brother Zhao Shu, please make a trip. How can we not invite the saintess to attend the wedding today? Ning Qi smiled. Hiss! All the demons gasped in their hearts. Young Master Yuji turned around abruptly and stared at Ning Qi. What is he saying? Invite the saintess to attend? Even if the elder cabinet made an appearance, it would not be so easy to invite her. The status of the saintess temple in the Lucifer tribe was second only to the elder cabinet, and the saintess was the supreme ruler of the saintess temple. Just when everyone was unwilling to believe this fact, Zhao Shu hesitated for a moment. The saintess is in seclusion. I don't know if she will come, but I can send a message for you. Young Master Beixian, please wait for a moment. After saying that, he turned around and left in a hurry, forming a sharp contrast with the scene of him walking over slowly. After Zhao Shu left, the atmosphere in the hall became a little tense. All the demons were silent and looked at each other. Fairy Bai Chong looked at Ning Qi with an extra glimmer in her eyes. Come. Ning Qi waved at Dao En. Dao En, who was immersed in shock, subconsciously walked in front of Ning Qi. Ning Qi looked at young Master Yu Ji and said with a faint smile, "During the apprenticeship ceremony later, the Saintess will be your witness. Isn't this a big deal?" Young Master Yu Ji's face instantly turned pale, but he reacted quickly and spat out a few words. "You're just bluffing." Chapter 2007. You, take me as your master. As time passed, the atmosphere in the hall became more and more tense, especially the elders and disciples of the Yang family. A trace of fear welled up in their hearts, and they exchanged glances in private. If Ning Qi really knew the Saintess of the Saint Lady Temple, what should they do? He's just buying time. The Saintess will never be there. Yang Go clenched his fists tightly and encouraged himself in his heart. He didn't believe that Ning Qi could really invite the Saintess over. She was just a personal disciple of the Zun Shan Demon King. How could she have such a big face? Not only did he not believe it, but young Master Yu Ji and his junior brothers and sisters also did not believe it. They knew the status of the Saint Lady Temple in the Lucifer tribe. Usually, even if the elders of the Elder Cabinet came forward to invite the Saint Lady, they would not be able to invite her. Only the great elder of the Elder Cabinet had this kind of honor. Do you think this kid is deliberately mystifying things? Chiyu Blood Prince looked at Xing Tianhao and transmitted his voice. Xing Tianhao looked at Ning Qi, and his eyes moved slightly. He said, "It doesn't seem like it. He is so calm, so he must be confident. If this child can really invite the holy maiden of the Lucifer tribe to come, we can make friends with him in the future." Chiyu narrowed his eyes. "Senior brother, what do you think fourth junior brother is planning? If the Saintess doesn't arrive, won't Yu Ji tear him apart?" Zhu Feng transmitted his voice. "He won't go as far as tearing him apart. Just based on the fact that he knows him, Yu Ji will have to give him some face." Wan Li shook his head slightly. Compared to everyone else's disbelief, North Moon Muon and the others were filled with anticipation, especially the dumbfounded Duane. He did not know why he had walked over to Ning Qi's side just now, and he had already begun to regret his decision. Now that he was in a difficult position, if Ning Qi could not invite the Saintess here, he could not imagine what would happen to him. Thinking of this, Duane subconsciously glanced at Yu Ji, only to find that Yu Ji happened to be looking at him coldly. Very quickly an hour passed. Not only did the Holy Maiden not come, even Xiao Chen's figure was nowhere to be seen. The atmosphere gradually relaxed, and a smile appeared on Yu Ji's face. Ha ha ha! He is indeed deliberately mystifying things. Yang Go let out a long sigh of relief as he laughed madly inside. The people of the Yang family were no longer as nervous as before. "I think it's getting late. Let's go through the ceremony." Young Master Yu Ji smiled faintly and walked straight to the main seat. "Cold autumn," Yongo smiled and looked at North Moon Lingqiu. At this moment, the demons sitting outside the door gasped. Even Mr. Yu Ji, who was sitting in the main seat, couldn't help but stand up and stare at the entrance of the hall with his mouth agape. Yang Go stared blankly at Mr. Yu Ji, then turned around stiffly. He saw Qing Ming following behind a woman with a respectful expression as they entered the hall. That woman was graceful and noble, and her body exuded a faint aura of an earth devil. The moment they entered the hall, a devil stood up and bowed. Seeing this scene, Yango's body could not help but start to tremble. "Greetings, Saintess!" The demons of the Lucifer tribe saluted one after another. They lowered their heads and looked shocked. They couldn't believe that they could see their Saintess here. "Sure enough, she's the Saintess of the Lucifer tribe." Chiyu and Xing Tianhao exchanged glances, then stood up and bowed. Wan Li and Zhu Feng's hearts seemed to churn as they looked at Ning Qi in shock. He really knows the Saintess? Dwayne looked at Ning Chi in disbelief. Afterwards, he was overjoyed. At the very least, he could escape today. Although North Moon Muyang, North Moon Lingqiu, and Lanrua already believed that Ning Chi knew the Saintess, they still found it hard to believe that the Saintess was actually here. Saintess, you, Mr. Yuji, walked over to Jian Shilai in a few steps. As he bowed, he glanced at Ning Chi from the corner of his eyes. Only he knew the shock he felt. Jian Shilai nodded indifferently, then looked at Ning Chi. The corner of his lips curled up slightly. Beixian, I heard that someone is getting married here? When the demons heard Jian Shilai's way of addressing Ning Chi and the hint of a smile on his lips, their gazes towards Ning Chi immediately underwent a huge change. This guy didn't just know the Saintess. From the looks of it, they seemed to be very close. Yang Go's body trembled even more, while Mr. Yuji's expression became even uglier. It's not that someone is getting married, but Mr. Yuji is using his status to force a marriage. Please seek justice for me, Saintess. Ning Chi smiled. Thump. The demons looked up, only to see Yang Go kneeling on the ground in fear. A hint of disdain flashed through the eyes of the demons. With such courage, he still wanted to force a marriage? Saintess, there's a misunderstanding. Mr. Yuji forced a smile and was about to forcefully explain, but Ning Chi interrupted him rudely. Misunderstanding my ass. With so many people watching, how can it be a misunderstanding? I have both witnesses and material evidence here. You're forcing a marriage. Ning Chi smiled. Yuji, is there such a thing? Jian Shilai looked at Mr. Yuji. No. As soon as Mr. Yuji spoke, he looked at Jian Shilai in horror. He was unwilling to believe that the Saintess would not even give him a chance to explain. Boom! Jian Shilai gently put down his palm. Mr. Yuji was already kneeling side by side like Yang Go. There were several chains condensed from demonic qi on his body. My Lucifer tribe, as one of the 3 major tribes, is extremely arrogant. How could you do such a despicable thing like forcing a marriage? Jian Shilai said coldly. The killing intent in his eyes was extremely strong, as though he was going to kill Mr. Yuji at any moment. The demons were dumbfounded. When they looked at Ning Chi again, there was a hint of fear in their eyes. This guy had such a good relationship with the Saintess. No matter what, Mr. Yuji was the eldest direct disciple of the second elder of the Law Enforcement Hall, Davis. He didn't even have the right to explain and was suppressed just like that. Yuji wanted to explain a little more, but when he noticed the strong killing intent in Jian Shilai's eyes, he immediately shut his mouth. Mr. Yuji, since this marriage can't be carried out, shouldn't you fulfill the bet between us? Since the Saintess is here, let's be a witness. Hurry up and acknowledge Brother Dao En as your master. Ning Chi said with a smile. He put his hand on Dao En and pushed him in front of Yuji. Bet. A trace of doubt flashed in Jian Shilai's eyes. Ning Chi smiled and explained the bet between him and Mr. Yuji. Then, the expressions of all the demons in the hall became extremely strange. Oh, since that's the case, you must accept your loss. Don't embarrass my Lucifer tribe. Chapter 2008. He who does not know is not guilty. Master. Young Master Yuji's face was ashen. Young Master Yuji's face was ashen. His junior brothers and sisters looked at this scene anxiously. However, Jian Shilai's status was too high and his cultivation was extremely powerful. Their master was not around at the moment, so they were at a loss and did not know what to do. Yuji, do you want so many people to see that the demon clan of the Lucifer tribe goes back on their words and goes back on their words? Jian Shilai said faintly. She wants to kill me. Yuji's eyes were filled with extreme fear. His body shivered. Then he turned his head with difficulty and looked at the dumbfounded Dao En. Master, please accept a bow from your disciple. Yuji lowered his head, clenched his fists, and said while gritting his teeth, No, I don't dare. Dao En waved his hands repeatedly and looked at Ning Chi in horror. He was about to cry, "Senior brother." When Yu Ji's junior brothers and sisters saw this scene, many of them had tears in their eyes. This sentence meant that he had voluntarily betrayed the sect. From now on, he would no longer be Davis's personal disciple. Fairy Bai Chong, Lord God Huang Huang, and the others glanced at Ning Chi from the corner of their eyes. When they thought of the scene when Ning Chi and Yu Ji made a bet, they suddenly realized that this guy had already been digging a hole for Yu Ji to jump into. Lord God Huang Huang's face was not very good. When they were on the sea dragon, he had mocked him and said that he was arrogant. Now he had slapped his face, with the saintess of the Saint Lady Temple backing him up. How could he not be arrogant? Good. The apprenticeship is over. Dao En, from now on, young Master Yu Ji will be your disciple. You have to bring him back to Yen Mountain City and keep a close watch on him. Don't let him go out and cause trouble. Ning Chi patted Dao En's shoulder. Young Master Bai Xian, please let me go. Dao En wanted to bang his head against the wall. What? Do you think his cultivation is not high enough? I see that his bones are amazing. He can still become a human demon in the future. Or are you afraid that you can't suppress him if he causes trouble in Yen Mountain City? Don't worry, the saintess will support you. Ning Chi smiled. Not bad. Jian Shilai nodded indifferently and glanced sideways at Yu Ji. Since you've said it, you must be his disciple in the future. If you do anything disobedient, I won't forgive you. I understand. Yu Ji spoke in a low voice. After he finished speaking, he seemed to have lost all his strength and collapsed to the ground. In the next moment, he abruptly raised his head and stared at Ning Chi. His eyes were filled with boundless hatred. It was this fellow who caused him to end up like this. He was originally a personal disciple of Davis. Didn't he have boundless glory wherever he went? But after today, such days would be far behind him. Perhaps his good friends would also avoid him like the plague. After all, he had offended the Saint Lady of the Saint Lady Temple. Yongo wished he could faint on the spot. He lowered his head and did not make a sound. Even his breathing was suppressed to an extremely low volume, afraid of attracting Ning Chi's attention. As long as you understand. Jian Shilai nodded indifferently before looking at North Moon Lingqiu. Little girl, what's your name? North Moon Lingqiu looked at Jian Shilai in shock. The saintess is asking you a question. Ning Chi reminded her with a smile. North Moon Lingqiu took a step forward in a rather flattered manner and bowed in a hurry. Saintess, I'm North Moon Lingqiu. North Moon Lingqiu. That's a good name. My last maidservant has already died, so I'm lacking a maidservant to serve me right now. You can take over. Jian Shilai smiled indifferently. North Moon Muyang felt like the goddess of luck had shot him with an arrow. The saintess of the Lucifer tribe had actually taken a liking to the little princess of his North Moon clan. North Moon Lingqiu? This was simply great news. Seeing how North Moon Lingqiu remained stunned and silent, North Moon Muyang panicked inside. However, the saintess was right in front of him, so he dared not remind her without permission. When the other female demons present saw this, a sliver of envy appeared in their eyes. As the personal maidservant of the saintess, they would have as many cultivation resources as they wanted in the future, and they would even have the opportunity to learn the profound demonic arts of the Lucifer tribe. Why didn't something as great as that fall into their hands? Instead, a woman from a minor clan obtained it? I'm willing. North Moon Lingqiu finally returned to her senses. She could not help but show joy. Ning Chi's gaze shifted slightly. Had Auntie Jian misunderstood something? Lingqiu, how do you want to deal with this guy? Jian Shilai smiled indifferently and looked at Yongo. I want to kill him, North Moon Lingqiu said without any hesitation. Her cold gaze landed on Yongo like a knife. In her opinion, if it were not for the fact that young Master Bai Xian was acquainted with the saintess, he probably would have been forced into a dead end by Yongo, Yu Ji, and the others already. She had to avenge him. Yango's eyes rolled back, and he almost fainted from fright. His body trembled like a sieve as he stammered, Saintus, I'm Master's registered disciple. Why? You can't kill me. You're just a mere registered disciple, yet you dare to covet someone from the Saintess Hall. Even if I kill you today, would your master dare to say no? Jian Shilai looked at Yango coldly. But Ling Qiu has only just become your maidservant. She doesn't know. There was a flash of cold light, and Yango's head fell to the ground with a thud. His life force was fading away at a visible rate, and he looked at Jian Shilai in despair. I'm not guilty. With that, his eyes immediately turned grayish-white. Yang Yingwei and the others stared blankly at this scene. A sliver of disbelief appeared in their eyes. Yango had died just like that? The sudden change left them rather at a loss. The other demons, instead, looked at Ning Qi. Ning Qi put the Dragon Slayer's saber away and smiled. Even if this guy dies 100 times, it's not a pity. With that, he looked at Yang Yingwei. Yango's dead. Are you going to seek revenge from me? The accompanying elder of the Yang family took a deep breath and clasped his hands. We wouldn't dare. Yango coveted the maidservant of the Saintess Hall. He deserved to die. Yang Yingwei and the others hurriedly expressed their stance as well. What a joke! Who would dare to admit it at a time like this? Although they did have a sliver of desire for revenge in their hearts. After thinking about it carefully with Ning Qi's background, it was unlikely that Yango would come personally to seek revenge. The expressions of Dao En and the others were somewhat complicated. Back then, they and Yango had been called the Four Great Princes by the demons of Yanshan City, and they still had some friendship. Now that Yango had died in front of them, they could not help but feel a little sad. Yuji lowered his head. He was not shocked by Yango's death. Instead, a sliver of joy flashed in his eyes. He had fallen to such a state because of Yango. Chapter 2009. At Master's command, all right, the show is over. Everyone can leave now. Jian Shilai waved his hand lightly. Seeing this, the demons got up and walked out of the hall with a trace of shock on their faces. The show today was indeed interesting. Young Master Yuji, the personal disciple of the second elder of the Lucifer tribe's law enforcement hall, acknowledged an ant who was not even in the human devil stage as his master. If the news were to spread, it would definitely be explosive. Not long after, only Chiyu and the other demons were left in the hall. They first glanced at Ning Qi, then smiled and cupped their hands at Jian Shilai to bid farewell. Fourth junior brother, Saintess, Wan Li and Zhu Feng walked forward with a smile. Lan Rua sneered when she saw this. Young masters, why didn't you say anything when young Master Bei Xian was being forced? If Lord Payne knew about this, I wonder how the two of you would explain it? Lan Rua, you can't talk nonsense. If young Master Yu Ji bullied junior brother, the two of us would naturally help. Now that the Saintess is here, of course, the two of us have nothing to do. Wan Li laughed dryly. Zhu Feng twitched the corner of his mouth and smiled. What's the matter? Ning Qi frowned. The two of them were slightly stunned. If there's nothing else, why aren't you leaving? Ning Qi's frown deepened. As far as I know, ordinary demons are not qualified to enter this place, right? You must have received an invitation. But the matter is over, and your invitation is useless. Do you want to stay here instead of leaving? Fourth junior brother, what are you talking about? A trace of anger flashed in the depths of Wan Li's eyes. Zhu Feng almost couldn't control the anger in his heart. If Jian Shilai was not present, he would definitely attack. Bei Xian is right. Why aren't you leaving? Jian Shilai said lightly. Yes, Saintess. We'll leave now. Wan Li's face immediately revealed a respectful expression. He nodded and bowed before pulling Zhu Feng to leave. However, the moment they turned around, the two of them had ugly expressions on their faces. When North Moon Myung saw this, he sank into his thoughts. His North Moon clan was on rather good terms with Wan Li. Back when Ning Chi refused to give the North Moon clan his share of the strength demon body forging pill, North Moon Chongshu had sought Wan Li's help, but it was still useless. Looks like I'll have to remind the master not to get too close to Wan Li. Otherwise, he'll definitely offend the young master, North Moon Myung thought to himself. Ning Chi's current position in his heart had already far surpassed Wan Li and Zhu Feng. Even if the two of them were added together, they still wouldn't be as high as Ning Chi's position in his heart. Let's go. Follow me to the Saint Lady Temple. There's still some time before the Demon Race's Genius Tournament begins. You can all stay in the Saint Lady Temple. Jen Shilai laughed lightly. There's a Saint Lady Temple here? Ning Chi was curious. Wherever the Saintess goes is the Saintess Temple. Lu Ming whispered. Ha ha! I wonder how many people would be envious to be able to stay in the Saintess Temple. Ning Chi smiled. You can stay as long as you want. Jian Shilai rolled his eyes at Ning Chi and said indifferently. North Moon Muyang and Lan Rua looked at each other, secretly shocked. Wasn't the Saintess treating Ning Chi a little too well? After everyone left, only Dao En and Yu Ji were left in the hall. As for Ping Tian, Kong Yen, and Yu Ji's junior brothers and sisters, they all stood at the entrance of the hall. They only dared to enter the hall again after Jian, Shilai, and Ning Chi had gone far away. Senior brother, wait for master to return, a demon said softly, but before he could finish, Yu Ji interrupted him with a wave of his hand. Don't mention this again. But the demon was unwilling to give up. Young Master Yu Ji, this has nothing to do with me. Why don't I leave this place right now and pretend this never happened? Dao En laughed dryly. Are you trying to harm me? Yu Ji glanced at him coldly. Dao En's body stiffened when he saw that. It's my fault for being rude, master. Yu Ji suddenly changed from his previous coldness and clasped his hands calmly. The way he addressed him as master almost scared Dao En out of his wits. Only when he discovered that Yu Ji had no intention of killing him did he let out a sigh of relief. Ping Tian, Kong Yen, and the others had extremely strange expressions. Then next, Dao En hesitated. He really had no idea what to do. As you wish, master. Young Master Yu Ji said. His junior brothers and sisters sighed internally when they saw this. They glanced deeply at Yu Ji before turning around and leaving. They really did not have the face to stay here any longer. As their first senior brother, Yu Ji was now addressing someone who was not even a human demon as master. Not only was he embarrassing himself, but he was also embarrassing them. Have you heard about what happened over there a few days ago? The prodigies of the demon race whispered furtively. One of them even pointed at the most majestic building in the distance. This matter has spread like wildfire. Who hasn't heard about it? TSK. The direct disciple of the second elder of the law enforcement hall actually became the disciple of a brat from Yen Mountain City. How pitiful. Isn't that right? But who asked him to offend the saintess? Not to mention the direct disciple of the second elder of the law enforcement hall. Even his master would not have a good ending after offending the saintess. A middle-aged demon with a cold and gloomy aura was walking over from afar. When he heard this, he immediately stopped in his tracks. The group of demons who were whispering saw this and frowned at this person. In the end, they were all shocked by his aura. An expert of the Earth demon stage. Davis said coldly, "Repeat what you just said." "Senior, it's like this." A demon volunteered and told the story vividly, adding some of his own guesses. He immediately described Yu Ji as a heinous demon who was then suppressed by the saintess, which made everyone feel happy. He didn't notice that Davis's complexion was becoming more and more unsightly. One of the demons had been quietly looking at Davis since he appeared. Finally, as if there was an explosion in his mind, he immediately recognized Davis's true identity. He hurriedly transmitted his voice to that demon. "Don't say any more. He is Lord Davis." That demon looked at Davis with a dumbfounded expression. His face gradually turned pale. You just said that one of the demons from Yen Mountain City knows the Saintess? Where is he now? Davis said indifferently. Sir Davis, I only heard it from hearsay. That demon said in a low voice with a frightened expression. I heard that he went to the Saintess Temple. Chapter 2010. A storm is brewing, Saint Lady Temple. A cold light flashed in Davis's eyes, and he walked toward the building in the distance, without looking back. The group of demons behind him looked at each other in fear and left one after another. They were lucky this time. If they were gossiping outside the city, perhaps they would all be dead. It only took Davis 2 hours to get to the bottom of the matter. In front of him stood a group of disciples. Their expressions were filled with anger. Master, that guy not only forced eldest senior brother to change his surname, but also killed your newly accepted personal disciple, Yongo, in front of so many people. We must take revenge. Yes, master. If we don't give an explanation, how will others look at us in the future? Everyone spoke one after another, expressing their desire to take revenge. Davis glanced at them indifferently. We can take revenge, but not now. Not now. Everyone looked at each other with a trace of doubt in their eyes. The Demon Genius Tournament is about to begin. If you want to take revenge for UG, kill that guy at the Demon Genius Tournament for me. His name is... Master, I've checked. His name is Bei Xian, the personal disciple of Zunshin Demon King Pain in Yanshan City. Hee Pain. Davis's eyes flashed coldly as he glanced at everyone. I hope you won't let me down. Master, please rest assured. If we meet this guy at the Demon Genius Tournament, we will do our best to kill him. Pain's disciple offended Davis again. In a small courtyard in the city, Lu Dongha squinted his eyes slightly. In front of him stood a group of demons, about 100 of them. They all planned to participate in the Demon Genius Tournament. Master, this matter is absolutely true. The news has already spread here. I heard that Davis's eldest direct disciple, UG, has now betrayed the sect because he lost the bet. He has now become the disciple of a human devil who is not even at the human devil stage. One of Lu Dongha's disciples said respectfully, this is a big feud. How do you think Davis will get back the face he lost this time? Lu Dongha said with a smile, Master, I think that guy has the support of the Saint Lady Temple, so Davis will not dare to take revenge openly. He will definitely take action during the Demon Genius Tournament. It's good that you know. I don't need to tell you what to do, right? If you meet that guy, beat him to death. If Davis makes the first move, you don't have to come back to see me. I'll definitely take revenge. Lu Dongha said coldly. Don't worry, Master. I will do my best. Just as Davis and Lu Dongha were thinking of how to kill Ning Qi in the demon race prodigy battle, Ning Qi had already disguised himself and left the huge city, heading deep into the ancestral demon mountain range. There were many monsters here, so it was a good time for him to farm dragon slayer crystals. Although the system was in the process of upgrading, it did not prevent Ning Qi from obtaining dragon slayer crystals. As long as he could gather 3 million dragon-slaying crystals, Ning Qi would have an invincible trump card. Even if he offended a sky devil existence, he would be able to leave the immortal prison through the connection between minuscule mountain and innermost mountain. Many monsters died under Ning Qi's saber. Some were strong and some were weak. The stronger ones were comparable to late-stage human demons. Ning Qi had to open 5 gates in a row and increase his strength greatly in order to kill such monsters. Usually, the Dragon Slayer crystals given by such monsters were very generous. Some were in the thousands, and some were as high as tens of thousands. Of course, most of the monsters were very weak. They were between early-stage human demons and mid-stage human demons. However, there were many of them. After a year of killing, Ning Qi's Dragon Slayer crystals had already exceeded 2 million. It would not be long before he could gather 3 million. Senior brother, we should be there soon, right? I think so. You said the same thing last year, but we still haven't found the place. The demon race prodigy battle will begin in half a year. If we can't get there by then, we will lose this opportunity. Junior sister, don't worry. I've been here before. I remember the way. If we keep walking, we should be able to get there in a dozen or so days. A man and a woman walked past Ning Chi not far in front of him. Ning Chi was sitting cross-legged beside a huge tree, adjusting his breathing. When he heard the commotion, he slowly opened his eyes and had a strange expression on his face. If he remembered correctly, the two demons were walking in the opposite direction of the huge city. If they kept walking, they would reach the deepest part of the ancestral demon mountain range. It was said that there were many demonic beasts at the full circle of the human devil realm and earth devil realm there. The two had just walked a dozen steps when they suddenly heard a commotion in front of them. The two quickly stopped and looked forward with vigilance. Boom! A huge tree in front of them suddenly fell to one side. A 70 to 80 zhang tall, muscular demon poked its head out of the tree and stared at the two demons with its lantern-like eyes. It had a greedy and bloodthirsty look on its face, and it was emitting the aura of the late stage of human devil realm. Senior brother, the strength of this monster seems to be very strong. Junior sister, I saw it. Why don't we split up and run? You run to the left, and I run to the right? I'm afraid we won't be able to run away. The female demon showed a trace of anger. The two of them were only early-stage human demons. How could they run away from the monster in front of them? She became more and more suspicious that her senior brother had led them in the wrong direction. Otherwise, how could there be more and more monsters along the way? Even a late-stage human demon had appeared. Roar! The monster let out a roar. It flew up and threw a punch at the two. The two reacted quickly. When it roared, they had already turned around and fled. Boom! The demonic creature's fist missed and landed where the two of them had been standing. Instantly, a deep crater appeared on the ground. Demonic energy filled the crater, and the two of them subconsciously turned around to look. The look of fear on their faces deepened, and they could not help but increase their speed slightly. If such a punch landed on them, they would definitely die. Realizing that its prey had dodged its attack, the monster felt very angry. It let out a loud roar. Its huge body displayed a very fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it appeared behind the two. The two of them immediately revealed looks of despair. Just when they thought they were going to die, they saw a figure running over in front of them. The figure leaped up and landed a kick on the demonic creature. The demonic creature, which had the power of a grand perfection human demon, was instantly sent flying. It landed heavily on the ground and crushed several huge trees. That was close. I almost died. Chapter 2011. 3 million dragons slaying crystals. Chapter 2011. Evil 30,000 sin points. You've done all sorts of evil. After Ning Chi kicked the demonic being away, he didn't stop. He maintained the state of having all 5 gates open, punching the demonic being's body over and over again. The air was filled with the sounds of fists hitting flesh. The 5th of the 9 inner hidden gates had increased Ning Chi's mortal body strength by 32 times. And Ning Chi's foundation strength had already surpassed the imagination of an ordinary person. Even if he didn't open a single gate, it was still more than enough to completely crush an early demon stage existence, not much different from a middle demon stage existence. Therefore, when Ning Chi maintained this state, the power of each punch was similar to a nuclear bomb. It was just that the heavenly Tao of the immortal prison was different. If it were the central continent, the void would have already been torn apart. Roar! The demonic creature roared in pain. It wanted to counterattack Ning Chi, but Ning Chi could nimbly dodge its attacks. Occasionally, when he couldn't dodge, Ning Chi would face it head-on. Both sides' strength was similar, so Ning Chi didn't suffer a loss. The life points on the demonic creature's head were slowly dropping. The two demons stared at the scene, dumbfounded. To be able to beat a late-stage demonic creature to the point where it couldn't even fight back. Could this person be a consummate demonic creature? Thinking of this, the two looked at Ning Chi with eyes full of worship. A consummate demonic creature, no matter where it was, had an extremely high status. That was because once one reached this realm, it was extremely likely that they would break through to the Earth Demon realm. Compared to the late-stage demonic creatures, the status of a consummate demonic creature was much higher. Senior brother, this senior must be an elder of the 3 great tribes, or 4 great cities. He must have been secretly observing us, waiting for us to be in danger before helping us. Junior sister, you're right. I think so too. It seems that our aptitude has already caught the eyes of the senior. Let's wait for him to deal with this demonic creature, and then we'll acknowledge him as our master. All right. The two discussed for a while, and then stared at Ning Chi with burning passion. Bang! 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 Squeak! Perhaps because it was unable to endure Ning Chi's iron fists, the demonic creature let out a whimper and turned around to flee. Although it possessed the strength of a late demon, it was still weaker than a true late demon at the very least. Even existences like North Moon Demon could be slain with some effort. There was only one reason for this. It was far too unintelligent. By fleeing, it had exposed all of its landing points to Ning Chi. A cold light flashed, and the monster's movements gradually slowed down. Then, a bloody slit appeared in the middle of its body. With a boom, his body split into 2 halves and fell to the left and right. I've finally gathered 3 million dragon-slaying crystals. Ning Chi smiled. He already had 2,970,000 dragon slayer crystals. Adding the 30,000 from this demon, he had a total of 3 million dragon slayer crystals. However, just to be safe, Ning Chi planned to kill some more on the way back. Senior. Seeing that Ning Chi had finally killed that devil, the 2 devils ran in front of Ning Chi and knelt down with a plop. Please accept the 2 of us as your disciples, Senior. Ning Chi frowned slightly. He turned around and glanced at the 2 of them before brushing past them, ignoring them. Didn't you help us because you saw our impressive talent, Senior? The 2 of them glanced at one another, and a sliver of doubt appeared in their eyes. Seeing how Ning Chi had traveled off into the distance, they stood up in a hurry and chased after him. On the way back, Ning Chi killed all the demonic creatures he came across. As for the 2 tailing him, he did not pay too much attention to them. The 2 of them finally realized they had misunderstood something. Senior brother, this senior seems to have grievances with demonic creatures. He even dragged out a few sleeping demonic creatures and killed them. Sho, keep your voice down. Don't let the senior hear you. I think this senior is very murderous. Will he kill us too when he's in a killing mood? The 2 of them felt a wave of fear in their hearts. They originally wanted to take another path, but after careful consideration, they still decided to follow behind Ning Chi. The main reason was that the male demon clan didn't really believe in his own memories. In fact, a long time ago, he had already determined that he might have taken the wrong path. A month later, when the 2 of them discovered a huge city up ahead, they immediately became overjoyed. Senior brother, we finally arrived. Yes, junior sister. It's been too difficult along the way. It's all your fault. Where's the senior? After the 2 of them recovered from their excitement, they found that they had lost track of Ning Chi. They suddenly felt a sense of loss and were about to go forward to thank him. Forget it. As long as we participate in the devil's chosen battle and perform well, we might be able to see the senior again. Not bad. There were still 7 days before the devil's chosen battle began. The number of demons in the huge city was several times more than when Ning Chi had first arrived. The originally spacious, huge city was now full of demons. Even the market for various cultivation resources had increased by dozens. Junior brother, as soon as Ning Chi walked to the entrance of the Saintess Hall, he met Spider Pattern. However, She seemed to be a little disheveled, as if she had just fought with someone. "Senior sister, what happened to you?" Ning Chi said with a strange expression. "I met an enemy and fought with her. However, she was more seriously injured. When I meet her again in the Devil's chosen battle, I will definitely kill her," Spider Pattern said with a smile. After a pause, before Ning Chi could speak, Spider Pattern continued. "I received news that the battlefield of the Devil's chosen battle is not ordinary. It is said that it is a grotto heaven derived from a demonic artifact, and the rules are different from the past. All the geniuses will directly enter this grotto heaven and fight regardless of rank. Many geniuses have already given up the qualification to participate this time. Junior brother, do you want to wait for the next genius's chosen battle? Grotto heaven? Fight regardless of rank?" Ning Chi's eyes flickered slightly. "If so, how can the number one genius be chosen?" "By killing people. The more you kill, the more points you get. However, for the sake of fairness, the points you can get from killing people of a higher rank are very terrifying. At that time, there will be special elders to calculate the points in the grotto heaven. It is said that every move you make in the grotto heaven will be reflected. At that time, how many people you kill and how you kill will be watched by countless eyes. There will be no mistakes, and there will be no cheating." Spider Pattern said, "I have already heard that Lu Dongha and Davis have ordered their disciples to kill you. You might as well give up this time and let their plan fail. Senior sister, in this Devil's chosen battle, the strongest is the late-stage human demon, right?" Ning Chi said with a smile. Spider Pattern was stunned for a moment, then nodded. "Even if a human demon at the peak stage wants to participate, they won't be allowed. In that case, I want to see how strong Lu Dongha and Davis's disciples are. Kill me? It's not that simple." Chapter 2012. The battle begins in the center of the giant city. There was an arena. This arena was larger than all the arenas that Ning Chi had seen before. It was estimated that the auditorium was at least 20 miles wide. Even if there were tens of millions of people, it would not seem crowded. At this moment, less than half a day had passed since the start of the Devil Race's Heaven's Pride Battle. The auditorium was already full of devils. Originally, there were at least 3 million devil geniuses participating in the battle. But when they heard that the Devil Race's Heaven's Pride Battle was not divided into ranks, at least 70% to 80% of them withdrew. These devil geniuses did not leave, but became spectators. After all, this was the once-in-a-century Heaven's Pride Battle. They wanted to see who would be the number one genius in this year's Heaven's Pride Battle. As for the previous Heaven's Pride Battle's champion, many devils present still remembered it. That was a devil genius from the Chiyu tribe. At that time, he defeated many opponents with a great advantage and won first place. However, he had broken through to the full circle of human devil. Otherwise, if he continued to participate in this year's Heaven's Pride Battle, it was likely that he would be the champion again. Within the arena, there were 7 high platforms. They were the exclusive viewing platforms for the 3 great tribes and the 4 great cities. There were already quite a few existences with extremely terrifying auras sitting on these 7 platforms. As for the other tribes and forces, they were divided according to their strength. With these 7 platforms as the center, they spread out to the 2 sides. The seats of Dwayne and the others were extremely far away. The Devil King's manor wouldn't be any better than them. Wan Li and Zhu Feng were currently sitting in the exclusive seats of the Devil King's manor. Their eyes were cold as they stared at the platform of the Lucifer tribe, because over there was a familiar figure. On the other side, Lu Dongha's seat was also very remote. Although he was at the Earth Devil stage, the tribe under his command was not strong. At most, it was comparable to the Spirit Void tribe. His eyes also swept across the high platform of the Lucifer tribe. After seeing Ning Chi, Lu Dongha's eyes suddenly filled with killing intent. The high platform where the Lucifer tribe was located was divided into 3 parts, namely the Elder Cabinet, the Saint Lady Temple, and ordinary departments such as the Law Enforcement Hall and the Steward Hall. Ning Chi stood behind Jian Shilai. The greatest Saint Lady Temple had the fewest people, about a dozen or so people. However, under the watchful eyes of Zhao Qing and another protector, the rest of the Lucifer demons did not dare to approach this place. On the side of the elder cabinet, there were also very few people. A total of 3 elders had come, and their auras were much stronger than Jian Shilai's. Ning Qi glanced at the attributes of the 3 people. The strongest elder was already in existence in the late stage of the earth demon. Behind these 3 stood about 7 or 8 young demons. Judging from their aura, they were all at the late stage human demon realm. They seemed to be very curious about Ning Qi, constantly sizing him up. The law enforcement hall had the largest number of people. There were 300 to 400 demon elites standing there, ranging from early stage to late stage human demons. When Ning Qi was sizing them up, Davis also looked over, and their eyes collided in the air. In Davis's eyes, there was a trace of coldness and killing intent. However, upon a closer look, the trace of killing intent suddenly disappeared without a trace. With a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, he nodded at Ning Qi, then turned his head, lowered his eyes, and closed them to sleep. Junior brother, you have to be careful. Davis's killing intent has risen. An existence like him. Even if he doesn't dare to be blatant, he will use all kinds of means to achieve his goal. Spider Pattern's voice sounded in Ning Qi's ear. Senior sister, don't worry. He won't have too many chances. Ning Qi smiled slightly. Spider Pattern was very curious as to why Ning Qi was so confident and calm, but she did not ask. She would naturally find out once the demon prodigy battle began. North Moon Lingqiu's eyes were rather worried. She had already given up on the demon prodigy battle this time. Originally, she wanted to persuade Ning Qi to take part in the next battle. After all, the rules this time were very disadvantageous to those below late demon realm. It was as if the 3 great tribes and 4 great cities were purposefully trying to make those below late demon realm retreat. If that was really the case, they would basically have achieved their goal. Of the millions who had originally participated in the battle, only several 100,000 remained. However, there were still many who were below late demon realm. These demon prodigies had their own pride, so they obviously would not give up on the chance to display their abilities and hold their heads high just because of the change in the rules. As the time drew closer, the atmosphere seemed to become more and more tense. At this moment, the 3 elders from the Lucifer tribe glanced at the sky before glancing at one another. They all took to the sky at the same time as the elders from the Xingtian tribe, Qiyu tribe, and 4 great cities. There were over 20 of them in total, and every single one of them possessed auras above early earth demon realm. When the demons in the spectator stand saw this, they could not help but feel excited. The demon prodigy battle was about to begin. The demon prodigy battle this time is a little intense. I'd advise you mutated demons to not take part in it, just in case you suffer heavy casualties and wither away your talents. The elder of the Qiyu tribe looked at the elders of the 4 great cities with a faint smile. His voice spread across the entire area under the influence of the devil Qi. The battle between the orthodox and mutated demons had never ceased in the immortal prison. The 3 great tribes were the representatives of the orthodox demon race, and the 4 great cities were the representatives of the mutated demons. In comparison, the 3 great tribes had more advantages because they had many talents under their command. As for the mutated demons, because of their bloodline, the talent of their descendants was slightly different from that of the orthodox demon race. Their top geniuses were slightly lower than those of the 3 great tribes. The elders of the Lucifer tribe and the Xingtian tribe laughed when they heard this. In the spectator stands, the orthodox demon race and the mutated demons also exchanged glances because of the sentence. Both of them did not like each other. Just this sentence alone had stirred up the spirits of the geniuses who were about to take part in the demon prodigy battle. Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly, and he looked at the elder of the Qiyu tribe. He felt that this was not a simple provocation. Chiyu Tiansha, mind your own business. The geniuses of my 4 great cities are ready to fight with you in this demon prodigy battle. I hope you won't disappoint me. On the side of the 4 top cities, the middle-aged demon with the strongest aura shouted coldly. He was also a terrifying late-stage earth demon. As soon as these words came out, the demon race geniuses on the side of the 3 major tribes became restless. The Chiyu Tiansha laughed and said, "Old Devil Bien, don't be too full of yourself. Be careful not to embarrass yourself later. Stop talking nonsense, let's begin." After saying this, he waved his hand, and a pale blue light instantly disappeared into a corner of the arena. Seeing this, the other elders also waved their hands. Not long after, more than 20 rays of blue light appeared around the arena. These rays of blue light attracted each other and enveloped the entire arena. Then, with a flash of light, the high platform made of bluestone turned into a giant door that emitted a faint blue light. "Go!" As the Chiyu Tiansha shouted, figures broke through the air and directly rushed into the huge door. Spider Mark reacted very quickly. She pulled Ningqi's arm and rushed into the huge door. Chapter 2013. Male Chauvinism One by One. The demon geniuses rushed into the blue door and disappeared in front of the crowd. Not long after, the number of people in the arena was reduced by hundreds of thousands. "It's about time." Chiyu Heavenly Sha glanced around, then joined hands with more than 20 other Earth Devil elders. Devil Chi surged from their bodies, and like a sea of clouds, the boundless Devil Chi was absorbed by the blue light pillars around the arena. Then, suddenly, a series of scenes of being cut appeared on the blue gate. Each scene was about a square foot, and there were hundreds of thousands of them. Many devils were shocked by this method. They stared at these scenes dumbfoundedly. No matter what the people in the scenes were doing, each and every move was basically perfectly displayed. Although it was a little small, for the devils present, it was already very clear. "Look, that's Lord Huang Huang, and Fairy Bai Chong, Xing Tian Hao, Chiyu Tiansha. Everyone can see it. Hey, they've already started killing people. The one being killed seems to be..." The demons in the audience were watching with great interest. No matter who they wanted to see, they could find it among the hundreds of thousands of scenes. For them, this was a very novel experience. For a while, the arena was very lively. Everyone was exchanging their opinions about the heavens' chosen battle, such as who would win first place. Some busybodies even made a list of 20 names. The geniuses on the list were said to be the most likely to win first place. Whoosh! Whoosh! On the high platforms of the 4 top cities of the 3 tribes, 10 elders flew out and stood in the void. Their eyes were fixed on the hundreds of thousands of scenes below. Each elder was responsible for recording 5,000 scenes. For the demons of the human devil stage, this was a very simple task. They just needed to multitask. Every time someone killed an opponent, the elder in charge of observing that guy would shoot out a stream of devil chi, and a number would appear on the scene. This number represented the points he had earned, and it was also the key to the strength of the heavens' chosen battle. Among the hundreds of thousands of scenes, there were already 7 or 8 scenes whose numbers were skyrocketing. Soon, they were noticed by many demons, causing the tens of millions of demons present to look at those 7 or 8 scenes. Among them, the highest score had exceeded 1,000 points. Every time he killed someone of the same level, he would get 20 points, which meant that he had killed at least 50 people of the same level in a short period of time. Who was he? That's Heaven Punishing Emperor, the most famous genius of the Xingtian tribe in recent years, the 9th son of Heaven Punishing Emperor. Heaven Punishing Emperor, his opponent, is also at the late stage of human devil stage, but he can't last more than 3 breaths? Even a peak human devil stage human devil can do this, right? Hiss! How terrifying! Chiyu Hanzhong is also very strong his points are second only to the Heaven Punishment Flame Emperor. Nonsense, his strength is not much different from the Heaven Punishment Flame Emperor's. It's just that he hasn't met his match yet. In this way, the one from the Lucifer tribe is a bit weaker. Yes, Duo Lan's points are nearly half of theirs. Moreover, he didn't deal with late-stage demonic humans as smoothly as Flame Emperor Tianxing did. His strength is slightly weaker than the two. If Ning Qi was here, he would definitely recognize Duo Lan as one of the 7 people who had been standing behind the 3 members of the Elder Cabinet. Compared to the Heaven's Prides of the 3 great tribes, the Heaven's Prides of the 4 great cities were a little lacking. Although they were much stronger than the rest of the demon race, compared to the Heaven-Punishing Flame Emperor and Qiu Hanzhong, the difference was too great. Even Duo Lan's points were twice as high as theirs. Found him. Young Master Bei Xian and Young Master Spider Pattern are over there. Lan Ruo and the others searched for a long time before finally finding Ning Qi. The scene Ning Qi was on was in a corner, so it was not too easy to find. North Moon Lingqiu looked in the direction Lan Ruo was pointing in. A sliver of worry flickered through her eyes. Jian Shilai glanced at her with a smile. Bei Xian never does anything he's not confident about. At the very least, he's 70 to 80% confident in the battle of the demon prodigies this time. There's no need to worry about him. In the immortal prison, Jian Shilai was the only person who understood Ning Qi the most. Ever since he was on the Azure Dragon Continent, she knew that Ning Qi's battle prowess was extraordinary. Fighting those at higher cultivation levels was as common as eating or drinking. 70 to 80%? North Moon Muyang and Lan Ruo gasped when they heard that. North Moon Lingqiu had failed to understand what that meant, but they understood it. The Saintess actually said that Ning Qi had a 70 to 80% chance of becoming the champion? Become the greatest prodigy? Wasn't that a little too unbelievable? Let alone the top-tier prodigies like the Heaven-Punishing Flame Emperor, who had long ranked at the top in terms of points. There were far more than several thousand late-stage human demons among the mid-tier prodigies. Could Ning Qi emerge from several thousand late-stage human demons and become the champion? They simply did not believe it. Zhao Qing and another protector stood behind Jian Shilai. When they heard Jian Shilai's evaluation of Ning Qi, they looked at one another. A sliver of jealousy and disbelief appeared in their eyes. They were prodigies of the demon race in the first place, and they had clashed with the Heaven-Punishing Flame Emperor and the others in the past. Although they were slightly inferior, they were not too far off. Otherwise, the Saintess Hall would not have chosen them to become the Saintess left and right protectors. Yet now, the Saintess had actually said that someone who was not even a human demon had a 70 to 80% chance of becoming the champion. The two of them could not help but feel a sliver of anger. What is so special about this lad that the Saintess thinks so highly of him? A sliver of doubt flashed in Zhao Qing's eyes as he pondered. At the same time, Davis and Lu Dongha's eyes also fell on the scene where Ning Qi was. Their eyes were filled with a cold light. Don't kill me. Ah. Bang. Spider when casually killed the surrounding demons and flew toward a sparsely populated place with Ning Qi. This grotto heaven was gray. It seemed to have mountains and rivers, but in fact, these mountains and rivers seemed to have died a long time ago. The mountains were dead and the rivers were stagnant. It was not a place suitable for people to live in. Ning Qi felt a little helpless. The group of demons that Spiderwin had just killed were early-stage and mid-stage human demons. They brought very few points to Spiderwin. As Spiderwin was a late-stage human demon, she could only get the normal 20 points by killing demons of the same level. However, for Ning Qi, this group of demons was the best target for him to farm points. Ning Qi had killed them above his level, so he could get far more than 20 points. Unfortunately, Spiderwin had struck first. Chapter 2014. I guess I won't die. The grotto heaven wasn't big. Not long after, they encountered another group of demons. Just as Ning Qi was about to make a move, they were already killed by Spider Pattern. "Senior sister, I have something to discuss with you," Ning Qi said seriously. "What's wrong?" Spider Pattern asked. "Let's split up. Lu Dongha and Davis's personal disciple must have made me their main target. It's too dangerous for you to stay with me." Ning Qi said, "No, it's precisely because of this that you must stay by my side." Spider Pattern shook her head. "But if we're surrounded by them, neither of us will be able to escape. If we split up, I'm confident that I can survive until the end of the Demon Prodigy tournament." Ning Qi smiled bitterly. "You're confident? Are you serious?" Spider Pattern was in disbelief. "Of course it's true. It's settled then." Ning Qi waved his hand. Without waiting for Spider Pattern to speak, he picked a random direction and sped off. Spider Pattern frowned slightly. Even the demon dragon ancestor couldn't kill fourth junior brother back then. Perhaps he really has a trump card that I don't know about? Spider Pattern muttered to herself. Suddenly, she looked into the distance. "Who is it?" "Stop! Don't run. Young Master Bei Xian and young Master Spider Pattern have separated?" Lan Ruo and the rest were surprised to see the scene. To them, Ning Qi and Spider Pattern were the safest. It's time. When Davis saw this scene, the corners of his mouth curved into a sneer. "Pain, you only have 4 disciples. If I were to kill all of them this time, I wonder if you would be so angry that you would stomp your feet?" Lu Dongha muttered to himself. His eyes flashed with excitement. He was looking forward to seeing Pain's expression when the time comes. In a corner of the spectator stand, Dao and Ping Tian and the others sat together. They had also chosen to give up this time. After all, they could easily lose their lives in such a chaotic battle. It was better for them to give up on the demonic race's genius tournament and wait for the next one. Dao En's expression was unsightly. Ping Tian and Kong Yin glanced at him and smiled. "Dao En, do you think your disciple will be able to win?" "I don't know." Don looked at the two of them with dissatisfaction. "Haha." Kong Yin smiled. "I feel that his goal this time is no longer the demon race's Heaven's Pride battle. Didn't you notice? The time when he entered the Heaven's Grotto was not much different from that person. I think he's planning to take revenge. If that person dies in Yu Ji's hands, I'm afraid Lord Pain will vent his anger on you." The faces of the elders behind Dao En were ashen. They had seen the fate of the Yang family with their own eyes. If their family offended the Demon King's residence and the Saint Lady Temple because of this, their fate would not be any better than the Yang family's. He should be fine. Hundreds of thousands of people are participating in the battle. Yu Ji might not be able to find him. Duane comforted himself, then continued to pay attention to Yu Ji's image and Ning Qi's image, praying that they would not bump into each other. Perhaps his prayers were heard by the heavens. Not long after, Yu Ji's figure appeared in the scene where Ning Qi was. "It's Mr. Yu Ji." On the platform of the Lucifer tribe, many demons were secretly paying attention to Ning Qi. When they discovered Yu Ji, their expressions immediately changed. Jian Shilai frowned slightly, and a sliver of regret flashed through his eyes. If he had known this would happen, he would have directly killed him in the hall back then. The expressions of North Moon Muyang, North Moon Lingqiu, and Lan Ruo changed slightly as well. They had once heard of Yu Ji's strength. Among the prodigies of the Lucifer tribe, he ranked in the top 15 at the very least. This was the ranking of the Lucifer tribe. In the outside world, it was enough to crush the prodigies of the various tribes. The young Master Bei Xian is in danger. Lan Ruo felt his palms become covered in cold sweat. If Yu Ji killed Ning Qi, he would not be able to explain it to Pain. Other than that, during this period of interaction with Ning Qi, he increasingly felt that Ning Qi was extraordinary. Every time Ning Qi imparted 1 or 2 incantations, he would benefit greatly from it. Lan Rua had long regarded Ning Chi as both a teacher and a friend, and it wasn't just a relationship between a guard and a young master. Its eldest senior brother. Behind Davis stood a group of demonic prodigies. Due to the change in the rules, they had also chosen to give up on the demonic prodigy battle this time. However, they had been paying attention to Ning Chi. After all, eldest senior brother had changed his sect and surname because of Ning Chi. Now that they saw Yuji appear, their expressions immediately became excited. They coldly glanced at the Saintess Temple, secretly anticipating. Haha, revenge with your own hands? Not bad. Davis smiled. From the beginning to the end, he did not even look at Jian Shilai. Jian Shilai was the Saintess, and he was the second elder of the law enforcement hall. Compared to him, his status was much lower. Even if it was for revenge, Davis did not want to openly fall out with Jian Shilai. To him, this would not benefit him at all. What a pity that the disciple of that old bastard Davis found him first. Damn it, what are those useless things doing? They can't even find a single person. On the other side, Lu Dongha was furious. When the disciples behind him heard this, they were immediately frightened and did not dare to make a sound. However, from their point of view, wasn't Master's goal to kill Pain's direct disciple? No matter who killed him, the outcome would be the same. There shouldn't be any difference. What a coincidence. Yuji looked at Ning Chi with a faint smile. When the nearby demon race's geniuses saw him, they turned around and left. However, they did not go far. Instead, they stood and watched from afar. It seemed that they were planning to take advantage of the conflict between the sandpiper and the clam. Normally, Yuji would not allow them to do so. However, his attention was now focused on Ning Chi. Being able to find Ning Chi so quickly was beyond his expectations. Ning Chi had caused him so much trouble. This demon race's genius battle was his only chance to take revenge openly. If he killed Ning Chi here, he believed that even Jian Shilai would not have the face to make things difficult for him. So it's young Master Yuji. Where's your master? Why didn't he come? Ning Chi said with a smile. A cold light flashed in young Master Yuji's eyes as he said in a sinister voice, "Even now, you still dare to be so arrogant in front of me. Guess, will I let you die quickly?" He knew that Ning Chi was deliberately provoking him. Therefore, he made a decision. This time, he would make good use of this opportunity to torture Ning Chi and vent his anger. "I guess I won't die." Ning Chi smiled. That guy is so arrogant. If I'm not wrong, he's not even in the human devil stage. How dare he be so arrogant in front of Yuji? Chapter 2015. Heavenly Light Fist, you won't die? Ha ha ha. Yuji could not help but laugh madly. He laughed so hard that he almost cried. He looked at Ning Chi like a cat toying with a mouse. Now that you don't have the Holy Maiden to back you up, tell me, why won't you die? As soon as he finished speaking, Yuji's vision darkened. A fist the size of a pot landed directly on his face, sending him flying several hundred meters away. The demons nearby were dumbfounded. Some even rubbed their eyes. In the end, they were convinced that what they saw was real. A mighty late human demon had actually been sent flying by a punching punch from an ant that had not even reached the human demon realm. Were they putting on a show for everyone? Why won't I die? Because I'm stronger than you. Ning Chi chuckled. In the distance, only after a full 3 seconds did Yuji stand up shakily from the ground. He still felt dizzy. The demons in the surroundings saw that his nose had been forcefully caved in. His originally rather handsome appearance now seemed extremely ugly. A sliver of disbelief appeared in Yuji's eyes. What was going on? Did that punch earlier really come from this kid? Outside, in the spectator stands, Dwayne and the others looked at one another dumbfounded, unable to speak for a very long time. Davis and Lu Dongha, who had also been paying attention to Ning Chi, were stunned by this as well. If it were not for the fact that most of the demons were focused on the flame Emperor Tianqing and the others, Ning Qi's punch earlier would have been enough to make all the demons gasp in astonishment. Young Master Beixian is so powerful. North Moon Lingqiu's eyes shone as he clenched his hands in front of his chest. He struggled to believe what he had just seen. Lan Ruo, your young master is so powerful. Yet you've been hiding this entire time. North Moon Miang could not help but communicate with Lan Ruo secretly. If he had known that Ning Qi was so powerful, he would not have been afraid of Yu Ji back then. Even if the Holy Maiden had not arrived in time, North Moon Lingqiu would not have been forced to marry a sheep with Ning Qi's strength. Seeing that North Moon Miang seemed to be blaming him, Lan Ruo felt that he was innocent, because he did not know that Ning Qi possessed such strength. 80%. No wonder the saintess said that young Master Beixian has a 70 to 80% chance of becoming the #1 heaven's favorite. Based on the strength that young Master Beixian has shown, if he doesn't die, and with the point system, even Yan Dixing and the others won't be able to beat him. North Moon Miang realized this immediately and could not help but sigh inside. A sliver of eagerness appeared on his face. If the title of the greatest prodigy this time went to Ning Qi, then their North Moon clan would definitely bask in some glory because of their relationship with North Moon Lingqiu. How is this possible? Senior brother underestimated the enemy too much. That's right. Perhaps senior brother is intentionally teasing this kid to make him think that he can win. At that time, he'll kill him in one go and make him despair. Young Master Yu Ji's junior brother and junior sister could not believe what they were seeing. Then they began to find excuses for young Master Yu Ji. Inside the grotto heaven, Ning Qi was waiting for Yu Ji to recover from his dizziness, as he wanted to see just how powerful he could be at his strongest. Another 3 or 4 seconds later, Yu Ji finally recovered. He stared straight at Ning Qi. The wound on his nose was not going to heal so easily. It had caved in from the punch, and it was currently stretching out at a visible rate. He would need at least 10 minutes to recover. Did that power just then belong to you? Yu Ji glared at Ning Qi and gritted his teeth. Being punched by Ning Qi in a moment of carelessness made the anger in his heart burn even stronger. Don't tell me it's yours. Are you awake now? Let's continue if you're awake. Ning Qi smiled. Die. Yu Ji no longer acted carelessly and struck out decisively. Class 4 Demon Battle Skill, Heavenly Light Fist. When Yu Ji's junior brother and junior sister saw him use the Heavenly Light Fist, they were secretly excited. They believed that under this punch, the opponent would definitely turn into ashes. A Class 4 Demon Battle Skill was basically the strongest battle skill a human devil could use. At the same time, it was also an extremely rare battle skill. It was only because he was Davis's eldest direct disciple that he could teach it. The other junior brothers and junior sisters did not have such treatment. As for Davis himself, when he was a human devil great perfection, he had used many years of savings to exchange for it from the Elder Pavilion. Right now, he was an early Earth demon, and a Class 4 demon battle skill was no longer enough to satisfy him. Therefore, he was thinking of all sorts of ways to accumulate wealth, so that he could exchange for a stronger demon battle skill from the Elder Pavilion. Originally, for an in-name disciple like Yang Go, the money he gained from accepting 7 or 8 more people would probably be enough for him to exchange for a Class 5 demon battle skill. But Yang Go was dead. If this matter was not resolved satisfactorily, he believed that no one would dare to let their descendants worship him as their master. All of this was because of this kid. Davis coldly stared at Ning Qi, his mouth curling into a sneer. The Class 4 demon battle skill, Heavenly Light Fist, was enough to kill this kid. After Yu Ji displayed the Heavenly Light Fist, the surrounding demon race could not help but close their eyes, because this piece of heaven and earth became extremely bright, so bright that they felt it was incomparably dazzling. At the same time, a fist that was more than 2 times stronger than Yu Ji's own aura landed on Ningqi's body like lightning. Bang! A loud sound rang out. The terrifying aftermath was like a gale, with Ningqi as the center, sweeping out in all directions. Many demon race with slightly lower cultivation were even pushed back 7 or 8 steps by this gale before stabilizing their bodies. That guy should be dead, right? The light dissipated. Whether it was the demon race inside the cave or Davis and the others outside the cave, their eyes revealed a trace of anticipation. Why? Yuji looked at Ningqi in disbelief. His fist was firmly grasped by Ningqi's hands and did not hit Ningqi at all. And the aura that Ningqi exuded at this moment was also very different from before. The incomparably majestic demon chi, like a flame, slowly burned on Ningqi's body. You're not strong enough. Ningqi was currently in his demon body form, the corner of his mouth curling into a sinister smile. Before Yuji could recover from the shock, he exerted force with both hands, and in the next moment, Yuji was thrown high up into the air by Ningqi, smashing heavily onto the ground. A huge pit that was hundreds of meters wide and deep instantly appeared on the ground. A few early-stage human devil demons who could not escape in time were killed on the spot by the aftermath. The rest of the demon race stared dumbfounded at Ningqi, not daring to believe that his strength was actually so great. Just the aftermath alone was enough to kill a few early-stage human devil demons? How can this be? Davis subconsciously straightened his body. The group of disciples behind him let out a gasp. Chapter 2016. First in points, this guy hid his cultivation? Lu Dongha frowned slightly. How could a guy who wasn't even in the human demon stage beat a late-stage human demon to such a state, other than hiding his cultivation? There seemed to be no other explanation. In the scene, Yuji seemed to be unable to catch his breath after being hit by Ningqi. Davis turned his head and looked at Jian Shilai. He happened to meet Jian Shilai's eyes. Jian Shilai's lips curled up slightly and his eyes revealed a hint of mockery. Davis's heart sank. In the grotto heaven, Ningqi didn't wait for Yuji to come back to his senses. His fists landed on Yuji's body again and again. He already had a very clear understanding of his own strength. At least, Yuji couldn't use his full strength. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to continue living. Bang! 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 Ningqi, who had opened all 5 gates, could make the hearts of the surrounding demons twitch violently. Very soon, Yuji was beaten out of shape. From the moment he was beaten by Ningqi, he had lost the initiative. Unless a miracle happened, his fate was already determined. Boom! With a loud sound, Yuji was thrown to the ground by Ningqi. The bones in his body were broken into hundreds of pieces, and his hands and feet were as weak as noodles. What cultivation do you have? Yuji spat out a mouthful of blood and then looked at Ningqi with hatred. There was a trace of confusion and doubt in the depths of his eyes. Ningqi smiled. I won't tell you. Ah! Yuji let out an angry roar. Then he saw Ningqi raise his foot high and trample on his head. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Puff! A crisp sound. Red and white blood flowed all over the ground. The surrounding demons finally reacted and turned to escape. What a joke! If they didn't leave now, would they stay and let this pervert earn points? Outside, Davis clenched his fists tightly and a trace of blood seeped out from the gap between his fists. However, he didn't notice anything as his eyes were fixed on Yuji's headless corpse. Behind him, Yuji's junior brothers and sisters were silent as they watched Yuji being beaten to death by Ningqi. This huge contrast made them feel a little unreal. Eldest senior brother died. Just like that? Yuji is dead? Ha ha ha! Lan Rua could not help but laugh out loud. The demons near the high platform immediately looked at him. These demons had more or less interacted with Yuji before, so their gazes were somewhat unfriendly. If Lan Rua was not standing behind Jian Shilai, some of the demons would have already taught him a lesson. North Moon Lingqiu was filled with excitement and joy too. She never thought Ningqi's strength had already reached such a level. She could still remember when Ningqi received a few strikes from her father in the arena of Yan Mountain City not too long ago. Back then, his strength was equivalent to North Moon Chushu at most, which was an early demon human. She never thought Ningqi's battle prowess would increase to such a level in just a decade or so. He really was the man she had taken a liking to. For some reason, Duane heaved a long sigh of relief when he saw Yu Ji die at Ningqi's hands. Even though Yu Ji seemed to be rather respectful on the surface, Dao En knew that Yu Ji was only pretending because he was afraid that the Saintess would blame him. If a few decades or even a century passed and the Saintess stopped paying attention to this matter, Dao En could imagine what would happen to him. Perhaps one day, news would spread that he had succumbed to qi deviation and died. Then, Yu Ji would naturally regain his freedom. What a pity, Dao En. Such a first disciple has died, just like that. Otherwise, your clan will have two late demon human once you return to Yan Mountain City. You'll definitely be ranked first among the 7 great clans. Ping Tian smiled. If that's the case, I'll get him to kill you first, Dao En sneered. This guy had been gloating earlier, and he was still gloating now that Yu Ji was dead. Once he returned to Yan Mountain City safely, he would definitely find an opportunity to have a good fight with him. Ping Tian could not help but rub his nose when he heard that. He curled his lips. I'm just joking. Why are you so serious? Oh no, if he's always this powerful, then my disciples will encounter him. Lu Donghe's face immediately darkened. He could not help but curse pain inside. He felt like pain had set him up. That kid must be a late demon human. Not long after he had this thought, he suddenly saw that Ningqi's image had an additional 1,000 points. Killing someone of the same level would give him at most 20 points. 1,000. Lu Donghe's expression did not look too good. He had heard of this demonic artifact before. The demons in the Grotto Heaven could not hide their cultivation. Does that mean that this guy was not even in the demon-human stage? Young Master Bei, Xian, got 1,000 points? Lan Ruo was pleasantly surprised. Even the heaven-punishing Yin Emperor, who had the highest points, only had 2,600 points. This meant that Ningqi had entered at least the top 20. On the high platform of the Lucifer tribe, many demons who were paying attention to Ningqi were still immersed in the shock of Yu Ji's death. Now that they saw the points, their eyes suddenly protruded. They subconsciously looked at the sky. The elder in charge of calculating this area was from the 4 top cities. He had no reason and ability to cheat for Ningqi. In other words, this guy's true cultivation was not even in the demon-human stage. However, other than a small number of demons who noticed the scene, the rest of the demons didn't notice it at all. Their attention was still focused on the Heaven Xingyan Emperor and the other demons who had the highest chance of winning the championship. Many of the demon race's Heaven's favorites even treated the Heaven Xingyan Emperor as their idol. In the Grotto Heaven, some demon elites who could not escape in time were basically killed by Ningqi in one move. His points were constantly rising. Early stage demon human. Cross stage demon human, 100 points. Middle stage demon human. Cross stage demon human, 300 points. It didn't take long for Ningqi's points to surpass heaven punishing Yin Emperor. However, most of the demons still did not notice the scene. Otherwise, the arena would definitely be shocked. The 3 members of the Lucifer tribe looked at each other and finally looked at Jianxi. Originally, at their realm, there are many things that could not cause any ripples in their hearts. But now, the 3 of them felt as if their hearts were being overturned by rivers and seas. Originally, Ningqi had already entered the vision of the Elder Cabinet. The Great Elder even asked Jesse to secretly observe Ningqi. They did not expect that Ningqi's current combat power would even shock them. Jesse, who was sitting in the audience and pretending to be an ordinary demon, was also shocked. No wonder the Holy Virgin favored this boy so much. So that's why. Chapter 2017. Sorry. Apart from Ning Chi, there were a few talented geniuses of the demon clan in the Grotto Heaven who had the ability to kill those of a higher level. However, they would be exhausted after a fight, and it was easy for others to take advantage of them. Therefore, they had to be very cautious every time they fought. In this way, their points would naturally not increase. Found him. When Ning Chi's points reached 3,000 to 4,000, dozens of devils suddenly came from all directions, surrounding Ning Chi in the middle. Among this group of demons, there were 2 late-stage human demons, and the rest were mid-stage human demons. They looked at Ning Chi with eyes full of mockery. You are Lu Dongha's disciples, right? Ning Chi smiled. He had seen a few of them in front of the Underworld Emperor's cave. That's right. You should have heard that Master wants to kill you this time. I'll give you a chance to kill yourself. That way, you won't have to suffer. One of the late-stage human demons looked at Ning Chi and said with a faint smile. The aura of these two was slightly weaker than Yu Ji's. Ning Chi calculated in his mind and finally came to a conclusion. He could kill this group of guys at the cost of minor injuries. I won't kill myself. How about this? Which one of you will come down and fight me one-on-one? Ning Chi smiled. In the outside world, Lu Dongha could see what Ning Chi was saying from the shape of his lips. He suddenly had a bad premonition. One-on-one? Even Yu Ji wasn't a match for this kid. So how could his 2 disciples possibly defeat him? Unless they all attacked together and cooperated with the other mid-stage human demons to suppress this guy, there was still some hope. My disciples shouldn't be so stupid, right? Lu Dongha murmured to himself, with a trace of expectation in his eyes. One-on-one? Ha ha ha. Okay, I'll fight you one-on-one. The demons surrounding Ning Chi all burst into laughter, as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. Then a late-stage human demon landed in front of Ning Chi, intending to fight Ning Chi alone. In his opinion, such an ant could be crushed with a flip of his hand. However, in order to avenge his master, he felt that it was necessary to let Ning Chi die in agony. Damn it! Lu Dongha clenched his teeth as he looked at his disciple. In his heart, he couldn't wait to drag this disciple out and expel him from the sect on the spot. There were clearly dozens of people surrounding this disciple. Why didn't they surround and kill him? Instead, they wanted to challenge him one-on-one? Wasn't he just too full? Come, I'll let you have 3 moves first. He stood with his hands behind his back and looked at Ning Chi with a smile. Are you sure? I'm very strong. Ning Chi said. Ha ha ha. He said he was very strong. What a joke. You're not even in the human devil stage. No matter how strong you are, can you compare to my little finger? A mid-stage human devil could not help but laugh out loud. The surrounding demons also looked at Ning Chi with ridicule in their eyes. At the same time, there was a trace of pity. They thought that Ning Chi was too shocked by the current situation and spoke without thinking. Oh, you are very strong. Come, let me see how strong you are. The man laughed and took a step forward. In the next moment, Ning Chi had already attacked, punching the man in the stomach. Cough! Coughing lightly, the late-stage human devil race demon could not help but take 2 steps back. He looked at Ning Chi with a trace of bewilderment in his eyes. The constant pain in his stomach told him that this boy's strength was indeed frighteningly great. It did not seem to be a power that he could possess at his current realm. There are 2 more punches. Are you going to let me have them? Ning Chi smiled. Let me have them. Why not? Come on. The other party shouted coldly. If he went back on his words in front of so many junior brothers, he would lose all his face today. Very well. Ning Chi smiled and punched again. This time, the other party was almost sent flying. Fortunately, he desperately used his devil chi to suppress himself, so that he did not make a fool of himself in front of so many people. However, The clothes on his back were already shredded. His strength, why is it so strong? Sucking in a breath of cold air, the demon found that all of his ribs were broken, and his internal organs felt as if they had been stirred up by a stick. It was extremely uncomfortable. If it wasn't for the fact that his physical body had been cultivated to the peak of his current realm, this punch would have smashed his internal organs into pieces. The last punch. The last punch. After this punch, I will kill this kid. The demon heaved a sigh of relief. Just a little more pain and he would be fine. A cold light flashed. The demon stared at Ning Chi, dumbfounded. Didn't you say the last punch? I suddenly want to use the saber. Sorry. Ning Chi smiled apologetically. Your mother. Before he finished speaking, the late-stage human devil suddenly split into two and fell to both sides. His internal organs were exposed in the air, steaming. His vitality had been cut off by the Dragon Slayer's saber. What happened? The remaining late-stage human devil looked at the scene in disbelief. It was too sudden, so sudden that he could not react. Then it's your turn. The corner of Ning Chi's mouth rose slightly. With the death of a late-stage human devil, the following battle was already destined. Outside, the veins on Lu Donghe's face bulged, and his breathing became much rougher. Many Earth Devil cultivators who had the same status as him saw this and were puzzled. What did Lu Donghe see? Why is he so angry? Could it be that his disciple is dead? Let's see where his disciple is. Two late-stage human demons and dozens of mid-stage human demons had died at Ning Chi's hands. Lu Donghe could only watch helplessly, unable to lend a helping hand. There was nothing he could do but sit where he was. This made him so depressed that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it! Pain! I will definitely take revenge for this. Lu Donghe roared in his heart. Ning Chi's points had already exceeded 10,000. Compared to the Sky Punishment Flame Emperor, who had the highest points, he was double. However, apart from the demon race that had been paying attention to him, the rest of the demon race's attention was still focused on the Sky Punishment Flame Emperor and the others. As long as young Master Bei Xian doesn't die, he will definitely be number one. Ha ha ha. Lan Ruo couldn't stop laughing in his heart. When he saw Lu Donghe's disciples being mercilessly killed by Ning Chi, he felt that his anger had been vented. In the audience, after Pain saw this scene, the corners of his mouth slightly rose. He came here secretly in order to prevent Lu Donghe from suddenly killing his disciple after the end of the battle. He didn't expect to see such an unexpected scene. Pain was delighted to see Lu Donghe's face as if he had eaten shit. Chapter 2018. Dark, horse the high platform of the Lucifer tribe. The three members of the Elder Cabinet could no longer remain calm. One of them hurriedly got up and left. The other two looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Even they didn't have such powerful combat strength when they were young. I don't think we should wait any longer. Once the competition is over, we should recruit this kid to the Elder Pavilion. I'll personally accept him as my disciple. He was a middle-stage Earth demon, one level higher than Pain, and as a member of the Elder Cabinet, his status was not something that Pain could match. Naturally, he was confident that he could take Ning Chi as his disciple. As for Pain, he was confident that he could shut him up. I don't think that's good. You already have a lot of disciples, but I don't have a single one. Let me teach him. Another elder transmitted his voice over. You want to fight with me? You're the one who's fighting with me. Then let's stop fighting. Elder Brown has already informed the Great Elder. I don't think either of us can accept him as a disciple. Not long after, Elder Brown, who had left in a hurry, returned to the high platform. Seeing that the other two people were staring at him, Elder Brown said calmly, "The Great Elder said that this kid will definitely be accepted into the Elder Cabinet. However, he has to ask Lord Lucifer first." What? Lord Lucifer? The two of them looked at each other in shock. Perhaps it was because Ning Chi's points had skyrocketed too quickly. But finally, not only did the geniuses of the demon race on Lucifer's platform notice this, even the other demons in the spectator stands noticed it one after another. 1 to 10, 10 to 100. These demons all stared at Ning Chi in shock, a hint of disbelief in their eyes. Who is that guy? Why are his points higher than the Heaven Punishment Flame Emperor's? Hey, I remember him. He seemed to be on the stands of the Lucifer tribe just now. Lucifer's tribe? Could this person be a heavenly talent secretly cultivated by the Lucifer tribe? Wait, killing an early-stage human demon is worth 100 points? Cheating. This is blatant cheating. Many of the demons were shocked and angry, and they looked at each other. He's not cheating. Haven't you noticed that he's always killing enemies above his level? Finally, some demons discovered the pattern. According to the rules of the devil race's chosen battle, killing opponents with a higher cultivation level would indeed earn more points. It was also because of this rule that many demon prodigies didn't give up on the devil race's chosen battle. A cross-realm kill? Damn, this guy is too abnormal. His points have already exceeded 10,000. It looks like he plans to break through 20,000 this time. That Flame Emperor Xingtian can't even catch up to him. Damn it, I bet 10,000 mid-grade magical crystals on the Sky Punishment Flame Emperor. In the spectator seats, a great perfection human devil let out a wail. There were quite a few devils who felt the same way as him. As long as there was a battle, there would definitely be bets. The prize for the champion of the devil race's chosen battle was 1 million mid-grade magical crystals and a mid-grade magical artifact. It seemed like a high prize, but in fact, the bets that the bankers had received had already exceeded 100 million mid-grade magical crystals. On the high platforms of the Xingtian tribe, the Qiyu tribe, and the 4 top cities, the demons on them also discovered Ning Chi, the dark horse. The elders' faces suddenly became a little ugly. The Xingtian tribe directly questioned the elder in charge of Ning Chi's area. As a result, the other party said that he didn't give Ning Chi any backdoor, and all the points were real and effective, which made everyone a little incredulous. Brown, what's the background of this guy? Qiyu Tiansha asked directly in front of everyone, a hint of suspicion flashing in his eyes. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless pairs of eyes suddenly fell on Brown. After all, he was the strongest elder of the Lucifer tribe present at the moment. Brown smiled without saying anything. Seeing this, Qiyu Tiansha snorted coldly, deliberately mystifying. Although this guy's points are high, he came with a higher cultivation level. As long as he encounters Qiyu Hanzhong, he will definitely die. As soon as this remark came out, the Xingtian tribe immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, as long as this guy died, the first place of the devil race's chosen battle would still belong to the Sky Punishment Flame Emperor. Another day had passed. Finally, all the devil race in the entire arena discovered Ning Chi, the dark horse whose points were far ahead. At the same time, almost all the devil race was looking forward to Ning Chi's death. The worshippers of the Sky Xingyan Emperor, Qiyu, Hanzhong, Doran, and the rest of the geniuses were looking at Ning Chi maliciously. They were praying in their hearts that Ning Chi would be killed when he met their idol. Originally, before Ning Chi had stood out from the crowd, there were already many geniuses of the demon race who did not have a high score, but had performed well. Many Earth demon stage existences even had the idea of accepting them as disciples. But when Ning Chi suddenly appeared, these geniuses were suddenly overshadowed and forgotten by the crowd. Those Earth demon stage existences who had the idea of accepting disciples also gave up on this idea. They wanted to wait a little longer to see if there would be other surprises. As for Ning Chi, it wasn't that they didn't want to accept him as a disciple. However, when they remembered that Ning Chi was backed by the Lucifer tribe, they knew that even if they asked, the Lucifer tribe wouldn't let him go. Dao and young Master Bei Xian, might be famous in the world this time. He's the first chosen one. Haha! In all these years of devil races, chosen battle, when has the title of the first chosen one not been won by the 3 big tribes or the 4 top cities? Maybe our Yen Mountain City will also be famous this time. Ping Tian, Kong Yen, and the others were excited. If Ning Qi could obtain the title of the first chosen one, it would also be very beneficial to them. At least in the future, if they encountered any devil race from a big tribe, they wouldn't have to be humble. Yeah, Dao En murmured to himself. The outside world knew that Ning Qi's points were the first. However, inside the grotto heaven, both sides couldn't see the points. Therefore, no one knew that Ning Qi's points were much higher than the heaven-punishing Yen Emperor's. Some advanced stage, human devil stage existences saw Ning Qi from afar and chose to ignore him. It wasn't because they knew that Ning Qi's cultivation was very strong, but because they didn't want to kill Ning Qi. Ning Qi hadn't even reached the human devil stage. Even if they killed him, they wouldn't be able to get any points. Therefore, they didn't need to make enemies with others for no reason. After all, those who could participate in this devil race's chosen battle all had some status. Only those chosen one who hadn't reached the human devil stage would rush towards Ning Qi with sparkling eyes when they saw him. Naturally, the ending that awaited them was death. Chapter 2019. Retribution. Elder Davis's direct disciple ran into him. I'm afraid he will end up like Yu-Ji. This is a big feud. What are you afraid of? Elder Davis dares to speak up against the Saint Lady Temple behind him? This is the demon race's genius battle. Even if all of them are killed, it is a matter of course. The demons on Lucifer's platform looked at Davis with a complicated expression. They found that Davis could no longer maintain his calm on the surface. His face was a little pale, and the disciples behind him were all grieving as if they had already seen the end of their senior brothers. The Saint Lady has good taste. I heard that a long time ago the Saint Lady was angry because of this boy and killed Lillian. Your information is wrong. Lillian was killed by this kid. Elder Geth was also present at the time. He was almost killed by the furious Saintess. Later, Elder Martinez arrived and saved Elder Geth's life. There is one thing you definitely don't know. The Saintess is four-winged. Hiss! Many demons gasped with disbelief in their eyes. They were even more shocked than when they saw Ning Qi kill a late-stage demon. Their Lucifer tribe's Saint Lady was actually four-winged? After the shock, the demons began to be ecstatic. This meant that the Saint Lady had a chance to break through to the Sky Demon level. In that case, the Lucifer tribe would have 2 Sky Demon level existences, and they could completely suppress the other 2 tribes and the 4 top cities. Thinking of this, they all thought that Davis could only suffer in silence this time. You relied on the Saint Lady's support to make my senior brother change his surname and worship a trash as his master. You didn't expect retribution to come so quickly, right? Second senior brother, don't talk nonsense with him. Just kill him. Don't. He humiliated our sect. It's too easy to kill him. It's better to suppress him. Find senior brother Yuji, and let senior brother Yuji vent his anger. That makes sense. After communicating with each other, Davis's group of direct disciples suddenly let out a cold laugh and approached Ning Qi step by step. Yuji is already dead. How can a dead person vent his anger? Ning Qi laughed. What did you say? All the devils stopped and looked at Ning Qi in bewilderment. I didn't hear it clearly. I'll say it again. Pay attention. Yuji is dead. Ning Qi smiled. Eldest senior brother is dead? Speak. Who killed him? The devil called second senior brother immediately stepped forward and grabbed Ning Qi's collar. In the outside world, when Davis saw this scene, he slowly closed his eyes. Puff! A long saber pierced through the devil's chest and came out from his back. I was the one who killed Yuji. Since the 2 of you are so close, I will send you to accompany him. Don't thank me. Who asked me to be lay foam? Monstrous demonic will radiated from Ning Chi's body. An evil smile hung on his face as he looked at the shocked face in front of him and chuckled. After saying that, with a twist of his wrist, the Dragon Slayer saber immediately minced his opponent's internal organs into minced meat. However, his HP was very high. Even though he had suffered such a serious injury, he did not die on the spot. A ferocious palm bombarded Ning Chi's body, causing Ning Chi to retreat 2 or 3 steps. The next moment, Ning Chi brandished his saber like a phantom. From the inside out, he chopped this demon into a pile of minced meat. Second senior brother. Damn it! Kill him to avenge second senior brother. The eyes of all the demons turned red. They suddenly lost their minds and attacked Ning Chi crazily. At this moment, they did not think about why Ning Chi could chop their second senior brother into minced meat. The only thing they wanted to do was to kill Ning Chi. Master, watching helplessly as their senior brothers and senior sisters were chopped up like vegetables by Ning Chi, the disciples behind Davis finally could not sit still. Shut up. The life and death of the Devil Clan's Heaven's chosen battle is up to the heavens. Davis did not open his eyes. He scolded faintly, and his tone was extremely strict. Seeing this, his disciples immediately closed their mouths, but their expressions were still furious. Their eyes were fixed on Ning Chi in the picture. Well, they are all dead. On the high platform, the expressions of the other demons were also quite strange. Logically speaking, everyone was from the Lucifer tribe. There was no need to kill each other like this. However, they had also heard of the feud between Ning Chi and Yuji. That matter had become a joke at that time, and it was widely spread in the giant city. They did not expect that such a feud would now develop into a situation where only one side could survive. Thinking of this, all the demons subconsciously glanced at Jian Shalai. Seeing the faint smile on her face, they suddenly felt some pity for Davis. Perhaps Davis did not even have the qualification to fight to the death, unless he really dared to point his sword at the Saint Lady Temple. However, all the demons of the Lucifer tribe knew that even the law enforcement hall itself would not support Davis. The Elder Cabinet would come out to suppress him immediately. After killing this group of demons, Ning Chi's points once again rose by a large margin. It had exceeded 20,000 points, while Heaven Punishing Yan Emperor only had 4,000 points at this moment. Chiyu, Han Zhong, and Dolan only had about 3,000 points. These three were already recognized by the three major tribes as the strongest geniuses among the late-stage demons. As for the geniuses of the 4 top cities, they only had more than 1,000 points, and the higher ones had more than 2,000 points. Compared with Ning Chi, they were more than 10 times worse. The demons who participated in the peripheral gambling looked as if their fathers had died at this time, and their expressions were ugly. As for the bankers behind the gambling house, the 3 major tribes, and the 4 top cities, their emotions were extremely strange. If nothing went wrong, they could swallow all the hundreds of millions of mid-grade demonic crystals this time. However, in this way, the first place of the demon race genius battle would be snatched away by an unknown kid. The only winner would probably be the Lucifer tribe. This kid may not live to the end. The demon race genius battle will continue for at least another year or so. There are too many changes in a year's time. If there is a genius who breaks through to the full closure of the demon race, the title of first place will naturally not belong to this kid. Well, it seems that there is still a bet. It depends on our luck. We must not lose. I bet all the demonic crystals that I have accumulated for thousands of years. I really can't afford to lose. Time passed very quickly in the heavens abode. It was different from the state of chasing others and being nervous all day long for fear of being sneak attacked. Ning Chi seemed very relaxed. He walked wherever he went. He would not easily make a move unless it was necessary. According to his own calculations, it would not be easy for Heaven Punishing Yan Emperor and the others to surpass him in points unless they killed all the late-stage demons that entered the heavens abode this time. Not knowing where he went, a group of demons suddenly appeared in front of him. The number of demons in this group was a bit terrifying, at least 10,000. Chapter 2020 Battle Royale Heaven Punishing Flame Emperor Chiyu Hanzhong, Duo Lan, Fairy Bai Chong, God Huang Huang. First, Ning Qi saw a handsome young devil. His momentum was stronger than all the late-stage human devils present. He just stood there like an unsheathed sword. His hidden sharpness made people feel a faint chill. Compared to him, secluded silence was a far cry. Fairy Bai Chong and Divine Monarch Huang Huang were the weakest among this group of people. They didn't have the same overbearing aura as before. Instead, they stood behind Heaven Xingyan Emperor. Those who had similar cultivation as Heaven Xingyan Emperor were more or less following a few late-stage human devil experts. The atmosphere seemed to be a little tense. Everyone, Heaven Punishing Flame Emperor, must have the most points this time. Why don't we team up and get rid of him first? Chiyu Hanzhong chuckled and said. Hearing this, Duo Lan and the others were tempted. However, Heaven Punishing Flame Emperor sneered. You guys come at me together. Even if I die, I will drag a few of you down with me. Behind him, Fairy Bai Chong and God Huang Huang's eyes flashed with regret. They thought that they could safely pass through the demon race's Heaven's Pride battle with Heaven Punishing Flame Emperor. Even if they couldn't obtain the title of the first Heaven's Pride, they would at least have a good performance. However, they didn't expect Heaven Punishing Flame Emperor to be so arrogant. Even though he knew there was an ambush here, he still insisted on going his own way. Drag a few down with me? The Skype brides from the 4 top cities sneered. One of them looked at Chiyu, Hanzhong, and Duolan. Just tell me if you want to fight or not. Be straightforward. If you want to fight, do it now. If you don't, we'll leave. Let's go. Duolan rubbed his chin. Who didn't want the title of the first Heaven's Pride? Their points weren't too far apart. But Heaven Punishing Flame Emperor's performance this time was really despairing. If they didn't get rid of him, then the title of the first Heaven's Pride would definitely be taken away by him. Then let's go. Chiyu Hanzhong laughed and attacked first. A monstrous demonic aura swept out from his body, turning into a demonic giant that shrouded Heaven Punishing Flame Emperor. Immediately after, Duo Lan and the others attacked one after another. The nearby demons were dumbfounded at this scene. It was extremely rare to see a battle between late-stage demonic humans. As soon as he made his move, the Heaven Punishment Flame Emperor let everyone know what a true Heaven's Chosen was. Not only did he resist Chiyu and Hanzhong's attacks, but he also shattered Duo Lan's and the others' attacks with a single strike. In this battle of attrition, he faintly held the upper hand. With his battle prowess, perhaps even I can't defeat him. But if I go all out, I should have a 50-50 chance of killing him. Ning Qi squinted his eyes slightly, estimating the Heaven Punishing Flame Emperor's strength. Yu Ji was indeed no match for him. If late demon humans were divided into 5 levels, regular late demon humans, regular late demon humans, and the next level would be existences like Yu Ji. North Moon Chongshu was even weaker than Yu Ji, so he could only be regarded as a regular late demon humans. Duo Lan and the others should be in the 4th level. As for Chiyu Hanzhong, he was only slightly weaker than Heaven Punishing Flame Emperor, but he was stronger than Duo Lan and the others, so he could barely be regarded as a 5th level. As for Ning Qi himself, if he used all his trump cards, opened all 5 gates, and went all out, he could be regarded as a 5th level. This was already his limit. If he wanted his battle prowess to break through again, he would have to break through to the 11th heavenly layer with his prismatic dragon elephant technique, or open the 6th gate of the 9 inner hidden gates and become a class 6 demonic battle skill. Only then would he be able to fight against existences at the great perfection of the demon humans. "Yeah, Senior." A joyful roar suddenly rang out from behind, causing the nearby demons to glance over. They were rather displeased, and they all looked at Ning Chi. Senior, an early-stage human demon, curled his lips in disdain. Finally, he turned his head and continued to watch this peerless battle with great interest. Ning Chi frowned. He didn't need to turn his head to know who it was. It was the two fellows who got lost in the ancestral Demon Mountain Range and had followed him all the way back to the giant city. Be quiet and watch the show. Ning Chi lightly spat out a few words. The two fellows had just arrived in front of Ning Chi and were still thinking about how to speak. But when they heard Ning Chi's words, they immediately shut their mouths and stood beside Ning Chi to watch the battle. They were very excited in their hearts. They decided that in the following days, they would follow Ning Chi closely. Someone is besieging the heaven-punishing flame emperor. Damn it, let's go and help. In the distance, a group of demons from the heaven-punishing tribe arrived. Each of them was a late-stage human demon. When they saw that the heaven-punishing flame emperor was being besieged, they immediately flew into a rage and joined the battle. The nearby demons quickly retreated several dozen miles away. The battle became more and more intense. The huge commotion attracted the attention of the nearby demons. The heaven's pride of the Lucifer tribe has also arrived, and the heaven's pride of the Chiyu tribe. Then the heaven's pride of the four top cities also arrived one by one and joined the battle. Those forces that were weaker than the three major tribes and the four top cities also felt that this was a very good opportunity to fish in troubled waters. The more chaotic the battle, the better it was for them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have many chances to obtain points. Therefore, the battlefield was constantly expanding. From the beginning, it was a chaotic battle between dozens of people. In the end, it evolved into a chaotic battle between hundreds of people. Some of the demons began to worry whether this cave would be broken through or not. The surrounding demons retreated again and again. Soon, they were hundreds of miles away from the battlefield. One by one, they stood in the void. With their eyesight, they could still clearly see every little detail on the battlefield. The heaven-punishing flame emperor is too strong. This time, the number one heaven's pride is definitely him. Yes, so many people besieged him and still couldn't take him down. I suspect that he already has the ability to fight against a human demon at the full perfection realm. That's impossible. There's a huge threshold between the late stage and the human demon at the full perfection realm. So far, I've never heard of a heaven's pride that could surpass this realm to fight. The demons near Ning Chi began to discuss. The battle was too intense. They couldn't express the excitement in their hearts without saying a few words. Senior brother, this senior's strength is also very strong. Why doesn't he join the battle? Maybe he can get some points. The most important thing is that with senior strength, he should be able to get the favor of those earth demon stage existences. Perhaps senior is worried about being accidentally injured. If it were me, I would absolutely not join the battle. Look at those people inside. The heaven-punishing flame emperor, Chiyu Hanzhong. Which one of them isn't a powerful existence? Compared to them, I'm afraid there's still a big gap. Chapter 2021. The situation was changing rapidly. While the battle in the Grotto Heaven was intense, the atmosphere outside was a bit quiet, especially the Xingtian tribe's demons. They were bystanders and naturally knew that no matter how hard Flame Emperor Sky Xingtian and the others fought, they couldn't surpass Ning Chi in points. The battle that should have been extremely hot-blooded didn't get the corresponding response. More people were looking for Ning Chi in the scenes. Very soon they saw Ning Chi. Because there were too many demons gathered here to watch the battle, Ning Chi's figure appeared in several scenes almost at the same time. When they found that Ning Chi was watching the battle with great interest, the expressions of these demons became more and more strange. They really wanted to inform Flame Emperor Sky Xingtian and the others to stop fighting. There would be no result even if they continued fighting. The guy with the most points was watching the battle from the side. Only by killing him would they have a chance to become the champion of the demon race's Heaven's Pride battle. Unfortunately, Flame Emperor Sky Xingtian and the others didn't know about this. The battle was still going on, although there were geniuses from the Xingtian tribe constantly joining the battle. There were more geniuses from the other tribes. Gradually, the balance of the battle was tilted towards Qiyu Hanzhong and the others. Flame Emperor Sky Xingtian had to face the siege of nearly 10 late-stage demonic humans at the same time. It was no longer as easy as before. Qiyu Hanzhong, don't push me too far. A ball of black flame exploded on Flame Emperor Sky Xingtian, causing the surrounding demons to retreat dozens of meters. Some of them were too slow and were caught in the demonic fire. It took a lot of effort to extinguish it. In the end, everyone found that even after the demonic fire was extinguished, the palm of the late-stage demonic human had turned into white bones. His flesh and blood were all burned away. Flame Emperor Sky Xingtian, you actually learned the rank 5 demon battle skill, 6-path true fire. Qiyu Hanzhong's eyes flashed with a trace of fear. 6-path true fire was a rather famous demon battle skill in the Lucifer tribe. Not only did Flame Emperor Sky Xingtian learn it, but he could also use it. It was really shocking. Let alone late-stage demonic humans, even many perfect-stage demonic humans couldn't use a rank 5 demon battle skill. Flame Emperor Sky Xingtian, you have to pay a huge price to use this 6-path true fire, right? How many more times can you use it? Duran said with a faint smile. Fairy Bai Chong, God Huang Huang, and the others stood behind the heaven-punishing Flame Emperor. The battle had temporarily stopped, giving them some time to catch their breaths. A trace of lingering fear appeared on the faces of the two. If it wasn't for the heaven punishment Flame Emperor erupting with the 6-path true fire just now, the situation on the Xingtian tribe's side would have already collapsed. It's true that I can't release you more than a few times, but you can try. I'm sure it won't be a problem to take you away. The heaven punishment Flame Emperor said coldly. Ha! Dolan laughed dryly. Everyone glanced at each other, urging the others to go up and probe the heaven-punishing Flame Emperor. However, none of them made a move. Who would be so foolish? Using his own life to test it? Forget it, I'm not fighting anymore. It's boring. But don't be too happy, Sky Xingtian Emperor. Your points aren't much higher than mine. If you work hard, I'll still have a chance. Qiyu Hanzhong smiled, waved his hand, and left with the Qiyu tribe's devil race. As for the devil race who were watching the battle nearby, he didn't even look at them. Among these devil race, there were very few existences in the mid-human devil realm. Most of them were in the early human devil realm. Killing them wouldn't bring him any points. Qiyu Hanzhong also disdained to attack these ants. Of course, the biggest reason was that these devil race came from various major forces. If he killed all of them, it would probably cause public anger. After Qiyu Hanzhong left, Duran also felt bored and left with the Lucifer tribe's devil race's heaven's prides. Seeing this, the other devil race didn't dare to stay. Without Qiyu Hanzhong and Duran, they might not be able to contend against the heaven-punishing Flame Emperor, even if they joined forces. You want to leave? The corner of the heaven-punishing Flame Emperor's mouth slightly rose. The devil race's heaven's prides from the 4 top cities, as well as the forces that were a level lower than the 3 major tribes and 4 major cities, were all stunned. At this time, a heaven's prides from the 4 major cities let out a scream. Everyone quickly looked over and saw that Qiyu Hanzhong, who was supposed to leave, appeared behind that heaven's prides. He pulled out a heart from his back and threw it into his mouth, swallowing it without even biting. Qiyu Hanzhong, you. Seeing this, a trace of panic flashed in the eyes of the heaven's prides from the 4 top cities. Qiyu Hanzhong was their ally just a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye he attacked their people. Wasn't this change too fast? At this time, another scream was heard, followed by another one. Duran and the Lucifer tribe's devil race's heaven's prides had returned to the scene. They directly rushed into the camp of the four top cities and started a crazy massacre. The devil race's heavens, prides from the Chiyu tribe, also appeared from the void. At this moment, the heaven-punishing Flame Emperor, who had been smiling, also made his move. Chiyu Hanjong, Doran, you're shameless. Ha ha ha! Since I can't do anything to the heaven-punishing Flame Emperor, I can only attack you. Who asked there to be so few late-stage human demons this time? If I kill one, there'll be one less. If I can't even enter the top 10, wouldn't I be a laughing stock? Chiyu Hanjong was not ashamed. He laughed wildly, but his hands did not stop for a moment, harvesting lives in a frenzy. Doran appeared to be more low-key. He did not make a sound, but his hands were not slower than Chiyu Hanjong's. The devil race, who were watching the battle nearby, were stunned when they saw this scene. Then they sighed in their hearts. The situation really changed in an instant. Originally, they were working together to deal with the heaven-punishing Flame Emperor's ally. In the end, they started fighting without saying a word. Many of the devil race secretly guessed that this was a trap deliberately set by the heaven-punishing Flame Emperor to attract the heavens' prides from the four top cities. Go! The leading heavens' prides from the four top cities looked at each other and made the decision to retreat. If they continued fighting like this, they would definitely be annihilated. It was more important to save their lives. Of course, since they were going to retreat, some lives had to be sacrificed. Where do you think you're going? Chiyu Hanjong, Doran, and the heaven-punishing Flame Emperor each led a few devil race heavens' prides and chased after the fleeing heavens' prides. After these top heavens' prides left, the devil race present heaved a sigh of relief. Fairy Bai Chong and Lord Huang Huang looked at each other and saw a trace of relief in each other's eyes. Then the two of them shouted and joined forces to attack the nearest late-stage human demons. After the heaven-punishing Flame Emperor and the others left, Fairy Bai Chong and Lord Huang Huang's strength immediately became the best among the devil race heavens' prides. They attracted the attention of many nearby devil race. Chapter 2022. We'll just watch Senior run. Seeing a middle-stage human devil cultivator of the Xingtian tribe flying towards Ning Qi with a grim smile, the two immediately turned around and fled. However, after running for a dozen steps, they suddenly realized that the senior could even kill a late-stage human devil cultivator. He shouldn't be afraid of a middle-stage human devil cultivator, right? Ha ha ha. Although the points are a little less, it's better than nothing. The mid-stage human devil demon grinned as he thought to himself happily. In his opinion, the hundreds of demons before him were basically in his bag. However, the demons in the outside world who were also paying attention to Ning Qi felt a trace of pity for the Xingtian tribe's demon. Bang! The mid-stage human devil was beaten into a bloody mist by Ning Qi in just one exchange. He didn't even have an intact corpse. So strong! The devil race was different from the devil race. When they saw Ning Qi personally kill a devil race genius of the Xingtian tribe, those two fellows immediately prostrated themselves in admiration. They hurriedly flashed to Ning Qi's side and looked around vigilantly. This tangled battle was too chaotic. Apart from a few devil race members who noticed the situation on Ning Qi's side, the rest of the devil race members couldn't be distracted at all, because they had to be completely focused on avoiding arrows that could come from any corner of the battlefield. Ning Qi calmly shuttled through the battlefield. Any demons who took the initiative to attack him were basically dealt with by Ning Qi with a single punch. The two fellows followed Ning Qi and felt that their journey was smooth and unimpeded. Just when there was a little danger, they didn't react and were dealt with by Ning Qi. This was the first time they felt so worry-free since entering the battlefield of the demon race's Heaven's Pride Tournament. That guy? Divine Lord Huang Huang, who was besieging a late-stage human devil with Fairy Bai Chong, was suddenly distracted. The late-stage human devil seized the opportunity to escape. What's going on? Fairy Bai Chong frowned slightly. She thought that she and Divine Lord Huang Huang would each get 10 points if they could kill this late-stage human devil. In the end, the opponent escaped because of Divine Lord Huang Huang's distraction. If Divine Lord Huang Huang didn't give a reasonable explanation, Fairy Bai Chong wouldn't let it go so easily. It's that guy. Look. Divine Lord Huang Huang pointed at Ning Qi. Fairy Bai Chong swept the surroundings with her gaze, and her eyes flickered slightly. It's him. She seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and her gaze instantly became extremely vigilant. She swept the surroundings as if she was looking for someone's figure. Since this fellow has come, then his senior sister ought to be here as well. Spider Pattern isn't here, and I don't sense her aura. Do you think we should do something for you, Ji, since we're friends? Sir God Huang Huang's voice turned cold as his cold gaze swept across Ning Qi. Do you want to avenge you? Fairy Chong frowned slightly, then relaxed. If you want to go, then go. What about you? God Lord Huang Huang glanced at Fairy Bai Chong. He's just an ant that hasn't even reached the human devil stage. Do you think I need to do anything? You. 7 of demon kill, done. No, don't worry. If you die in the demon clan's genius battle, no one will seek revenge for it. The Lucifer tribe can't afford to lose face like this. Fairy Bai Chong sneered. Pausing for a moment, he continued, I naturally have my reasons for not taking action. That bitch Spider Pattern must be hiding somewhere. You can use this opportunity to probe her. If she deliberately used this child to lure me into taking action, we can take this opportunity to kill Spider Pattern. All right. Divine Lord Huang Huang nodded. He moved slightly and appeared in front of Ning Qi. Huh. Late-stage human devil? It can't be. The two fellows behind Ning Qi were stunned when they saw Sir God Huang Huang. When Sir God Huang Huang was fighting with the Heaven Punishment Flame Emperor, the two of them knew that he was a peak late-stage human devil sovereign. Swish! The demons nearby reacted quickly. Whether they were fighting or dodging arrows, they immediately retreated hundreds of feet away when Divine Lord Huang Huang appeared. Ning Qi was surrounded by a huge empty space. Late-stage human devil. Did those guys offend him? They're dead. The nearby devils looked at Ning Qi and the others with some pity. Outside, Divine Lord Huang Huang? His strength seems to be on par with Yu Ji. Sigh, he's giving points to that guy again. Not necessarily. Maybe Divine Lord Huang Huang has some trump cards. After all, he's a famous prodigy for so many years. I heard that his master may break through to Earth Demon middle stage. Maybe he gave him a few demonic weapons for self-defense. Most demons were not optimistic about Divine Lord Huang Huang. Inside the cave, Divine Lord Huang Huang? What's the matter? Ning Qi smiled. Divine Lord Huang Huang looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile, but he was wary of the surrounding situation. If Fairy Bai Chong's worries were true, Spider Pattern was likely to be hiding nearby, waiting for an opportunity. Nothing. I just don't like you, and want to teach you a lesson. You can't use the Saintess to scare me here, right? Divine Lord Huang Huang smiled. When the two guys behind Ning Qi heard this, their faces suddenly changed. They looked at Ning Qi in surprise. Saintess. Does this senior know the Saintess of Lucifer tribe? Oh, you don't like me? It just so happens that I don't like you when we were on Sea Dragon. Since that's the case, let's not talk nonsense. Let's fight. Ning Qi smiled. When the demons who were watching this heard this, their faces became very strange. The opponent was a late-stage human demon. How could a nonentity who was not even in human demon stage be so bold? Whoosh whoosh. Another two figures came through the air. Divine Lord Huang Huang was about to mock Ning Qi. When he saw these two figures, his eyes suddenly showed a trace of fear. Wanli, Zhufeng, since both of you are here, Spider Pattern should be here too, right? Divine Lord Huang Huang sneered. He secretly thought that Fairy Bai Chong's guess was right. This was a trap. Junior sister Spider Pattern? She's very busy now. How could she have time to come here? Wanli laughed strangely. He and Zhu Feng looked at each other, and finally his eyes fell on Ningqi. His eyes flashed with a hint of gloating. What? Did my fourth junior brother offend you? It's okay. You don't have to give us face. Do what you want to do. We'll just watch. Wanli smiled faintly. Big senior brother, second senior brother, is this really okay? Ningqi rolled his eyes. Hee hee. You still know to call us big senior brother and second senior brother? We don't have a junior brother like you. Zhu Feng sneered. Obviously, he was still angry that Ningqi didn't give them face in front of Jian Shalai. Are the two of you serious? Divine Lord Huang Huang squinted his eyes slightly. Of course it's true. Please. Chapter 2023. Young Master Wan Li and Young Master Zhu Feng are too much. When Rana saw this, a trace of anger rose in his eyes. When Pain, who had been hiding among the spectators, saw this, his expression changed abruptly, and his expression turned gloomy. Although Ningqi had not been under his tutelage for a long time, but Ningqi's aptitude had obviously surpassed that of Wan Li and Zhu Feng. However, Pain did not give any resources to Ningqi. There was a reason why he only accepted a few pro-disciples. While the disciples of the other Earth Devil stage experts were secretly competing for cultivation resources, he had a lot of cultivation resources for his disciples. He thought that this would make them live in harmony, but now it seemed that it was just his wishful thinking. Hee hee, your two senior brothers don't care about you anymore. What else do you have to say? Sir God Huang Huang looked at Ningqi indifferently, a trace of mockery flashing in his eyes. Wan Li and Zhu Feng stood not far away, watching this scene with a smile. What are you two still standing here for? Ningqi smiled and turned his head to look at the two followers. Hearing this, the two of them immediately reacted. They quickly ran far away and looked over with a hint of worry in their eyes. Sir God Huang Huang looked at Ningqi mockingly. You care about these two? How about this? After I send you on your way, I will send them to accompany you. His voice was not loud, but the two fellows heard it clearly. They were instantly enraged, and cold sweat trickled down their foreheads. We're doomed. Senior, you can't lose. If you lose, we will die together. Senior brother, why don't we escape first? Let's wait here. Sir God Huang Huang is a late-stage human devil. If he really wants to kill us, we have nowhere to run. The two of them looked terrible. They could only look at Ningqi hopefully. Compared to the other demons present, the two of them knew Ningqi's combat strength better. Everyone else was 100% sure that Ningqi would die. Even Wan Li and Zhu Feng thought so. However, the two of them were different. They felt that Ningqi's chances of defeating Sir God Huang Huang should be 50-50. I think, Ningqi chuckled and suddenly appeared in front of Sir God Huang Huang. Why don't I send you to accompany Yu Ji? Boom! Sir God Huang Huang couldn't react in time and was sent flying by Ningqi's punch. Ningqi didn't stop there. Instead, he pressed forward. Before Sir God Huang Huang landed on the ground, his hands were like hammers as they hit his chest. Sir God Huang Huang fell to the ground with a thud and sank deep into the ground. The demons nearby were dumbfounded. They didn't expect to see such a scene. That guy was not even at the human devil stage. Why did he choose to attack first? Moreover, his attack could actually send Divine Lord Huang Huang, who was already a late-stage human devil, flying? What a terrifying power! Did this guy hide his true strength? Qi Ningqi Qi. Zhu Feng's expression turned serious. The aura that Ningqi had just unleashed was unbelievable to him. That kind of aura could only be achieved by the late stage of human devil. How could it appear on a guy who was not even in the human devil stage? 10 continue. The smile on Wan Li's face faded and he stared at Ningqi. Sir God Huang Huang felt a little dizzy. Ningqi's 2 punches gave him a feeling that his bones were going to fall apart. What the hell was going on? How could a nonentity have such terrifying power? Before he could react, Ning Chi's foot stepped on Sir God Huang Huang's head crazily, as if it was equipped with an electric motor. Sir God Huang Huang only had time to protect his vital parts with both hands. He mobilized the devil Qi in his body to form a shield to resist Ning Chi's storm-like attack. Bang! 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 Dust and smoke gradually filled the air. People could only hear loud noises, but could not see what was going on inside. Those late-stage human demons who were fighting in the distance also noticed the movement here. Fairy Bai Chong, who had been guarding against the sneak attack of the spider stripe, was stunned and looked at the scene in front of her. Ha ha ha! Senior is going to win. Senior, come on! The two guys suddenly burst into laughter and cheered Ning Chi on loudly. In the outside world, when the demons saw this scene, their eyes showed a hint of understanding. The fate of divine Lord Huang Huang was indeed as they had guessed. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before he would follow in the footsteps of Yu Ji. Thinking of this, many demons looked at Lucifer's platform again. They found that Davis had closed his eyes, as if he was taking a nap. The members of the law enforcement hall didn't look too good. Although Sir God Huang Huang had nothing to do with them, many demons knew that he was a good friend of Yu Ji. They must have wanted to avenge Yu Ji by attacking him this time. However, instead of venting his anger, he got himself into trouble. Great! Lan Ruo was overjoyed. Pain also had a smile on his face as he couldn't help but nod. With Ning Chi's performance, Ning Chi was more than qualified to receive his inheritance. As for Wan Li and Zhu Feng, Pain was quite disappointed with their actions. If they didn't break through to the Earth Demon stage in the future, Pain wouldn't be able to teach them his Class 5 demon battle skills. This guy should be deserving of the title of the #1 Heaven's Pride. He defeated Sir God Huang Huang with the cultivation of human demon stage. Even if he can't defeat Flame Emperor Tianxing, Flame Emperor Tianxing is incomparable to him in terms of talent. This guy must have used some method to hide his cultivation. I have lived for so long, but I have never heard of any Heaven's Pride that could fight someone of such a high cultivation level. Even the old ancestors of the Sky Demon sect could not do this when they were young, right? When the Heaven's Pride battle is over, everything will be clear. If he hid his cultivation, the elders will definitely be able to find out. That's right. Bang, bang, bang. Who is the guy who was beaten? It seems to be Sir God Huang Huang. Who was the one who hit him? I'm not sure. Flame Emperor Tianxing and the others are not here. I don't remember anyone who could beat Sir God Huang Huang. Gradually, the commotion on Ning Chi's side caused the nearby late-stage demonic humans to stop fighting. Some of them looked over curiously. They wanted to know what kind of existence could beat divine Lord Huang Huang to the point where he could not fight back. Chapter 2024. All right, stop fighting. Fairy Bai Chong couldn't stand it anymore. She flew into the arena to stop Ning Chi. Fairy Bai Chong couldn't stand it anymore. She flew into the arena to stop Ning Chi, regardless of whether the spider pattern was sneaking an attack from the side. If the fight continued, Sir God Huang Huang would definitely be beaten to death. Bang! A loud sound was heard. Everyone saw Fairy Bai Chong flying out of the cloud of dust at a speed faster than when she came. When the demons saw that there was an obvious palm print on Fairy Bai Chong's chest, many of them looked envious. Fairy Bai Chong was extremely ashamed and angry. She angrily looked down at her aching chest, and then looked at the dust cloud with slight fear. She was hit by the palm before she could see the opponent's movement clearly. Judging from the strength of the palm, it was undoubtedly from a late-stage human demon. Bang! 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 With 3 short but powerful bangs, the dust gradually dispersed, and the devil race finally saw the situation inside. When those advanced human demons saw Ning Chi, their faces gradually changed, and a trace of confusion flashed in their eyes. How could it be a guy who hadn't even reached human demon stage? Was Sir God Huang Huang still alive? Many of the demons were curious. Ningqi saw Wan Li and Zhu Feng staring at him blankly. He smiled and said, "Senior brothers, what's wrong?" Nothing. Wan Li recovered from the shock and laughed dryly. He looked at Ningqi from head to toe with fear in his eyes. The two of them were equally matched with Sir God Huang Huang. They didn't know if Sir God Huang Huang was dead or alive. However, the fact that Ningqi could defeat Sir God Huang Huang showed that their fourth junior brother's combat power was not weaker than theirs. This shocked and confused them. Senior 1. The two of them almost cried tears of joy. Ningqi's victory proved that their lives were saved. Fairy Baichong, are you going to take revenge for Sir God Huang Huang and Yuji? Ningqi retracted his gaze from Wan Li and Zhu Feng and looked at Fairy Baichong. What, Yuji? A trace of horror flashed through Fairy Baichong's eyes. Could it be that he's telling me that Yuji has already died in his hands? Yuji is the direct disciple of Sir Davis, right? Could he have been killed by this kid? Many demons of the Lucifer tribe present looked at each other in astonishment, and then a trace of killing intent rose in their eyes. In any case, Yuji was a demon of the Lucifer tribe. If he was really killed by this man in front of them, they would definitely avenge Yuji. Don't act rashly. I recognize this child. He is an existence that the Saintess values. I heard that even the Elder Cabinet sent Elder Jess to inspect this child. What? Is that so? Many demons of the Lucifer tribe were stunned. They had never heard of Ningqi, but the person who had just reminded them had a high status in the tribe. There was no reason for him to lie to them. Thinking of this, the way they looked at Ningqi suddenly became a little weird. Yuji died in your hands. Fairy Chong Baichong had a complicated expression. I think so. Ningqi smiled and nodded. God Lord Huang Huang is also dead. Fairy Chong Bai said in a low voice, "Come over and have a look." Ningqi smiled. Fairy Chong Baichong was slightly startled when she heard that. Then she took a few steps forward and looked at the deep pit. In the end, she could only see that the soil inside was stained with blood and turned red. As for the traces of God Lord Huang, she couldn't see it at all. He was beaten to death without a whole corpse. The fear in Fairy Chong Baichong's eyes became more intense. She suddenly looked at Ningqi. I won't participate in the feud between Yuji and God Lord Huang Huang. After saying that, she stepped back step by step. Suddenly, she soared into the sky, turned into a star, and disappeared from everyone's sight. Seeing this, Ningqi smiled and turned around to leave. Seeing this, the nearby devils immediately opened up a path for him. The two followers quickly followed behind him with happy expressions on their faces. Aside from them, the rest of the devils watched as Ningqi left. No one dared to stop him, including Wan Li and Zhu Feng. When the demons outside saw this scene, they immediately sighed. What a pity. They should have joined forces to kill this child. Such a great opportunity. How could they waste it? It was a pity that apart from them, no one in the cave knew that Ningqi's points were already first. Although they had witnessed Ningqi's strength, none of the demons reacted. The few demons who reacted were shocked and stunned, but they quickly concealed it. Without exception, these demons had yet to reach human demon stage, early human demon stage, or middle human demon stage. Anyway, they no longer had the chance to become the #1 Sky Pride. If they could see a dark horse emerge as the champion, it would be a good thing. Not long later, Heaven punishing Flame Emperor and the rest returned to the battlefield. From Chiyu Hanzhong's expression, they should not have succeeded in killing the Sky Prides of the 4 top cities. Those fellows are really slippery. Don't these mutated demons know anything else other than running away? Chiyu Hanzhong cursed. Duo Lan smiled without saying a word. When the demons outside saw Chiyu Hanzhong's lips, they suddenly felt a little dissatisfied. Where are Fairy Baichong and God Huang Huang? The heaven punishing flame emperor furrowed his brows and searched around. When he discovered that the two of them were missing, a trace of anger flashed through his eyes. Flame Emperor, God Huang Huang, is dead, and Fairy Bai Chong has left. One of the sky prides of the heaven-punishing tribe stepped forward and whispered, God Huang Huang is dead? Who killed him? Heaven-punishing Flame Emperor's gaze swept across. Chiyu, Han Zhong, Dolin, and the rest looked at each other, and the corners of their lips curled up. In their opinion, Sir God Huang Huang had either been killed by the Lucifer tribe or the Chiyu tribe. As for the elites of the other forces, they shouldn't have the strength to kill Sir God Huang Huang Huang. What's that guy's name? Upon hearing the Sky Punishment Flame Emperor's question, everyone realized that they didn't even know Ning Qi's name. They must know. Suddenly, a demon pointed at Wan Li and Zhu Feng. Seeing this, the two felt a little regretful. They should have left earlier. If heaven-punishing Flame Emperor and the rest wanted to kill them, only one of them would have escaped. I know you two. You are Pain's personal disciples, right? Heaven-punishing Flame Emperor looked at the two. Who killed God Huang Huang? If you know, please tell me. The one who killed God Huang Huang was our Lucifer tribe killed him. Duo Lan suddenly spoke. Pausing for a moment, he smiled and said, Don't stare at me. I just found out about it. I heard that the guy is a heaven's pride, favored by the saintess. He hid his cultivation level and hid among these ants. I guess God, Lord Huang Huang, fell for his trap because of that. Chapter 2025. Ranking list. Duo Lan is too arrogant. We are also human devil stage geniuses. One day we will reach his level. If he calls us ants, then what is he? Sure, forget it. If he hears us, we will lose our lives. Ants are ants. In his eyes, we are indeed no different from ants. We can only hope that, in the future, if we can break through to the Earth Devil stage, we will return those words to him. Although the demons nearby were dissatisfied, they only dared to complain secretly. They could not refute Duo Lan's words. However, from his words, everyone understood that the guy was just hiding his cultivation. This made many demons feel disappointed. They thought that Ning Qi could get more points by killing enemies of a higher level and become the #1 genius in this year's Heaven's Favorite Battle. That way, he could teach the demons of the 3 tribes and 4 top cities a lesson. However, Duo Lan said that he was just hiding his cultivation. If so, even if he killed a few late-stage human devils, the points would not be as much as Flame Emperor Xing and the others. Hiding his cultivation? Could it be that 4th junior brother has been pretending to be a pig in front of us all along? But why did he do this? Wait. Wan Li and Zhu Feng suddenly looked at each other and thought of a terrible guess. If it was really Master's order, perhaps this boy has already received his true teachings. There is no conclusion on this matter. Let's not jump to conclusions. Everything will be clear when we leave this place. Wan Li transmitted his voice. Zhu Feng snorted in his heart. His face was still very ugly. They had followed Pain for many years just to get his true teachings. If they were robbed by Ning Qi, no one could bear it. Is that so? Flame Emperor Xing glanced at Duo Lan coldly, and then did not care about the death of Lord Huang Huang. In any case, Lord Huang Huang was not a demon of the Xing Tian tribe. If he died, then so be it. There was no need to cause trouble for him. 2 of the demon geniuses who had just followed Flame Emperor Xing and Chiyu to kill the 4 top cities geniuses looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. This boy has been hiding his cultivation. In that case, he could have killed Yu Ji directly. There was no need to wait for the saintess of the Lucifer tribe to arrive. Chiyu transmitted his voice. Xing, Tianhao nodded. Indeed, he hid it well. After the demon race's chosen battles, let's pay him a visit and see if we can befriend him. Chiyu transmitted his voice. All right. Xing, Tianhao nodded. Ning Qi was valued by the Holy Virgin of the Lucifer tribe and had the strength to kill Sir God Huang Huang. The current Ning Qi was indeed worthy of the two of them taking the initiative to befriend him. Following that, time passed day by day. There should have been hundreds of thousands of images on the huge screen in the center of the arena, but as time passed, more and more images turned black. This meant that the owner of these images had already died. Roughly estimating, there should only be about 2/3 of the demon race geniuses left. The number of casualties exceeded 100,000. The points of Flame, Emperor Xing, and the others were constantly rising. When the time limit of the demon race's chosen battles was about to end, several super large-scale battles broke out in the cave. One by one, the geniuses displayed their trump cards and stood out, shocking the demons. Ning Qi participated in these battles every time. However, what made the audience gnash their teeth was that Ning Qi was always idling at the edge and never entered the center of the battlefield. However, his points were still rising. Some demons who had bet a lot of money were already in deep despair. Not only did these demons bet on Flame Emperor Xing, but they also bet on Qiyu, Hanzhong, Duolan, and the others according to the different odds. As long as they won one of them, they could at least get back some of their money. However, the appearance of this dark horse, Ning Qi, made their demonic crystals go down the drain. In the gambling house, there was no Ning Qi option at all. Only a few dozen people had the chance to get first place in the demon race's chosen battles. The demons who bet on these 10 people all wanted to die. However, other than this option, there was another unexpected option. If the number 1 genius didn't appear in these 10 people, it would be equivalent to an upset. The odds were 1 to 5. Many demons bet on this option, but they were secretly happy in their hearts and didn't show it. They forced themselves to be calm so that they wouldn't be targeted by the losers around them. Unknowingly, it had been almost a year since the start of the demon race's chosen battles. In about half a month, the demon race's chosen battles would end. First on the leaderboard, Ning Qi, 125,800 points, from the Lucifer tribe, Yan Shan City's Demon King's mansion. Second on the leaderboard, Flame Emperor Xing Tian, 31,200 points from the Xingtian tribe. Third on the leaderboard, Qiyu, 23,400 points from the Qiyu tribe. Fourth on the leaderboard, Duo Lan, 18,950 points from the Lucifer tribe. Fifth on the leaderboard, Spiderline, 17,335 points from the Yenshan City's Demon King's mansion. Sixth on the leaderboard, Bianlong, 15,460 points from the Python Cloud City, one of the top 4 cities. Seventh on the leaderboard, Tongwei, 14,900 points from the Tongyu City, one of the top 4 cities. Eighth on the leaderboard, Yaocheng, 13,200 points from the Bright Moon City, one of the top 4 cities. Ninth on the leaderboard, Yan Shi, 12,100 points from the Golden Summit City, one of the top 4 cities. 10th on the leaderboard, Hu Yanbao, 9,700 points from the Forgotten Ruins tribe. These were the top 10 chosen by the demon race from the many images. Apart from Hu Yanbao, who was ranked 9th and came from an unknown small tribe, the top 9 were all related to the top 3 tribes and the top 4 cities. Moreover, their points were far ahead of the others. Behind Hu Yanbao, there were many Heaven's Prides who had similar points. In this half a month, they all had a chance to catch up with him. The elders and Heaven's Prides of the Forgotten Ruins tribe who came together this time were both excited and nervous. If Hu Yanbao could enter the top 10, it would be enough for them to hold their heads high. When Hu Yanbao was accepted as a disciple by some Earth Devil stage powerhouse, the Forgotten Ruins tribe would naturally rise. However, it was still a bit difficult to maintain their position in the top 10. Sigh, it seems that guy will definitely be first. I really didn't expect that the throne of first place should belong to Flame Emperor Xing Tian. Halfway through, a dark horse appeared. If it wasn't for this guy, my net worth would have doubled. Isn't it the same for me? But fortunately, I bought the unpopular guy. In this way, I won't lose too much, haha. Chapter 2026. Over here. Time's almost up. Ning Qi calculated the time since he entered the battlefield. There were still a few more days until the year was up. He knew that the title of #1 prodigy was for sure. But I haven't seen Senior Sister Spider Pattern in this period of time. Where is she hiding? Ning Qi found it strange. With Spider Pattern's personality, why wasn't she moving? He couldn't help but recall Wanli and Zhu Feng's strange tone. It was as if Spider Pattern was in big trouble. Senior, someone's coming. The two followers suddenly spoke. After a period of time, they'd put in a lot of effort and finally got Ning Qi to call out their names. The male demon was called Gu Yuanze, and the female demon was called Diwu Shuejun. They came from a small tribe and had a master. However, their master had clearly guessed that the two of them wouldn't have any achievements in this heaven's chosen battle, so they didn't come. This aura. Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. He looked into the distance and saw a few black dots rapidly approaching them. It's Flame Emperor Xing and Qi Yuhanzhong. What kind of existence can make the two of them work together to kill him? Gai Yuan's was dumbfounded. Time's almost up. Why are you still chasing us? Isn't it just killing a few of you? Is there a need to do this? Don't think that we won't kill you just because you're that person's daughter. Don't run, you won't escape today. Qi Yuhanzhong cursed. Flame Emperor Xing didn't speak, but his expression was cold. Soon, the three figures were less than 100 miles away from Ning Qi's group. Gai Yuan's and Diwu Shuejuan tried to persuade Ning Qi to retreat. In the end, they saw Ning Qi wave at the other party. Senior sister, over here! Fourth junior brother? Spider Pattern paused when she saw Ning Qi. She didn't fly towards Ning Qi, but turned and flew in another direction. Your junior brother? Ha ha ha! Don't run, or I'll kill your junior brother. Flame Emperor Xing Tian chased after the spider mark, but Qi Yuhanzhong stopped and flew towards Ning Qi. At the same time, he let out an angry roar. Qi Yuhanzhong, you're really shameless. Spider-Wen couldn't help but curse. Then, she changed her direction again. Her speed instantly exploded, and she flew past Qiyu and Hanzhong, landing beside Ning Qi. Ning Qi's eyes flashed with a trace of amazement when he saw Spider-Wen's speed. Although it wasn't as fast as 90,000 kilometers in an instant, it wasn't too far off. It seemed that this was Spider-Wen's trump card. If that was the case, then it would explain why Spider-Wen wasn't panicking under the pursuit of Flame Emperor Xing Tian and Qi Yuhanzhong. Gu Yuanze and Gu Yuanze stared dumbfoundedly at the spider pattern, then at Ning Qi, and then at the heaven-punishing Flame Emperor and Qi Yuhan, who had landed not too far away from them. Their bodies couldn't help but tremble violently. The person being chased was actually Senior's senior sister? Junior brother, you shouldn't have spoken just now. One of them is the 9th son of the Xingtian tribe's patriarch, the Xingtian Flame Emperor, and the other is the strongest genius of the Qiyu tribe, Qi Yuhanzhong. Wait for my signal and act according to the situation. After Spider-Wen landed, he transmitted his voice to Ning Qi with a hint of seriousness in his eyes. This is your junior brother? From the looks of it, your relationship isn't shallow. No wonder I heard that your mother values him so much. Qi Yuhanzhong glanced at Ning Qi, then looked at Spider-Wen with a sinister smile. Spider-Wen was Jian Shilai's daughter. Not many people knew about this, but with Qi Yuhanzhong and the heaven-punishing Flame Emperor status, it naturally couldn't be hidden from them. My mother values my junior brother's talent. Since you know this, why aren't you retreating? I merely killed a few ordinary geniuses of the devil race from your Xingtian tribe and Qiyu tribe. Why chase me so far? Spider-Wen sneered. What a joke! Ordinary geniuses of the devil race? The one you killed is my cousin. Qi Yuhanzhong's eyes were instantly filled with rage as he roared. The heaven-punishing Flame Emperor's gaze landed on Ning Qi, I heard that God Lord Huang Huang died in your hands. Spider, was a little surprised, then said, Heaven punishing Flame Emperor, you've got the wrong person. With my junior brother's strength, how could he have killed God Lord Huang Huang? That's right. God Lord Huang Huang was indeed killed by me. Ning Qi said lightly. Fourth junior brother, you're not bluffing, are you? Spider stared at Ning Qi in disbelief. Lord God Huang Huang's strength was only slightly weaker than hers. He was about the same as Wan Li and Zhu Feng. How could Ning Qi kill such an existence? The heaven-punishing Flame Emperor coldly looked at Ning Qi and found that Ning Qi's aura was indeed not even in the human-demon stage, just like the rumors said. He concluded that Ning Qi must have hidden his cultivation. God Lord Huang Huang was probably deceived by this appearance and died in his hands. Heaven-punishing Flame Emperor, don't talk nonsense with these two. Leave Spider-Wind to me, and that kid to you. It's settled. Chiyu Hanzhong sneered and strode towards Spider-Wind. Outside, the tens of millions of devils in the spectator stands instantly erupted into a wave of enthusiastic cheers when they saw the scene. As long as Ning Qi died, the heaven-punishing Flame Emperor would definitely become the champion of the devil race's prodigy battle, and they wouldn't have to lose everything. On the platform of the Lucifer tribe, many demons showed rather ugly expressions when they saw Ning Qi and Spider when about to be killed by the heaven-punishing Flame Emperor and Chiyu Hanzhong. Although it was not Doran who took first place this time, Spider was still in the top 10. If Ning Qi took first place, their Lucifer tribe would have 2 in the top 10 and 1 in first place. How glorious would that be? Hee. Unlike the other demons of the Lucifer tribe, the corner of Davis's lips curled up slightly. The disciples behind him all smiled as well. We can finally avenge our senior brother. This guy is destined to die. Even if he doesn't die in there, Master won't spare him. Ha. Pain. You never thought this would happen, did you? Your disciple is still going to die in the end. Lu Dongha ignored the gazes of the surrounding demons and laughed aloud. North Moon Lingqiu, North Moon Muyang, and Lan Ruo immediately became nervous. They subconsciously glanced at Jian Shilai, but they discovered that he remained very composed. The 3 of them could not help but let out sighs of relief inside. From how the Holy Maiden was acting, she clearly knew that Ning Qi would be fine. Brown, we're going to take first place in the demon prodigy battle. Sorry about that. On the platform of the heaven-punishing tribe, an elder let out a long laugh. His voice rang through the entire arena. Brown's expression was rather dark. He said nothing. Similarly, the heavenly Shachio's expression was not too great either. He would rather Ning Qi take first place than the heaven-punishing Flame Emperor. Chapter 2027. Chapter 2027, Monster. Junior apprentice brother, you go first. Spider saw Chiyu Hanzhong walk towards her, and her face turned cold. She decisively sent a sound transmission to Ning Qi. Although she wasn't a match for Chiyu Hanzhong and heaven-punishing Flame Emperor, she was confident she could delay them for at least 10 minutes. This was enough time for Ning Qi to escape. Gu Yuanzi and Fifth Snow Lord stood where they were. They didn't know whether to run or not. It was an extremely difficult choice. Senior apprentice sister, how many moves can you block from Chiyu Hanzhong? Ning Qi's lips curved up. Spider-Wen's eyes flashed with anxiety. He was still asking this at this time, but she immediately responded. If it's just him, at least 3/4 of an hour. Okay, then you hold him first. Ning Qi waved his hand, and Gu Yuanzi and the Fifth Snow Lord were suddenly pushed hundreds of feet away by a huge force. They tumbled awkwardly, and when they finally stood up, they found that Ning Qi had already taken the initiative to attack the heaven-punishing Flame Emperor. Senior, this is... Gu Yuanzi and Fifth Snow Lord glanced at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. This... Spider was also surprised but Chiyu Hanzhong was already in front of her. She could only focus on Chiyu Hanzhong, occasionally glancing over at Ningqi. The devil race outside also felt a trace of shock because Ningqi took the initiative to attack. In their eyes, although Ningqi's battle prowess was terrifying compared to an existence like the heaven-punishing Flame Emperor, who could casually challenge more than 10 people of the same cultivation level, there was still a gap of 108,000 miles. Interesting. Heaven-punishing Flame Emperor paused, and then his lips curved up into a faint smile. He didn't move at all, just stood there with his hands behind his back. He wanted to see just how far Ningqi's hidden strength had reached. 9 inner hidden gates. First gate, open. Second gate, open. Third gate, open. Fourth gate, open. Fifth gate, open. Ningqi's aura continued to surge. When he arrived in front of the heaven-punishing Flame Emperor, his aura had already reached its peak. Compared to the heaven-punishing Flame Emperor, he was at most a notch weaker. At the same time, the heaven-punishing Flame Emperor and the devils outside who were watching this battle discovered that Ningqi's demeanor was completely different from before. A sinister smile hung on Ningqi's lips as he punched towards the heaven-punishing Flame Emperor, like an arrow being shot from a bow. A power that was enough to shake a mountain condensed into a fist along with boundless demonic energy. This punch, a trace of surprise flashed through the heaven-punishment Flame Emperor's eyes. His hands, which had been placed behind his back, immediately relaxed. His right hand formed a palm and blocked Ningqi's fist. Boom! As the fist and palm collided, a thunderous boom rang out. At the same time, a terrifying shockwave caused the ground around Ningqi and the Flame Emperor to be swept up, as if it had turned into a stone wave that swept in all directions. Chiyu and Hanzhong were both startled by this commotion. They took the time to look over, but their bodies were entangled by the spiderweb of demonic qi. Fourth junior brother is actually this strong. Spider Wen's eyes flashed with a hint of disbelief. Roar! Chiyu Hanzhong growled. The demonic qi spiderweb that could trap an ordinary late-stage demon for at least an hour was about to be torn apart under his tremendous strength. Spider Wen did not dare to be distracted anymore and concentrated on dealing with Chiyu Hanzhong. Since she saw Ningqi's trump card, she was also relieved. At least Ningqi would not be so easily crushed by the heaven punishment Flame Emperor. Perhaps if she fought hard today, it would really be possible to save their lives. When the demons outside saw this scene, they were once again shocked. It turned out that they had not seen the true limits of Ningqi's combat power before. This kid is incredible, Brown could not help but exclaim. The other 2 elders were also very shocked. When the rest of the Lucifer demon clan heard Brown's exclamation, they gradually developed a trace of admiration for Ningqi. Not only did he get the exclamation of a late-stage earth demon, but he could also fight head-on with the heaven punishment Flame Emperor. Among all the late-stage human demon geniuses in the 3 tribes and 4 top cities, there were not many like him, right? And the most important thing was that Ningqi's strength was probably not even in the human demon stage. Monster! Davis could not help but clench his fists tightly. He initially thought that Ningqi would be killed by the heaven punishment Flame Emperor, but he saw this scene. If this kid is allowed to grow, I'm afraid that even I won't be able to defeat him in the future. Pain, where did you find this kid? Lu Dongha's expression gradually became solemn. Pain, who he was talking about, was also shocked at this moment. However, his expression quickly returned to his calm state. The way he looked at Ningqi became more and more gratified. Back when he was in Yen Mountain City, he must have hidden his strength, right? He pretended that he was no match for North Moon Chongshu, but in reality, he had the means to kill North Moon Chongshu. Dao En murmured to himself. That must be the case. Ping Tian said with a determined expression. Kong Yen also nodded. This was the only explanation that they could accept. Otherwise, who could grow to such a level in just a few decades? Young Master Bei Xian must have used that demonic art Lan Rua looked at Ning Qi in the image excitedly. A sliver of anticipation gradually appeared in his eyes. If he could receive Ning Qi's teachings in the future and obtain the complete demonic art, perhaps his strength would increase by a great deal. At the very least, reaching the late human-demon stage would not be a problem. North Moon Lengqiu's face flushed with excitement. Her gaze towards Ning Qi became more and more passionate. Female demons had an inexplicable sense of admiration towards the strong. Moreover, when Ning Qi saved her from that demonic creature back then, North Moon Lingqiu already had a very good impression of Ning Qi. Thinking about how she had actually admired someone like Yongo in the past, North Moon Lingqiu felt a chill run down her spine. After clashing with the heaven-punishing Flame Emperor, Ning Qi finally experienced the terror of the heaven-punishing Flame Emperor for himself. His opponent's strength was much greater than his own. The blood in his body surged, and he only managed to dispel the force after retreating a few meters. However, the demonic qi that surged from his opponent's palm continued to wreak havoc in Ning Qi's body. Ning Qi only managed to suppress it after mobilizing a tenth of his demonic qi. The heaven-punishing Flame Emperor did not move at all. He stood where he was and looked at Ning Qi with a forced smile. Your strength is already equivalent to Duo Lan's. Unfortunately, even if Duo Lan is here, it's still not very likely for the two of you to defeat me if you work together. Ning Qi smiled and did not reply. He moved and continued attacking the heaven-punishing Flame Emperor. In just a dozen or so breaths, he had exchanged several hundred blows with the heaven-punishing Flame Emperor. However, Ning Qi was unable to land a single punch on the heaven-punishing Flame Emperor, while the heaven-punishing Flame Emperor managed to land 5 punches on Ning Qi, causing his health to drop greatly. He still hasn't used his demon battle skills, and I haven't used all my trump cards either. Those existences in the outside world should be able to see my every move. Ning Qi smiled. Ning Qi's thoughts moved slightly. Just when the Heaven Punishment Flame Emperor thought that he would continue to attack, Ning Qi charged towards Qiyu Hanzhong and kicked Qiyu Hanzhong's, but, sending him flying, Qiyu Hanzhong fell to the ground with a bang, and then he got up with a stunned expression. There was a trace of shame and anger in his eyes. He let out a long roar and suppressed Ning Qi with endless killing intent. In the next moment, a golden light burst out of Ning Qi's body, enveloping him, the Spider Line, Guyuanze, and the 5th Snow Monarch. Chapter 2028. 24 hours. Boom! Following a loud bang, Qiyu Hanzhong's attack landed on the Demon God Evasion Talisman, causing a series of ripples to appear on the golden light screen. Ning Qi and the others, who were enveloped by the light screen, didn't feel anything. Qiyu Hanzhong's attack was perfectly blocked by the light screen. Gu Yuanze and Diwu Xuejuan stared at the light screen in disbelief. Outside, what kind of demonic tool is that? It's not a demonic tool, it's a talisman. Talisman. That's right. Do you see those flowing lines? I remember that these lines are from the Heavenly Talisman tribe. Gold. Could it be the strongest talisman of the Heavenly Talisman tribe, the Demon God Evasion Talisman? A knowledgeable devil race expert recognized the devil god vanquishing talisman on Ning Qi's body. Immediately, a look of shock appeared on his face. Although the Heavenly Talisman tribe was very small and not considered powerful, the entire tribe only had one early Earth devil existence. Moreover, in this devil race heavens pride battle, the Heavenly Talisman tribe didn't even send out a single heavens pride. One could imagine how much they had declined. However, the talisman of the Heavenly Talisman tribe was something that many low-level devil race experts would do anything to buy. Different from demonic tools, talismans were disposable items. The stronger ones could be used 3 to 5 times, but not more than 10 times. The price was lower than demonic tools of the same level. Low-level demons who couldn't afford demonic tools would choose to buy talismans. However, there weren't many demons who knew how to make talismans. Among them, the Heavenly Talisman tribe was quite famous. However, there were very few talismans in the market. Sometimes it depended on luck to buy one. The demon god evasion talisman was recognized as the talisman with the strongest defense in the heavenly talisman tribe. There were no more than 3 people in the heavenly talisman tribe who could make this talisman. Demon god evasion talisman. The elders of the 3 great tribes and the 4 great cities recognized the runes on the light screen at almost the same time. Their expressions changed slightly, especially those of the Xing-Tian tribe. When the elders of the Xing-Tian tribe saw the demon god evasion talisman, their faces turned ashen. Brown glanced at Jian Shilai. He had the same guess as the other 2 elders. They all believed that Jian Shilai had gone to the heavenly talisman tribe to obtain this demon god evasion talisman. The heavenly talisman tribe had very strict control over the demon god evasion talisman. Ordinary earth devil stage experts might not even be able to buy it. Damn it, she actually invested so much in this kid. Davis clenched his teeth and tried to control his emotions. He maintained a calm expression on his face, but his heart was like an erupting volcano. Fortunately, there's still some time before the end of the demon race's heaven's chosen battles. The demon god's escape talisman won't last that long. That kid will still die. Lu Donghan narrowed his eyes slightly. Unlike the others, he had once obtained a demon god's evasion talisman and knew its limits. Even the demon god's evasion talisman, refined by the talisman master of the heavenly talisman tribe, could only last for about 24 hours at most. It was not enough for Ning Qi and the others to safely pass the last few days. When the demon god's evasion talisman dissipated, he would still have to face the attacks from the Heaven Xingyan Emperor and Qiyu Hanzhong. What is this? Qiyu Hanzhong stopped outside the light screen with a ferocious look on his face. He stared coldly at the light screen as a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. The demon god's evasion talisman. The Heaven Xingyan Emperor slowly walked to Qiyu Hanzhong's side and lightly glanced at Ning Qi and the others. The demon god's evasion talisman? Qiyu Hanzhong was slightly stunned. He then stared at Ning Qi and let out a sinister laugh. Kid, how long do you think this demon god's evasion talisman can stop me? A very long time. Ning Qi smiled. He wasn't sure how long the demon god's evasion talisman could last, but he knew that this talisman had absorbed a large amount of demonic qi from the demonic qi orb in his mind. It had already mutated a long time ago. As for how strong it was now, even the existence that refined this talisman couldn't be sure. After 24 hours, the demon god's evasion talisman will automatically dissipate. The Heaven Xingyan Emperor's lips curled up as a trace of mockery flashed in his eyes. Qiyu Hanzhong heard this and laughed. He pointed at Ning Qi and said, "When this talisman disappears, I will let you know what it means to not touch a tiger's ass. Suit yourself." Ning Qi smiled. Qiyu Hanzhong was infuriated by Ning Qi's attitude. He tried his best to calm down, smiled grimly, and sat down where he was. Only 24 hours. It seems that there are still a few days until the end of the demon race's Heaven's Pride battle? Gu Yuanze and Diwu Shuijun looked at each other and suddenly felt a little hopeless. The other party was not an ordinary late-stage demonic human. One was the 9th son of the Xing-Tian tribe's chief, the strongest Heaven's Pride in the late-stage demonic human. The other was the famous, hot-tempered, and extremely powerful Qiyu Hanzhong. It was hard to imagine what would happen to them after 24 hours. As time passed, half of the 24 hours were gone. Spider-Wen's expression became more and more serious. He seemed to be thinking of a way to escape from Qiyu Hanzhong and the Heaven Xingyan Emperor when the 24 hours were up. Qiyu Hanzhong saw this scene and sneered from time to time. There was a trace of mockery in his eyes. He looked at Ning Qi and Spider-Wen like a cat playing with a mouse. "It's that guy." And Spider-Wen, what is this light curtain on their bodies? It seems that they have offended Heaven Xingyan Emperor and Qiyu Hanzhong. As the time approached, many demons came after hearing the news. When they saw this strange scene, their eyes revealed a trace of curiosity. Soon, some Heaven's Prides recognized the demon god escape talisman. Xing Tianhao, it seems that we don't have to make friends with them. A bitter smile appeared on Qi Yu's face. When the two arrived, they stood behind Heaven Xingyan Emperor and Qi Yu Hanzhong. However, they had a good relationship in private, even better than with their own race. Even in this situation, they would still communicate with each other. Not bad. Xing Tianhao nodded lightly. The two knew about the demon god escape talisman and knew that the talisman could only last for 24 hours. Right now, Ning Qi and the others were just waiting for death. This bitch also has such a day. And that kid, Fairy by Chong, arrived from the sky. When she saw the situation, the corner of her lips curled up slightly and her eyes revealed a trace of schadenfreude. Master gave us the demon god escape talisman to save our lives in the case of certain death. Fourth, junior brother, why did he provoke Heaven Xingyan Emperor and Qi Yu Hanzhong? Even if we use the demon god escape talisman, it can only save our lives temporarily, right? A few hundred miles away, Wan Li and Zhu Feng stood in the sky and looked at Ning Qi and the others. It's almost time. Chapter 2029. Unbreakable. There are still 2 hours left. If you come out now, I might be able to let you suffer less. Qi Yu Hanzhong stood up from the ground and looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile. The time limit of the fiend god evasion talisman was about to end. He already could not wait to tear this fellow who dared to kick his butt into pieces. It's not time yet. Why are you in such a hurry? Ning Qi smiled. If you're in such a hurry, come in and bite me. Can you even come in? You can't come in, right? He. Boom. Qi Yu Hanzhong punched the devil god evading talisman fiercely. Apart from a slight ripple, it did not hurt Ning Qi at all. Damn thing, just you wait. 2 hours will pass very quickly. Qi Yu Hanzhong gnashed his teeth and said. To have angered Qi Yu Hanzhong to such an extent, it seems that these people are hopeless. The nearby demons looked at each other with a hint of schadenfreude in their eyes. In contrast to Qi Yu's violent temperament, the flame Emperor Xing Tian appeared very calm. He wore a faint smile on his face and stood with his hands behind his back. Many demons felt a trace of worship in their hearts when they saw his demeanor. Time passed minute by minute. Gu Yuanze and Diwu Shuejun were no longer calm. Their bodies were covered in cold sweat, and the spider pattern seemed to be making some kind of preparation. Very soon, a full 24 hours had passed since Ning Qi had released the demon god evading talisman. It's over. Gu Yuanze and Diwu Shuejun looked at each other with a bitter smile. Ha ha ha. Brat, come out and die. Qi Yu Hanzhong laughed maniacally. Just as everyone thought that the demon god evasion talisman would disappear, they suddenly discovered that after a few breaths of time, the demon god evasion talisman still existed. Did I calculate the time wrongly? Qi Yu Hanzhong frowned. He was prepared to wait a little longer. Not long after, 2 hours passed. Qi Yu Hanzhong's expression became more and more unsightly. He was sure that no matter how much he miscalculated the time, the error wouldn't exceed 2 hours. This demon god's evasion talisman actually exceeded the 24-hour time limit? The heaven-punishing flame emperor furrowed his brows as he struck out with his palm. However, when his attack landed on the demon god vanquishing talisman, it was dissipated into nothingness. He was finally sure that this was not a trick to deceive his eyes. Gu Yuanze glanced at Diwu Shuejun, and both of them saw a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. Junior brother, your demon god evasion talisman is not simple. Spiderwin looked at Ning Qi in surprise. Senior sister, it's still possible to hold on until the end of the demon race's prodigy tournament. Are you relieved now? Ning Qi laughed. If so, Spiderwin smiled and beckoned Qi Yu Hanzhong with her finger. Come and hit me. When the nearby devils saw this, they immediately revealed astonished expressions, Qiyu Hanzhong was instantly enraged. He glanced at the Sky Xingyan Emperor and began to attack the demon god evasion talismans in a frenzy. The Qiyu tribe's geniuses also joined in when they saw this. Everyone, let's attack together. I don't believe that this demon god evasion talisman can block so many of us. Yes. The Sky Xingyan Emperor frowned and looked at Ning Qi. Then he attacked the demon god evasion talisman. When the Xingtian tribe's geniuses saw that the Sky Xingyan Emperor was attacking, they naturally couldn't just stand there. Then the geniuses of the two vassal tribes also joined in. One after another, Ning Qi was surrounded by a large group of devils. All kinds of attacks fell on the demon god evasion talisman. In the outside world, the devils were shocked, especially the elders of the major tribes. They had a good understanding of the demon god evasion talisman, but they had never seen a demon god evasion talisman that could last more than 24 hours. Even Pain was very surprised at this moment. He pondered in his heart. Could it be that because of the previous favor, the Heavenly Talisman tribe's talisman, Lord specially gave him a few of the strongest demon god evasion talisman? Pain was a little uncertain. He thought that he had used up the favor by asking for a few demon god evasion talisman. With the other party's shrewdness, it was impossible for them to give him such good demon god evasion talisman for no reason. It seems that the Saintess has foresight. Brown and the other two exchanged glances. They believed that the demon god evasion talisman's effect was definitely related to Jian Shalai for it to surpass everyone's expectations. At this moment, Davis and Lu Dongha shared the same thoughts as Brown and the other two. Even the elders of the other tribes thought the same. Everyone could only wait and see if the Sky Xingtian Flame Emperor and the others could break the demon god evasion talisman before the prodigy battle ended. I wonder if young Master Beixian and the others can hold on. North Moon Lingqiu was so nervous that his palms were sweating. Within the grotto heaven, Qiyu Hanzhong, is that all you've got? Don't be too full of yourself. Just you wait until I break your turtle shell. I'll show you what's coming. Ha ha ha, don't just talk. Hurry up and break it. Spider Streak mocked with a smile. Qiyu Hanzhong felt a fury that he had never felt before. However, the demon god evasion talisman before him showed no signs of breaking even after so long. Junior brother, you really can't break it, can you? Spider Streak transmitted his voice as he mocked. I can't. Ning Qi nodded with a faint smile. At this moment, the demonic Qi origin bead in his mind was constantly emitting demonic Qi into the demon god evasion talisman. Let alone a few days, it wouldn't be a problem even if it lasted for several years. That's good. Spider Wind smiled faintly and began to tease Qiyu Hanzhong with a clear conscience. Every time she saw Qiyu Hanzhong's angry expression, Spider Wind would burst into laughter. Even Gu Yuanze and Fifth Snow Monarch let out a sigh of relief. They were no longer nervous and wore a faint smile on their faces as they looked at the surrounding demons attacking with the demon god evasion talisman. They would occasionally exchange a few words, such as which demon prodigy was stronger or who was more handsome, attracting quite a bit of hatred. Gradually, even the Sky Xingtian Flame Emperor felt that something was wrong. Why was this demon god evasion talisman so powerful? Nearly 50 late-stage human demons attacked at the same time, but it still didn't budge. Not long after, the Sky Xingtian Flame Emperor stopped and stared coldly at Spider Streak and Ning Qi. His eyes revealed a thoughtful look. If he continued to attack, he probably wouldn't be able to break this demon god evasion talisman before the end of the Heavens Prodigy battle. It was better to stop now. Anyway, the points he had obtained this time were enough to win the championship. It was better than being teased like a monkey. As for the hatred, there would be plenty of opportunities to settle it after leaving this place. Seeing that the Sky Xingtian Flame Emperor stopped, the demon prodigies of the Xingtian tribe also gradually stopped. They sat cross-legged on the ground and recovered their consumed demonic qi. Chiyu Hanjong didn't seem to notice this scene. His eyes were bloodshot as he continued to attack. Time passed unknowingly. In the sky, a blue light screen suddenly appeared and swept over like a wave. The demons that were swept away disappeared, one after another. Chapter 2030. Yenshan City Devil King Mansion Beishian. Damn it! Chiyu and Hanzhong were swept by the blue light. They glared at Ning Qi and the others, then disappeared. At the same time, the blue light also swept the devil god evading talisman. Ning Qi and the other three also disappeared. In an instant, the blue light swept through the entire grotto heaven, and all the devils were taken out of the grotto heaven, the outside world. One figure after another appeared on the fighting platform. As soon as Chiyu Hanzhong appeared, he looked around fiercely and found Ning Qi and the others. However, Ning Qi and the other three were still under the golden light screen, looking at him with a faint smile. "Let's see how long you can hide," Chiyu Hanzhong said coldly. "Sigh, I've lost terribly this time." Seeing Ning Qi appear in the arena, 70 to 80% of the demons present sighed in their hearts. They looked at Ning Qi with a trace of fear in their eyes. There were devils who lost everything they had, and naturally, there were devils who won a lot. The way they looked at Ning Qi was completely different. Their eyes were burning with passion. Not only did Ning Qi earn a fortune for them, he was also the #1 genius of the devil race in this heaven's chosen battle. Not long after, Xing Tianhao, Chiyu, Xue Xiao, Fairy Baichong, Wanli, Zhu Feng, and the other geniuses all appeared in the arena. Without exception, their gazes landed on the flame Emperor Xing Tian. Their eyes were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. The eyes of hatred came from the geniuses of the 4 peak cities. This time, they were chased by the Heaven Punishment Flame Emperor and Chiyu Hanzhong and almost died in the Heaven's Hollow. In their eyes, the Heaven Punishment Flame Emperor was undoubtedly the champion of the devil race's Heaven's Pride Battle. The Heaven Punishment Flame Emperor laughed faintly, glanced at Ning Qi and the others, and then flew to the high platform of the Xing Tian tribe. His face revealed a faint arrogance, but he did not notice that the eyes of the devils on the high platform were very strange. All the geniuses returned to the spectator stands. Ning Qi and the other 3 also returned to the Lucifer tribe's high platform. Gu Yuanze and Diwu Xuejuan were a little excited. The 2 of them had never thought that they would actually have the opportunity to set foot on the Lucifer tribe's high platform. The devils on the high platform of the Lucifer tribe, whether it was Brown and the other 2, or the rest of the elders and talents, all followed Ning Qi closely. It seemed that they wanted to see Ning Qi's cultivation, whether he was at the late stage of human demon or not. Dai Weixi's gaze was filled with endless coldness. Yu Ji's junior brothers and sisters were also looking at Ning Qi with hatred. This time, apart from those who died at Ning Qi's hands, 3 to 5 of Davis's personal disciples had also died in battle. Not a single one was left. They naturally blamed everything on Ning Qi. If Ning Qi hadn't killed so many of their senior brothers and sisters, the remaining senior brothers and sisters wouldn't have been killed by the demon race's prodigies. Lord Beishian, North Moon Lingqiu, looked at Ning Qi with some admiration. North Moon Liang and Lan Rua's gazes were filled with a hint of respect they had never felt before. The strength that Ning Qi had displayed this time had truly shocked the 2 of them. Furthermore, he had obtained first place among so many demon race prodigies, leading the Flame Emperor of Heaven Punishing by several times in points. While he might not be unparalleled in the future, he was indeed unprecedented. Ning Qi nodded at Jian Shilai before focusing his attention on the demon god evasion talisman in his sea of consciousness. The demon god evasion talisman that could only be used once did not vanish. Instead, a crack appeared on it, and its aura weakened significantly. However, the demonic qi in the demonic qi origin orb was slowly repairing the crack. Ning Qi estimated that if it weren't for the forceful attacks of Earth demon experts, His demon god evasion talisman should be able to block attacks from great perfection human demons. Moreover, as long as the demonic chi origin orb was not completely used up, it could be used infinitely. Just like that, it was equivalent to having another life-saving method. The only flaw was that after using the demon god evasion talisman, he could only stand where he was. His opponent could not hit him, and he could not hit his opponent either. In many situations, he could only stall for time. Why haven't you announced the results yet? Is there a need to? It must be the heaven punishing flame emperor. That's true, but I also want to see who is in the top 10. Did you guys notice that their expressions are so strange? One of the sky prides who came out of the cave glanced at the audience and furrowed his brows. Maybe it's too shocking? The other geniuses of the demon race looked at the audience and indeed felt that something was wrong, but they could not tell why. Master, I did not win first place this time. Please punish me, Master. After Duo Lan and the others returned to the high platform, they immediately went to Brown and the others. Duo Lan asked for forgiveness in a low voice, but he also knew that this was just a formality. From the beginning, he did not think that he could win first place in the geniuses' battle. He thought that Brown would not punish him too much. At most, he would scold him a little. The results have not been announced yet. There's no hurry. Brown smiled and waved his hand. Duo Lan was stunned for a moment, and a trace of excitement rose in his eyes. Could it be that his points were ahead of the heaven-punishing Flame Emperor? Thinking of this, Duo Lan felt that it was more and more possible. Because inside the cave, everyone could only rely on their intuition to determine each other's points. There was no way to check in detail. He felt that his points were not as high as the heaven-punishing Flame Emperor's. But the truth might not be so. Thinking of this, Duo Lan could not help but want to ask. But seeing that Brown did not seem to have any intention of speaking, he suppressed his curiosity and excitement and stood to the side, quietly waiting for the results. After Chi Yu Hanzhong returned to the high platform, he glared at Ning Qi and then at the heaven-punishing Flame Emperor. Seeing the arrogant expression on the heaven-punishing Flame Emperor's face, Chi Yu Hanzhong curled his lips in disdain. He was not going to wait for the results to be announced. In any case, the heaven-punishing Flame Emperor would definitely win first place. At this time, everyone's gazes fell on the group of elders in charge of calculating the points. They were standing in the void, huddled together, discussing something. What's going on? In the past, the first place was announced so quickly. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the result was still not announced. Many demon geniuses revealed a trace of doubt. Just as the heaven-punishing Flame Emperor could not help but frown, an elder announced in a clear voice, "The demon race's heaven's pride battle has ended successfully. After repeated confirmation, the first place belongs to Yen Mountain City's Demon King's Mansion, Bei Xian." Yen Mountain City's Demon King's Mansion, Bei Xian? Who was this? Many demon geniuses revealed a look of shock and looked at each other. Could it be that the elders had calculated wrongly? Shouldn't the first place be the heaven-punishing Flame Emperor? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chi Yu Hanzhong and the others knew Ning Qi's name. When they heard the two words, Bei Xian, they immediately looked at Ning Qi with a trace of shock in their eyes. Junior brother? You got first place? Senior got first place? It can't be, right? Spiderwen, Guyuanza, and the others looked at Ning Qi in surprise, not daring to believe it. Chapter 2031. Famous everywhere. Kill him when you see him in the next Demon Prodigy tournament. The elder of the Xingtian tribe said after a moment of silence. When the sky-punishing Flame Emperor heard this, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He could no longer maintain his composure and looked at Ning Qi angrily. How could this be? How could the title of the first prodigy be taken away by this kid? Could it be that he didn't hide his cultivation? Chi Yu, Hanzhong, and the other heavens chosen all thought of this. Only this could explain how Ning Qi's points surpassed the heaven-punishing flame emperors and obtained the title of the number one heaven's chosen. But if that's the case, wouldn't the combat prowess Ning Qi had displayed earlier be far too terrifying? Doran stood beside Brown and looked at Ning Qi in a daze. Apart from shock, there was also a trace of disappointment. The champion is fourth junior brother? His points are higher than Flame Emperor Xingtian? Wan Li and Zhu Feng looked at each other, and their eyes were filled with astonishment. Are you surprised? A voice sounded behind the two. The two were startled and quickly turned to salute. Greetings, master. I saw what you did in the Heaven's Grotto. After returning to Yen Mountain City, go to the backyard and reflect on yourself for 100 years. I don't want to see you for 100 years. Pain said plainly. Master, we, Wan Li and Zhu Feng, were startled, and just as they were about to explain, they saw a cold light flash in Pain's eyes. The two of them quickly nodded and turned to leave with ashen faces. After the two of them left, Pain looked at Ning Qi with a gratified expression. Xing Tianhao, Qiyu, Fairy Bai Chong, and the other geniuses looked at Ning Qi with strange expressions. They never imagined that a dark horse would appear in the Devil Race's Heaven's Pride battle. They originally thought that the heaven-punishing Flame Emperor would be the winner. Elder, this kid isn't even in the human-demon realm. How could he be the first? Suddenly, a demon prodigy objected. Hundreds of thousands of demon prodigies entered the Heaven's Grotto, but most of them hadn't seen Ning Qi and didn't know how strong he was. They only knew that Ning Qi's aura wasn't even in the early human-demon realm. How could his points surpass Flame Emperor Xingtian? Yeah, if one really wanted to name the number one Heaven's Pride, it would be the heaven-punishing Flame Emperor. Yen Shan City's Demon King's mansion, Beixian? With this kind of background, he isn't even in the human devil stage. How could he be first? We will fight to the death. We definitely won't allow him to become the number one genius. This is a type of humiliation to us. Seeing the opposition from the Devil Race prodigies from the Qiyu tribe and Xingtian tribe also spoke up, even though they had witnessed Ning Qi's battle prowess. Allowing a Devil Race prodigy from outside of the 3 major tribes and 4 major cities to win first place in the Devil Race's chosen battle was equivalent to slapping their faces. Therefore, they had one thought at this moment. If all the Demon Heaven's prides present didn't agree with this conclusion, then they might be able to force the group of elders in charge of statistics to change their minds and kick Ning Qi out. This would allow the heaven-punishing Flame Emperor to regain the title of number one Heaven's prides. Shut up! An angry roar reverberated in the arena. The loud sound immediately drowned out the voices of the millions of Devil Race present. This Heaven's chosen battle is real and valid. There is absolutely no falsehood. Tens of millions of eyes in the arena have seen with their own eyes that Beixian's points far exceed the heaven-punishing Flame Emperor's. In addition, he killed the human devil late-stage devil Lord Huang with his cultivation not yet in the human devil stage. Isn't this enough to win the crown of this Heaven's chosen battle? Brown rose into the air and stood in the void. He looked coldly at those Devil Race prodigies who opposed Ning Qi. Seeing this, those prodigies shut their mouths and lowered their heads, not daring to look at Brown. What a joke! Brown was a late-stage Earth demon expert. There were only a few such existences in this world. Moreover, he was one of the top 3 elders in the elder cabinet of the Lucifer tribe. Whether it was status or battle prowess, he was far above them, since he had spoken. Who dared to be presumptuous in front of him at this moment? If they were not careful, they would die. But Lord Huang was killed by him? Hiss! All the sovereigns of the demon clan gasped, and the way they looked at Ning Qi changed dramatically. With Brown's identity, he would never lie about this kind of thing. If what he said was true, then his aptitude was too terrifying. How could he kill a sovereign at the late stage of human demon who had been famous for a long time when he was not at the human devil stage? If they knew that Yu Ji also died in the hands of Ning Qi, they would probably be even more shocked. However, Brown considered Davis's feelings and did not mention this matter. Lord Huang Huang was enough to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Bei Xian, 1 million mid-grade demonic crystals and mid-grade demonic artifacts will be sent to you in a few days. Brown landed in front of Ning Qi and said with a smile, "Thank you, Elder." Ning Qi smiled and cupped his hands. "This is what you deserve." Brown took a deep look at Ning Qi, then turned and left. After the end of the chosen battle of the Devil Clan, many devils left on the same day, and the giant city suddenly became a little desolate. At the same time, the news that Ning Qi had won the first place in the chosen battle of Heaven's Pride was also spread by those devils who had left. When the devils who had not come to watch the battle heard the news, they couldn't believe it. How could there be such a talent in this world? He had defeated the top talents of the major tribes, such as Xing Tian and Yen Di, and won the first place in the chosen battle of Heaven's Pride? Therefore, this year's Demon Race's chosen battle caused a stronger reaction than the previous years. For a long time, everyone was talking about the young Master Bei Xian of the Devil King's mansion in Yen Mountain City. Many lowly Demon Race's talents regarded Ning Qi as their idol. At the same time, they set a goal for themselves, which was to win the first place in the next Demon Race's chosen battle and become the second place in Bei Xian. After this battle, Ning Qi became famous. Bei Xian, there are 1 million mid-grade demonic crystals and a mid-grade demonic artifact. Elder Brown asked me to give them to you. At the same time, he also asked me to tell you that after you leave this place, go to the Lucifer tribe. A big shot wants to see you. Jian Shilai gave Ning Qi an interspatial ring. Ning Qi scanned it with his divine thought, then put the ring away. He smiled at Jian Shilai and said, "Aunt Jian, I'm going to go back to Yen Mountain City to train in seclusion. I won't go to the Lucifer tribe for a while. Help me tell them so that they don't misunderstand." "No problem. You can train in seclusion for as long as you want. As for that big shot, you don't have to see him." Jian Shilai smiled faintly. "He is the first elder of the Elder Cabinet, Earth Demon at the peak. He can be considered the second strongest in the Lucifer tribe." Chapter 2032. The Return Journey Sea Dragon. Ning Qi was accompanied by Lan Ruo and North Moon Myung. On the deck, Gu Yuanze and Diwu Shuejuanqing hurried to the Mirage Sea Tribe's tent, wanting to see the legendary Great War of Immortals and Demons. The two did not pass by Ink Sea on their way here. Since the Sea Dragon's ticket was very expensive, they naturally did not have the chance to watch the Great War of Immortals and Demons. North Moon Lingqiu did not return to Yen Mountain City. It was said that Jian Shilai told her to stay in the Saintess Hall. Before she left, North Moon Lingqiu was reluctant to leave, but Ning Qi did not want to leave too many attachments in the immortal prison, so he left very decisively. He obviously knew what North Moon Lingqiu was thinking. Spider Pattern also stayed in the Saintess Temple this time. After Lillian's death, she was unobstructed in the Saintess Temple. Perhaps because they knew Jian Shilai had 4 wings, the elders who objected to Spider Pattern staying in the Lucifer tribe all shut their mouths and turned a blind eye. Gazes of fear, admiration, envy, and jealousy fell on Ning Qi from every corner of the Sea Dragon. There were more than 100,000 passengers on the Sea Dragon, and nearly 70% had seen Ning Qi in the arena. Apart from some of the geniuses who participated in the Demon Prodigy battle, the rest of the demons in the audience had seen Ning Qi's battle strength, so their gazes were filled with fear and admiration. Only those geniuses who had not seen Ning Qi's true strength were somewhat jealous, but they did not dare to provoke him. After all, the title of first place in the Demon Prodigy battle was too shocking. Unbelievable, unbelievable. Was the Great War of Immortals and Demons real or fake? Was there really such a terrifying existence back then? That strike was simply earth-shattering. Even the existence of a heavenly demon was reduced to ashes. Gu Yuanze and Diwu Shuejuan walked towards Ning Qi with a shocked look on their faces. They no longer believed in the illusion they had seen in the tent, like before. Instead, they thought that it was just fabricated by the illusory Sea tribe to scare people. How was it? Was it good? Ning Chi looked at the two with a faint smile. Gu Yuanze and Diwu Shuejun were still a little pale, and their breaths were unsteady. Clearly, they were slightly injured. Diwu Shuejun patted his chest and said, "Senior, the great war of immortals and demons is good to watch, but I think everything in it is fake." Junior sister is right. I also think it's fake. How can there be such a terrifying existence in this world? Gu Yuanzhen nodded. There is always someone better out there. Even if it's me, how much can I know about the matters of this world? Ning Chi looked up at the sky and said faintly. His gaze pierced through the void as if he wanted to leave this world. But very quickly, his gaze seemed to be blocked by an invisible force. The laws of the heavenly Tao. Hee. Ning Chi's lips curled into a mocking smile as he retracted his gaze. Even the mortals on Earth knew that the universe was endless. However, this magnificent fragment of the devil race's continent, where many devils who could destroy the heavens and exterminate the Earth resided, did not have the ability to break through the shackles of the heavens and go to the true boundless land. It was as if these devils were all pigs and cows reared by the heavenly Tao. Once the system update is complete, it will be time to leave this place, Yanshan City. The news of the demon race's prodigy battle seemed to have yet to reach here. Due to the departure of the various prodigies, Yanshan City seemed rather peaceful. The clans did what they were supposed to do, and the alliances went on missions. Only the Broken Moon Alliance had been thriving in the past few years. Even early human-demon experts joined them. However, the alliance leader was still Zi Qingyue. No one dared to have any ill intentions towards this position, unless they were not afraid of the revenge of the northern mystic young master of the Demon King's estate. The teleportation formation flashed, and Ning Chi and the others walked out one after another. Gu Yuanze and Lan Ruo looked around curiously. They thought, so this is where the seniors cultivate. To them, it seemed rather ordinary. It was not as grand as they had imagined. Mu Yang and Lan Ruo's mid-human demon aura made the demons in the surroundings avoid them. Some of the demons who recognized Ning Chi were even more shocked. The northern mystic young master has returned. Has the demon race's prodigy battle ended? There's probably going to be a good show. Do you remember the rage of the goat demon? I heard that his son Yongo was born in the ancestral demon mountain range. He's related to the northern mystic young master. Should be quiet. At this moment, an aura suddenly appeared nearby. It was slightly weaker than Divine Monarch Huang Huang and the others, but it was slightly stronger than Wan Li and Zhu Feng. Young master, the goat demon is here. Be careful. Looks like he already knows Yongo died to your hands. Lan Ruo became slightly cautious, but she was not worried at all. The battle prowess that the young master had displayed was enough to rival the prodigy of the Lucifer tribe, Duolan. He could even hold his own against the flame emperor of heaven punishing heaven, so there was obviously no need for him to fear the goat demon. Mu Yang squinted his eyes slightly. With a flick of his finger, a streak of light emerged from his body, shooting off in the direction of the North Moon family. However, this stream of light was intercepted in midair. The goat demon crushed North Moon Mu Yang's communication talisman gently. Afterwards, he arrived before Ning Chi with the elders of the Yang family. The demons in the surroundings all looked away when they saw this. They looked over in shock and curiosity. Ning Chi and the others were rather familiar with the elders he had brought with him. A few of them had followed Yang Go to the ancestral Demon Mountain range this time, so their gazes towards Ning Chi were filled with resentment. Ning Chi had killed Yang Go, and they had failed to protect him. Their cultivation resources would all be halved for the next century. To them, this was already an extremely great punishment. You killed my son, Yang Go. The goat demon stared at Ning Chi coldly and squeezed out those words from between his teeth. Yeah. Ning Chi nodded with a smile. SSS, young Master Yang-go actually died to his hands. Many of the demons in the surroundings who had no idea about this immediately gasped inside when they heard that. Their gazes towards Ning Chi were filled with a sliver of fear. The goat demon was taken aback when he saw how Ning Chi admitted it, so calmly. Afterwards, he recalled how the elders had mentioned that Ning Chi had close ties with the holy maiden of the Lucifer tribe. It seemed like that was exactly why he was bold enough to return to Yen Mountain City after killing Yang-go. Goat demon, what do you want? A faint chuckle rang out from afar, and Muyang immediately beamed with joy. Everyone gazed in the direction of the voice and saw North Moon Chong Su slowly making his way over. The goat demon suddenly let out a sigh of relief inside. Originally, he wanted to stop Muyang from sending the message, but now that he had seen North Moon Chong Su, he finally had a way out. North Moon Chong Su, this kid killed Yang-go. I want justice today, so why can't I?